Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Please join me in the national anthem. Members, please observe a moment of silence in memory of the following persons who have passed away: Natalie Bozo, Frederick S. Eaton, Jerry Graves, Walter Gretzky, Bernie Himmel, Timen Ho, William Cassell, John Malich, Mario Paluzzo, Sister Ann Schenk, and Tina Stewart. Thank you. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the city clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at toronto.ca/council. Members, although civic buildings, including City Hall, are currently closed to the public, I want to emphasize that today's council meeting is being considered publicly and is being streamed live on YouTube. I want to welcome the public who are watching out this meeting this morning. Today's special council meeting is scheduled for the following purposes: to consider deferred matters from the February 2nd, 3rd, and 5th, 2021 meeting, to consider reports from the community councils and the Planning and Housing Committee, to consider new business and member motions with notice, to introduce and enact general bills, to introduce and enact a confirming bill for the special meeting. Members of council, this is a special meeting, and under council procedure, no new business items, such as motions without notice, may be introduced. This rule cannot be waived. Members, I would like to call upon Mayor Tory to address council at this time.
Well, Speaker, thank you. Before we proceed with the business of the day, I think it's appropriate, given that we're meeting today, the national disturbance is tomorrow, and there's a month of different kinds of activities in this month of March to commemorate the fact that this pandemic has been with us for a year. And in fact, if you look back, the beginnings of it happened before that. And we are marking in the city and in the country in different ways an event that has changed the world and has changed certainly the way that we live and all the people that we serve and that we represent. I'm speaking to you as mayor in the hopes that together with residents across the city, we will take time over this month to mark milestones, some of them very sad, to thank people who have helped us throughout what has been an incredible experience, I think, unknown to all of us in our respective lifetimes. It's an opportunity, I think, for us to acknowledge how far we've come as a city and as individuals during a time that has put burdens and responsibilities upon us that we never probably thought we would have. You know, I think if we're honest about this, a year ago we were immersed in meetings already about things like PPE, and that's an expression that probably a lot of us hadn't used in any different respect, but we're starting to worry about gowns and masks and so on. We are, you know, ramping up the emergency operations center. I think, in fact, it was exactly a year ago today that it was ramped up and put into action. And I think that there was a hope probably at the time, if we're all sort of being honest about this, that we would think this fits into the same category. We're so blessed here in that we don't have earthquakes. I shouldn't say that but we don't, and we don't have hurricanes and natural disasters the way they often do on a regular basis in other parts of the world. And I think maybe a lot of people thought, well, you know, maybe that just won't happen here, but it did. And what we've seen since is, you know, a resilience that is like no other test we've probably ever faced as a city and as a people. And of course, the fight isn't over yet. So in that sense, it's resilience that still has to be at the forefront. The vaccines, plural, do bring us a sense of hope and relief. They are a miracle of modern science that we never could have expected to happen in such a short period of time. And I think that all of us have felt a certain sense of relief, and hopefully even more so than ourselves, the people that we serve have felt a certain sense of relief in that the supply is on its way from the government of Canada and from the government of Ontario. And the fact that I think as of today, 211,000 people in our own city have been vaccinated, including a solid start on some of our most vulnerable populations, including people over the age of 80, with more to come with some of the announcements we've made about the mass immunization clinics starting next week. And I hope that this will help what the task has been since the beginning, which is to save lives, to keep people healthy and bring an end to the pandemic so that the terrible toll that's been taken, whether it's on people's mental health or on business, can be reversed. The work is well underway, as you've seen, on the largest vaccination campaign in the city's history. And it's just one of the Herculean efforts that our staff have undertaken in the course of the past year. So I think we also have to reflect, though, on the fact that while it's good to talk about this sense of hope as we approach spring and as we approach the time of renewal on the calendar, that we have to reflect and acknowledge on the difficulties that we've experienced as a people and as a city over the last 12 months. We have faced a loss that was unimaginable. And, you know, I'm often engaged, as some of you may be as well, in these debates about some of the difficult decisions we've had to make about the economy and about shops and businesses and so on. And I have to repeat, you know, the fact that we have lost, we're literally one death away, I hate to say, from 2,700 people in our city. And if you think about it in the context of every other issue we face when we're trying to save lives, which is one of our principal jobs that we have to do, myself as mayor and all of us as members of council, it's to save lives, and it's to protect life, and it's to protect health. And 2,700 grandfathers, grandmothers, sisters, and children, and loved ones, and friends, and colleagues, and neighbors have been lost to this virus. And it's a toll that nobody ever would have said was within our conception when, you know, we started off with this, because I don't think there's anything that's ever happened before, short of world wars, where those deaths have taken place out of the country. And that doesn't make it any easier, but it just means there's nothing that's probably ever happened at home of that scale. And so tomorrow, as the Government of Canada acknowledges the lives lost across the country through the National Day of Observance, I trust that we are thinking today, as I know we are, as we sit here and meet as a council, about the loss of life that has taken place and about everyone who has lost someone because of COVID-19 in Toronto. And while we mourn those people, we also must acknowledge, as we do, the sacrifices and the losses and the troubles that have beset many different people in order to save lives and keep people healthy. And that includes the business community, where many people, individual people, the mom and pop couples and partners that have suffered a tremendous sacrifice as a result of what's been imposed in terms of public health restrictions. And I know I speak on your behalf in saying that we also acknowledge and pay tribute to the incredible acts of kindness and commitment. I've said in a couple of the interviews that I've given how proud I am to be the mayor, and I'm sure you're proud to be councillors in a city that has demonstrated not just a caring and concern, as we said from day one, that we would make the gold standard effort to look after our most vulnerable populations. And it hasn't been perfect, but I know from participating in panels with mayors from around North America and even internationally in Europe, that people have looked to Toronto for a number of the things that we've done through the pandemic as an example of how to make sure you try to do it right. And I think we've done so. People from all over the city have come together to help one another. And I was commenting on this last night in talking in one of the public meetings about the modular housing, that you've seen, the spirit that can pervade this city, a positive kind of spirit. People prepared to follow public health guidelines, but also to understand that those and the pandemic itself impose certain burdens on populations that just need our support. So I want to say thank you to all the residents and businesses who have done the right thing, followed the public health guidelines, perhaps most importantly, though, have stepped up to help each other and to support each other. For those people, their commitment to this fight has saved lives and has made a difference and has really demonstrated more than anything else I've probably ever seen in my own life of Canadian and Toronto values at work. And it's why we're able to move to a better future. Had we not taken the steps we've taken and helped each other, we might be looking at the prospect of months more of lockdown or a much greater loss of life. Of course, I want to thank on your behalf again, members of council, I want to thank the frontline workers. And I said in something that I was preparing for this day, the other day, that our definition of a frontline worker has been changed. And I looked it up, and of course, I don't have the definition in front of me, but it talks about sort of a person playing the most important role in a given action. I think, and we thought of that always as being healthcare workers and doctors and nurses, and this is not to diminish what they do at all, but we've added a lot of groups to that list of people who we realize are more essential than perhaps we thought, and are frontline workers. We've been tested in our ability to work quickly and to work effectively. I call it wartime speed, and that's a phrase now well known to the command group that meets every single morning. I think that the results have shown it, and it's been as a result of a huge effort by people to make sure that we do that. And that's right across every single division of the city government. Every single staff member has been involved in one way or another, contributing to wartime speed, to compassionate, effective government, and to making some sacrifices themselves as we've gone along. Whether it's Toronto Public Health, or whether it's the people at the EOC, whether it's the shelter teams, it's dangerous to start in with lists. The people who work in long-term care, who have had unbelievable challenges put in front of them, not to mention the residents that they care for. The list goes on. People who drive buses, people who, everybody has contributed, because they've had to do things much differently than might have been the case in non-pandemic times. And I want to acknowledge in particular the people who we would normally refer to when we talk about frontline responders, our paramedics, our police, fire, municipal licensing and standards, 311, solid waste, parks, forestry, and recreation. All of them have done, again, work that has been extraordinary and worked at wartime speed. When you think about some of the initiatives we undertook in the face of an unknown, to make public spaces more available, to make them safe, to do different things like that in the parks, forestry, and recreation realm, and to do it with incredible speed, they deserve our thanks. The drivers at the TTC and the other people who work on the TTC, even people who keep the buses and streetcars and so on running. I mean, we had to have that connection available for people who had to continue to go to work. Some of them, the very same essential workers that we're talking about. So I think, when we look back at this and look at what the people in public service and the people in partnerships have done in the communities and individual citizens with government, it is something to be proud of. You never want to say you're proud of something that happened during a very tragic kind of event, but I think that it's how you respond sometimes that you're measured when it comes to these kinds of tragedies. And there's been such dedication and courage and resilience shown by everybody, but including people in the public service and including people in the community organizations that we've worked so well with. And boy, they asked me one of those interviews the other day, I'm sure you all don't like these questions much when they say, well, give me one word that can sort of sum up, what you think has happened in the pandemic. And I picked the word partnership. Because in the end, whether it's partnerships with community organizations, with each other, with governments working together, it's been extraordinary, the partnerships that have been forged, and hopefully can stay in place. So thank you to the members of council as well. I think that you've put up with the fact that a lot of decisions have been taken at the command table, in the mayor's office, in various places over time, and they had to be taken quickly. Decisions had to be taken in terms of our partnerships with other governments quickly, because we had to move quickly. And there wasn't always the time or the opportunity to have a council meeting or to call every single person. And, I apologize for that on the one hand, but on the other hand, You've been very indulgent of that. And I think we've ended up in, by and large, the right place with lots of information coming from particularly the public service to you as we've gone along. I want to make, as I just reached the end here, I want to make particular mention of 4 people who have formed a part of the leadership ranks, and just to say to them what they know to be the case, which is my own immense gratitude. I know it's yours, and I hope they feel it from the people of the City of Toronto, and that is our Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Eileen Davila. You know, I didn't know her as well, obviously, before the pandemic. Now, perhaps she might say that we know each other too well in the context of this daily, unending, you know, dialogue. And it's been very much a dialogue and a mutual sharing of information back and forth between all of us on a team. But she is just a consummate professional. She's calm, she's steady. She has a great sense of humor that can be put into play at the appropriate times, because you need some of that too, as you all know. Chief Peg, same thing. I mean, we went to the meeting maybe the second or third day, and somebody said to me, well, this should be the person that you kind of make as the incident commander. And I'm thinking, well, it seems odd in some respects, not because of him, but just, you know, it seems odd you'd pick somebody from that realm. And then he got up and made a presentation about how you just go through things step by step by step by step, and just in an organized, methodical, collegial way. And he's just been outstanding all the way through. And again, the team has worked well together. City Manager Chris Murray, again, a rock. You know, he is such a collegial professional person and has called together a great team, including our deputy city managers and everybody else, and has kept them together and I hope kept you informed, because it's one of the things that we've called upon him to do. And so again, just a person that's been terrific to work with. And finally, our colleague, Councillor Joe Cressy, the chair of the Board of Health, who has been, again, just a solid team member, helping us in a way that you'd always hope government could work, and especially at the political level. We all know, I mean, you know, politics is a funny business in terms of the odd way in which people sort of work together. Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. Joe has been terrific as a person that has been a resource to us in many different respects to get the job done here. And that's not to exclude anybody else by mentioning those 4, but those are people that I have worked most closely with in trying to do the best we could for the people we serve and for the city that we love. We're all tired of this, you know, frankly. I mean, if we're being honest about it, the people are tired too. I mean, they're very tired. We're ready to jump into spring. The vaccines do give us hope. And so we'll spend some time over the next few days, and the city will have an appropriate commemoration in just a few days on the anniversary of the first death suffered in Toronto from COVID-19. But I hope we all will spend a bit of time, and I hope the people that we represent, that are some of whom are able to watch us today, will spend some time thinking about loved ones that have been lost by others, and in some cases by them, and to continue to help us lift up those who are continuing to struggle. Some were struggling long before the pandemic, and they've had to struggle worse because of this. Others have only struggled during the pandemic, whether it's through mental health concerns or just the illness or any unemployment, hope of other things. And we thought it would be appropriate today, just as part of this short but hopefully meaningful commemoration, to ask our poet laureate, Moritz, who we've all heard. He just seems to be able to, and I'm sure he will again today, bring the right tone and the right words and that's why he's the poet laureate. You know, people sometimes ask, why do you have one? Well, today represents one of the many answers that we have for that. And he's put together a poem to mark this incredible pandemic year and our collective journey that we've taken together. And I think it's a poem that will resonate with many as we continue to grapple with this most unprecedented, extraordinary challenge. So, Poet Laureate, over to you, and thank you so much for creating something for us today and for coming to share it with us in person.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. This is a great opportunity and, of course, a great responsibility, but I take joy in being able to address you here today, and I hope it's something at least marginally worthy. The title of the poem is Exactly Here the Marvel Spoke, Memorial of a Plague Year, March 2020 to March 2021. You staggered from death to death. You dragged yourself from the silent window where an old face looked out and knocked with twig-like fingers at children trying to shout in through the crystal silence. Grandma, Babushka, Aljida, Babcha, Nani, Daddy, Abuelita, Nana, Bobe, Ba, Najimama, Nona, Pati, Jiaja, Abo. The cries broke on all the walls and forbidden doors of well-meant homes of rest. And how you longed to go in to sit by them, hold them each in their dying, how you longed for death to be again as it should be, the dying one among us. And exactly here the marvel spoke. Your eyes grew clear, you were holding them. In your shattered longing, you grasped them. The dividing plague could not divide. We remained one. We still died with the dying, they still lived with us. In yearning, in dreams, in truth, we hugged the fallen silent head. And then, worn out, scarred from the crushing labor, the sweet duty of companioning our dead, we go back to daily things, our daily bread. And later, working, aching, we notice through our pain, we are slowly happy again. Broken, we find a silent bearing of the dead inside us, like a child newly conceived, like an immense and beneficent idea, gift of refreshment to the world. We just begin to glimpse it, a new health. We can't yet trace it clearly, but the work inhabits us with passion at lonely desks or in companionable walks in living rooms and discussion halls, laboratories, councils, factories. We work, we see another world. Our dead are with us now more wholly. With them, within us, we're going to know them face to face again, as we did before on the poor beloved earth. So we go forward through our home, Toronto, meeting place, and every tree and corner, every shop window that our grandmother knew. Every neighbor who once loved to talk with her, who always stops us to recall the same tender story, is a star now, a star of soft, radiant memory, a star of light from the past for today, of light from the dead for life. I wish I could put my arm around your shoulders, be beside you. Soon. For now, though, plague still stares between us, and yet we don't have far to go to reach the utmost sobs of the splintering universe, and with our hug, bring them all back together, assemble them here for a parliament of loves. What's beauty and sorrow for? What's poetry for, if not to bring us near while we're alone until our lips and hands touch? I can gather all because I listen. I can hear you, speak with you, hold you in my heart. You are more than the helpless universe. We reach and bring everything that has burst, broken, died, left us, fled from us, everything frozen in the space of death, back into the loving quiet of a brook returning in late winter to the young life of purling water. It's March, winter kisses spring. We don't have far to go, only from dusk to morning, to gather the fragments of disaster in music and tears. I see, hear, love the men and women all around me. I'm with them. I am here. I hug them in the body of my song. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. I'd now like to ask Councillor Matlow. I understand you wish to make an announcement at this time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the an enviable position to try to speak any words after that presentation by the poet laureate, and we are so grateful for those words. Incredibly touching and so beautiful. But I also have the great privilege to acknowledge another person who deserves this acknowledgement, which is the outgoing now interim general manager of senior services and long-term care, Paul Raftis. There is no group in our city and around the world that has suffered more than the residents who are served and reside in long-term care homes across this city and across this province. They have been the vast preponderance of fatalities. Between 60 and 70% of all fatalities have been in long-term care. And Paul accepted his role as interim general manager in 2019. Before the pandemic, he already demonstrated that he was able to pivot very swiftly and capably from paramedic services to this leadership role by transforming the division, including long-term care homes, municipal service planning, coordination, and management of senior services across our city. When we as a council asked Paul to provide leadership in bringing an emotion-centered focus to long-term care, he took that role seriously with dedication and has been providing leadership through the pilot that we requested that he do. He successfully took on not only that project, but also has led the seniors division through the pandemic with, I would say, nothing less than heroism. The province has been looking to Toronto to see what we did well. While there were some significant tragedies, we have fared better than most homes, including the for-profit and not-for-profit sectors throughout this province, not solely, but largely due to Paul's leadership, competence, and dedication. Paul's going to be returning to his base position as Chief and GM of Toronto Paramedic Services in mid-June. And on behalf of all of us, as Toronto Seniors Advocate, as the co-chair of the Senior Strategy Accountability Table with Dr. Samir Sinha, I want to express my gratitude to Paul. Paul has improved lives. Paul has saved lives. Paul is, in my view, and without rhetoric, a hero because of the work he did and the way he did it, along with his colleagues. And I just want to express my gratitude, and I know that I speak for us all with our appreciation for what he's done and our well wishes to him and his family. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call for a motion to confirm the minutes.
Move, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Fletcher, moving the motion. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, if you can just read it, please.
That City Council confirm the minutes of Council from the regular meeting held on February 2nd and 3rd and 5th, 2021, and the special meeting held on February 18th in the form supplied to the members.
Thank you. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce their reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Councillor Bailao, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The report for meeting 21 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Madam Speaker, some of the Mayor's key items are from this agenda. I just want to emphasize and thank staff for an incredible amount of work that is being done to accelerate our Housing 2020-2030 plan, as we can see by the numerous reports here, from the modular to over 900 units in the open door, to agreements with the United Church bringing other 500 units, to partnerships with our nonprofits. There's a lot that is being done, and I just want to recognize the work of our staff as well, that in the middle of the pandemic have been working hard to make sure that we accelerate our housing plan and create housing as soon as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
Yes, I do, and thank you. Good morning, Madam Speaker. The report from meeting 22 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. That the report for meeting 22 of the North York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 22 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
Good morning, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 23 of the Toronto East York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business from the mayor and city officials? Moved by Councillor Grimes. Councillor Grimes, if you can please read it, please.
That new business from the mayor and city officials listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. Any opposed? Carried. Are there any declarations of interest? Please indicate the item number and nature of the interest, and remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. Are there any declarations? Don't see any.
Councillor Grimes, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Councillor Grimes.
Councillor Grimes, you, okay?
EY
Maybe you could
22.
have them put up request to speak, Madam. There it is now.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, I need your
EY
name because I don't see your name. Okay. Councillor Grimes, go ahead.
EY 22.19, heavy vehicle prohibition, Bloor Street between Auckland Road and point 210.8 meters from the west of Markland Drive. I'm the owner of a transportation logistic company, have heavy equipment that could be traveling on the road. So as an abundance of caution, I'll declare an interest on that.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Tory.
Yes, Speaker, I have two items. Item 2021, period CC 30.11, 40 to 44 Broadway Avenue. I would like to declare an interest there as my mother's house is, condo is in the immediate vicinity. And the other item is 2021 period MM 30.8 to do with 2100 to 2110 Yonge Street and 8 to 12 Manor Road West. I have a financial interest in the immediate vicinity, specifically an interest in the financing of 2131 Yonge Street development there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I don't have a conflict, but you may wish to poll again because without refreshing, the request to speak did not come up, and I saw some other hands go up for conflicts.
Well, the names are on the screen now.
Well, initially they didn't. I see Councillor Bradford's hand, for instance.
Yeah, I'm not able to get into the CMP at the moment.
Okay,
yes, that was my point.
Okay, but we're at declaration. Does anybody else have a declaration?
So, Madam Speaker, I have a declaration. I'm just not able to get into the members portal at the moment, so I'm raising my hand, and when you advise, I'll declare that.
Sorry, Councillor Bradford.
No problem. Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to declare an interest. Item number MM 30.8, headed 2100 to 2110 Yonge Street and 8 to 12 Manor Road West, OPA, zoning amendment, rental housing demolition application, supplementary report. The nature of my interest is that my partner is a planner on the file, and I have submitted the conflict of interest forms on these items to clerks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any further? If you can put your hand up, please, if you can't get through. Okay, I don't see any. Okay, thank you. Are there any petitions at this time? No. Okay. We will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. We have a number of deferred matters before us today. Item T 21.9 and items DM 30.1 through DM 30.8. The mayor has designated item PH 21.1 on Modular Housing Initiative Phase 2 sites 175 Cummer Avenue, Trenton, Cedarville Avenue, and item PH 21.5 on partnership with the United Property Resource Corporation to create 500 new affordable rental homes as its key matters for this meeting. These will be our first items of business today. We are scheduled to meet until 6 p.m. tonight. We will take a scheduled recess between 12:30 and 2 p.m. Council will reconvene tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. if necessary. I propose that City Council set a time for a closed session if required later in the meeting. I will now go through the items to take additional member holds. I will review the order paper one section at a time, starting with the deferred items. The clerk has advised me that several members wish to withdraw some of these deferred matters. Councillor Perruzza, you wish to withdraw deferred item DM 30.4 on business licensing and DM 30.8 on COVID-19 vaccine doses. Councillor Perruzza? Councillor Perruzza? Councillor Perruzza?
Madam Speaker, I'll hold them if it's convenient.
Okay, well, okay. All right, so we'll wait for him to come back. Yeah.
There is a list.
Okay. All right, so we'll wait. Councillor Bradford, you wish to withdraw deferred item DM 30.5 on 2165 Gerard Street East. Councillor Bradford?
Madam Speaker, yes, as you've described, I would like to withdraw that motion, please.
Okay. All those in favor of withdrawing item DM 30.5, please raise your hands. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Councillor Pasternak, I understand that you wish to withdraw deferred item DM 30.6 on 470 Wilson Avenue.
Yes, that is correct. I'd like to withdraw that item.
Okay. All those in favor of withdrawing item DM 30.6, please raise your hands. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. The clerk will now open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, unmute your mic and state the item or items you wish to hold.
Are you going by section, Speaker?
Yes.
So planning and housing,
Okay,
is that
hold on. Yeah, we're going by
deferred.
section. So deferred, we're going to start with the deferred items. Deputy Mayor, we're doing the deferred items. Okay,
To hold.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning. I would like to hold DM 30.3, calling on the province to phase out gas-fired electricity generation.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey.
Hold that. You can just take my name off.
Councillor McKelvey? Oh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just saying I was going to hold the same item, so it's fine.
Okay.
You can remove me from the list.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is regarding deferred committee item. It's TE 21.9. I don't need to hold this, but I do have a referral motion to send this back to the
which one? Oh, sorry. That's the 202 Jarvis Street. Sorry. Okay.
Yes, my apologies, Madam Speaker. I should have read the title of the report, but it is TE 21.9, 202 Jarvis Street in 160 to 166 Dundas Street East. Official plan amendment and zoning amendment applications. I need to refer this matter to the April City Council meeting at the request of City Planning.
Okay, so on T 21.9, Councillor Wong Tam is deferring the item to April 7th and 8, 2021 meeting of City Council. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you.
I do have a request to hold an item, Madam Speaker, as well.
Okay.
And the request is to hold, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The request is to hold DM 30.2, canceling City of Toronto advertisement in Corriere Canadense. I'd like to hold that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning. I'd like to hold DM 30.7, Scarborough Transit Options Feasibility Request.
Yeah, it's being held by Councillor Matlow, Councillor Thompson.
Okay, great. It doesn't show here on my list, Speaker, but that's fine. I'm happy to see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll now go to planning and housing. If we can clear the screen, please. Okay. Councillor Wong Tam, planning and housing.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's not to ask for a hold, but I'd like to request a recorded vote on PH 21.2, activated revitalization plan for the Dundas and Sherbourne neighborhood.
Okay, so Councillor Wong Tam has asked for a recorded vote on PH 21.2. Recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak, would you please use the system to indicate your vote? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm not able to log in at the moment, but I'm voting in the affirmative.
Councillor Bradford, if you would just wait, please. In accordance with the protocol we announced, if you just wait until we close the vote, then I'll call upon you. Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, are you present and are you voting? We'll close the vote now. And now Councillor Bradford and Councillor Carroll, if you would state your vote, starting with Councillor Bradford.
I am in the affirmative, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll?
Yes, sorry, I locked out as soon as the speakers list started. I vote in the affirmative.
Thank you.
I'm working on it.
Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the screen back up, please. Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I had held an item which I no longer need to hold, so I can release that, which is PH 21.13, request on the status and timing of funding commitments for new schools in the Central Waterfront. I do not need to hold that. Thank you.
Okay, so that's on PH 21.13. Councillor Cressy is releasing. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Okay, next is the Etobicoke York Community Council. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted a recorded vote on EY 22.16, always stop control, Harmar Drive and Heisey Crescent.
Okay, recorded a vote on EY 22.16, always stop control. Recorded vote.
Okay, Councillor Bradford and Councillor Carroll, please stand by. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. We have your vote. We'll just end the vote. And Councillor Bradford, please.
The affirmative, please.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, please.
Affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, the item carries. The vote is 23 to 1.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now go to
Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Carroll.
Councillor Carroll.
I'm sorry, but on a point of order, the email sent to councillors for tech support turns out to be the wrong email. My email just bounced back to me.
Okay, thank you.
Just letting you know.
Thank you. Okay, we will now go to North York Community Council. Any holds? Councillor.
Yes, I have hold.
Yes, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Robinson.
Okay, I've got a couple. NY 22.1, which is directions report for 4050 Yonge Street. I also have NY 22.2, which is a request for directions report 241 Red Path, as well as CC 30.1.
We're not there. We're at North York now.
Okay.
Okay.
No, but I do have another one still. NY 22.22, application to remove a private tree. I would like to refer that item back to staff, and clerks has a motion.
Okay, so we'll deal with that first. Councillor Robinson is recommending that item number NY 22.22 be referred back to staff for further consideration. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. Scarborough Community Council. Councillor Thompson.
Speaker, I don't wish to hold the three items. I would like to have a vote on these three items, which is the first being SC 22.6, request for direction report, 1900 Eglinton Avenue East. SC 22.7, request for direction report, 1940 Eglinton Avenue East, 880 and 900 Borden Avenue, and 2250 Ashtonby Road. And then finally, request for direction report 2200 to 2600 Eglinton Avenue East, 1020 to 1030 Birchmont Road, and 75 Kermis Road. I'd like to have a recorded vote on all three of those, please.
Okay, thank you. So we'll deal with SC 22.6, recorded vote.
All right, Speaker, we're going to close the vote, and we'll ask Councillor Bradford and Councillor Carroll to state their votes. And Madam Speaker, just so you know, our IT people are going to reach out to both those members. So Councillor Bradford first.
I'm in favor. Thank you.
And Councillor Carroll, please.
I think I'm in now. Affirmative.
No, Councillor Carroll, could you state your vote? Oh.
Affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, the item carries. The vote is 23 to 1.
Thank you. Recorded vote on SC 22.7.
Again, Councillor Bradford and Councillor Carroll, please stand by. But in the meantime, I'll ask Councillor Bailao and Councillor Cole to use the system to vote, please. Councillor Bradford, please.
Affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, please.
Please, affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, the item carries unanimously. 24 in favor.
Thank you. On SC 22.8, recorded vote.
The vote has just started, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you.
We're ending the vote, and I'll ask Councillor Carroll, please, for your vote.
I'm talking to IT. What am I voting on? I'm sorry.
This is item SC 22.8.
Affirmative, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, your vote, please.
In favor, please.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Thank you. Toronto and East York Community Council. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm sorry, I'm just scrolling through to find the item number. I had held item 23.26, which is a planning application at 1521 Queen Street West. I'd just like to make a 30-second remark and then ask for a recorded vote on the item, if I could.
Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. So, in addition to the regular planning advice, when Toronto East York Community Council considered this item, we added a recommendation, which is unusual, and I wanted to draw members' attention to it. It's recommendation 5, which is that City Council condemn the illegal eviction of tenants at 1521 Queen Street West by the BSAR group of companies. Speaker, a developer purchased this property and illegally evicted the tenants. This is one of the lowest income buildings anywhere in the city of Toronto. As a result of those illegal evictions, 3 people have died, 2 by suicide. The landlord-tenant tribunal did find the owner of the building guilty and frankly imposed a penalty of, I think it was $4,000, a mere slap on the wrist. Our system of protecting tenants in the province of Ontario results in these tragedies. And I want the community to know that Toronto City Council recognizes the absolutely abhorrent behavior of this developer and the deep holes and flaws in the landlord-tenant relationship in the province of Ontario. So with that, I'd like a recorded vote.
Thank you. So on the item recorded vote.
All right, we've closed the vote. We have Councillor Bradford, Councillor Layton, and Councillor Carroll. You need to state your vote. So starting with Councillor Bradford, please.
In favor, please.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, please.
In favor, but I did just vote, so I don't know if that makes a difference.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, please.
I'm sorry, I'm still on with IT. Could you tell me what the item is?
This is item TE 23.26.
Oh, affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Thank you. Okay, so if we could clear the screen. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. At the request of staff, I am going to be moving to defer to the April meeting item TE 23.10. That's 126, 132, and 142 John Street, and then goes on to list addresses on Richmond and Widmer as well. So a motion to defer that to the April meeting of council.
Okay, so on T 23.10, Councillor Cressy is deferring until April 7th council meeting. All in favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you.
And Speaker, I do have one more if it's all right.
Okay.
Item TE 23.21, alterations to a designated heritage property. This is the heritage component of the item that we just deferred. So this one will also, I will be moving a motion to defer this to the April meeting of council as well, please.
Okay.
TE 23.21.
Thank you. So T 23.21, Councillor Cressy is moving to defer to the April council meeting. On favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The item is TE 23.25, inclusion on the City of Toronto Heritage Register 55 Elm and 57 to 71 Elm Street. All motion that clerks have just sent back to me, so it should be prepared. And it's to add as a recommendation.
Okay.
City Council requests heritage planning staff to work with the owners of the property on the physical and cultural heritage of the properties in preparation of any future application. So to designate and add.
Okay, so the amendment is on the screen. This is T 23.25. All in favor of the amendment, show of hands. Carried. Item as amended, all in favor. Carried. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Grimes is holding 23.15. I just wanted to advise you that should he release that I would like to hold that. I have a motion to include there, asked by staff to move. And then 23.66 is pay and display parking, Broadview Avenue, Danforth, Coxwell Avenue, and Pape. And there's a motion to fix that. Staff have asked me to move that.
So you're holding T 23.66?
Unless clerks have that motion ready, in which if they do, we can move it.
Yeah, actually, it's
if
on
we
the
do, I can move it.
Yeah, sure.
So that's fine. Yes.
It's on the
It has the
screen.
corrections there.
Yeah, Councillor
this
Fletcher.
is
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Thank you. I'm going to move that because we're just fixing the Broadview Avenue part. And this is in response to Destination Danforth and adding pay and display on north and south streets in order to make up for any parking revenue that was lost with the installation of the cycle track. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so on the amendment by Councillor Fletcher for T 23.66, it's on the screen. On favor, show of hands. Carry.
And you did get my request to hold that 2315 should Councillor Grimes release that when I might not be around. Thank you.
Yes, I did. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, new business. Councillor Fletcher, new business.
Yes, Speaker, it is CC 30.12, Portland's official plan modifications, local planning appeal tribunal appeals. request for direction. I would like to have a recorded vote on that. But before that, I would simply like to say what the LPAT said about that. It's an 800-acre plan. The LPAT said the tribunal is impressed with the efforts of the city and all stakeholders involved to create a vision of the Portlands that's truly remarkable and with the potential to be an outstanding place of global significance. It's an extraordinary city building venture, and the policies found in the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan and the Portlands Official Plan modifications provide a complete and comprehensive basis to guide the development of required infrastructure, establishing new, resilient, and interesting communities, growing employment sectors while maintaining the working port that is so important to the city and the province. A balance is established based on a complete, robust, and comprehensive study of the area that was transparent to all stakeholders and the public. And I would just like to say that for a massive undertaking of work, and thank planning, everyone in planning, in particular Ms. Ritz, and everyone in legal who went to the LPAT. This is just a stunning victory and amazing words by the LPAT regarding this Portlands plan. So I just wanted to share that.
Yeah. Are you asking?
Yes, I'm asking for a recorded.
You're
Yes, I
asking
am
for a
speaking.
recorded
Thank-
vote, Councillor Fletcher?
Yes.
Yes, okay,
Yes, I
recorded
am.
vote.
Yes.
On CC 30.12.
Speaker, we're just closing the vote, but I will ask Councillor Bradford to state his vote, please.
I'm in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Madam Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Thank you. Okay, if we can clear the screen, please. Councillor Cressy.
Yes, Speaker. New business item CC 30.6, 465 to 471 Richmond Street West and 38 Camden Street, request for directions regarding a LPAT hearing. I can move the staff recommendations, which means we are moving the recommendations contained in the confidential report.
Yeah. So CC 30.6, Councillor Cressy is releasing. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Yes, hi, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold CC 30.13. And I just wanted to note to my colleagues that I found out about what happened here only by reading the council agenda. No one from staff alerted me to what transpired. But the reason I'm holding this is to actually seek all of your advice on how to address something that is very unusual but very impactful. So I look forward to discussing this with you.
Sorry, I didn't hear which one it is.
It's on CC 30.13, 206 Russell Hill Road.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Regarding new business, I have two items of interest. CC 30.2, receiving City of Toronto's policies governing the use of libraries and city facilities by individuals, groups promoting intolerance and discrimination. I would like to defer this matter I'd like to defer this matter to the LGBT Advisory Committee that's meeting in June. So if this item could be referred there.
Okay, so the motion is on the screen. That's CC 30.2. Councillor Wong Tam is referring the item. On favor? Show of hands. Carried.
And Madam Speaker, I do have one other item. It's CC point 30.9, 20 to 26 Maitland Street, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and site plan application. I need to hold this item. The city planning and city solicitor is still working on the settlement.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson?
Yes, it's CC 30.11, 40 to 44 Broadway Avenue. Request for directions report. I'd like to hold that, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, that's it. Okay. Recorded vote on the interest that members have indicated earlier. The first one is EY 22.19, Councillor Grimes, so we'll have a recorded vote. Councillor Grimes, if you could just shut off your video.
Councillor Bradford, stand by, but Councillor Layton, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Wong Tam, your vote please electronically. Okay, Councillor Bradford, please, if you'd state your vote.
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, the item carries 23 in favor unanimously.
Thank you. I will now consider request to make items urgent and time specific. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Okay. Members, before we adopt the order paper, we will conduct recorded votes on those items where members have declared an interest. We've done that, correct? Mr. Clerk, we've done that?
Somebody turn their phone off. I didn't get it yet.
Favor of adopting the order paper and all items not held, please raise your hands.
Recorded.
Members, just stand by while we set that vote up. All right, Madam Speaker, the voting panel has just been opened. Councillor Carroll, your vote, please.
Sorry, it didn't come up again. I'll call IT. I'm in the affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, the order paper is adopted unanimously, 24 in favor.
Thank you. So we will now go to the mayor's key item. Which is planning and housing, PH 21.1 modular housing initiative, phase 2 sites. If we have any questions, if you can please put your name on the list, please. Nobody has any questions? Okay, so we'll go to speakers. Mayor Tory.
Madam Speaker, I'm just trying to put my name down.
Okay, who was that? Who tried to put their name on? Okay.
Deputy Mayor.
There we go.
Okay, Councillor Bylaw, you have questions to staff?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Speaker, the 2 sites that we have in front of us under our OP, are they allowed to have residential use?
Through the chair, yes, both sites are designated neighborhoods and residential, including apartment buildings up to 4 stories are permitted.
Okay. And are you now undertaking all the same studies and processes like you do with any planning application through this process?
Through the chair, that is correct.
So
we're undertaking all the studies. Not all studies are submitted yet. We're still awaiting the site plan application on Trenton, but we anticipate that by the end of March, along with the associated studies.
Okay, correct. But even though you are considering the MZO, the public input, the planning usual process is being followed here. This is 2 sites that are residential and that will, a bylaw will be created through community input, through the regular studies that we always follow planning applications, just in a more accelerated way.
Through the chair. Correct? Through the speaker, yes, that's correct, Deputy Mayor. We will be conducting the regular process, although it is an expedited process to advance these matters. And we're conducting the full range of community consultation as we would do through any normal planning process for a rezoning.
Okay. Through you, Madam Chair, can maybe the Housing Secretary just give us a bit more insight on how, or PATO, on how the sites are selected? So we've had 2 come to us, now we have another 2. Can you please let us know what things you look at?
Yes, through the speaker, I can. So there's a number of key criteria, which include the ownership of the land, whether it's owned by the city or one of our agency corporations or boards, the size of the sites. We're looking for sites between 25,000 and 30,000 square feet. Other characteristics include whether they're flat, unencumbered, and paved or grassed and rectangular in shape. We're also looking at the official plan designation, of which, as we've just discussed, that they should be in neighborhoods, apartment neighborhoods or mixed-use areas. That we're looking at the proximity to transit and services, and also environmental information about the sites. And all of those together are looking also as whether we can deliver the site within the timescales that Council has outlined to us. So in these cases that we're looking to get these sites occupied by the end of 2021.
And these are rental units, so there will be tenants with leases, like many rental units already in these communities. Is that the case?
These are residential rental apartment buildings, including they have studio units, The only real difference is that in addition to the people living here being renters and tenants, and so having the same rights and responsibilities as any other renter, there will also be staffing on site 24/7 and wraparound support services to help people live successfully in community.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those were my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, to the Housing Secretariat, and I just wanted, I understand that the first two of our modular housing projects are up and running.
Yes, through the speaker, Councillor, you're correct. Yes, Macy and Overcourt are operational now.
And could you just give us a few highlights of how well they're operating, or some of the wraparound services, and how people are settling into their apartments, please?
Yes, through the speaker, we're getting good reports from our nonprofit operators, so the neighborhood group and Cota Health, about how the tenants are moving into the buildings. Obviously, it's been challenging to kind of operate and stand up those buildings in a time of COVID and a pandemic, but they're doing really well. In terms of the services offered, there's really a broad range of services and supports that are offered and catered, really focused on the needs of the individuals, but it includes things like, you know, supporting them to get access to income assistance, helping tenants open a bank account. There's a food program on site, so helping them access food, either prepared or you know, access to shopping and planning for food preparation. It also includes supporting residents to navigate and access healthcare system, like primary or secondary systems, to deal with maybe undiagnosed or untreated health conditions that they may have had and developed while they were homeless. So a broad range of services. We have a community liaison committee for both of those buildings, and that's going really well. So we're really pleased with how those first two buildings have started out.
Great. I just wanted to hear if it was just smooth sailing. It sounds like it. And the community liaison committees are robust and active in their relationship with the provider, and maybe even with some of the residents.
Yeah, so we've had two meetings now since the building became operational, the first building and Macy, and I think one meeting for Dovercourt since the building opened. But yeah, the lead is being taken by the operators, so the neighborhood group and Cota Health, in running those, you know, and organizing those community liaison and building the necessary dialogue with the community. In terms of participation by the residents, the first few months moving into a new home is you know, a challenging time for many residents, and so I think we're going to work on what that participation looks like over the long term, but certainly supporting residents to be involved in developing dialogue with the local community as appropriate.
Great. Thank you very much for that update.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Housing Secretariat. What's the process to bring a housing provider and support agency onto the site, and what types of services would they be providing?
Through the speaker, thank you, Councillor Bradford. So we will be issuing a request for proposals, so a competitive process where we can look at the criteria we want to measure in terms of a suitable nonprofit operator. So that includes their experience with managing buildings and also the experience with marginalized or vulnerable tenant groups, as well as their engagement approaches to both tenants and also community. So those are going to be key things that we'll be looking to in the request for proposal process that we'll be undertaking very shortly.
Is the operator of the building, i.e. the landlord, because there's leases here for all of the tenants, is that separate from the support services provided, or are they one and the same?
Through the speaker, Councillor, it can be either. So in the first two buildings, we received a proposal from a partnership between the neighbourhood group and Cota Health, where the neighbourhood group take responsibility for the kind of landlord relationship and property management, and then Cota Health take the lead on the support services. But equally, there are non-profits who exist out there who are doing both simultaneously, who are managing property and also providing support services. And so we're open to both types of arrangement. It's really about the skills and experience and competencies of the organizations involved.
What type of, if we look at the first two as examples that are built in on the ground now with tenants there, what type of support services, when we say support services, what does that mean with respect to what those residents would be receiving to help them be successful?
Through the speaker, so the kinds of support services, are broad in range, but are really focused on, the tenant's well-being and health primarily, helping people settle into their new apartment building. And that could be, the support is really tailored to the needs of the individual, but could include things like helping people open a bank account, helping them connect with employment or learning opportunities, assisting them with life skills, like it may be the first time for a while someone's had their own kitchen, for example, so helping people figure out how to shop and use the facilities in the building appropriately. It could be, as I said, connection with primary care and also secondary care in terms of their physical, mental health issues or substance use issues. Many people have had long-term undiagnosed or untreated illnesses. In some cases, it's connection with palliative care, if really those illnesses have gone on too long. So it's really about helping people be comfortable and supporting them in their own journey towards health and well-being.
So in our community meeting Monday night, and thank you for attending and being a part of that, we heard lots of questions around other shelter facilities, which are different than supportive housing, and drew examples of different shelters that we've seen, as part of our emergency response for COVID. And there was a lot of concern voiced from residents. Could you talk about the difference between shelters versus supportive housing? My understanding is it's fundamentally different. We're talking about apartments with leases and supports for folks, but could you walk me through that a little bit?
Yes, through the speaker, Councillor. So there are some key differences, and it's not to say that shelters are not important. They are life-saving spaces in our city, but housing really does provide a different opportunity. So this is a residential rental apartment building. So each unit, each studio unit has its own kitchen and bathroom and front door. So each tenant moving in has privacy and autonomy over their own space. They will sign a tenancy agreement like any other renter, which lays out their rights in terms of the upkeep of their unit and the building, but also their responsibilities to the landlord to pay rent and also to the community in the building that they live. So those are some of the key differences. In addition, there will be support services on site. There is often support in shelter spaces as well, but it really is about maintaining that tenancy and helping people walk towards or take steps on their journey towards health and wellness. And
I want to get one more question in.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Last question here.
Last question.
I understand that we have federal dollars in this project. We have city land. There are timelines associated with that, in an effort to meet the urgency of the crisis that we're facing here. But I'm concerned about the operating dollars for the support services and the programming, which should be coming from the province. Could you talk us through the steps, the negotiations, the conversations that we are having, or maybe our city manager, in order to ensure that we have sustainable, secured funding for the operating side of this project?
Yes, through the speaker, the timelines associated with this project are being driven by the urgency of the crisis that we face. And part of our work at staff level has been to have ongoing and increasingly pointed conversations with our provincial counterparts about the urgent need for support dollars. So these first two buildings which we're operating, we're working really hard to make sure that the support funding will be available by the time they open by the end of the year. And we also have likely acquisitions that we'll be making before that time, where we'll also need to layer on support dollars even ahead of these particular buildings. So we're very focused on that, and it's happening at multiple points in the organization, both at the city manager level and also at the staff level as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Yep, thanks, Speaker. I think my question is for the Housing Secretary, but it may also be a planning one. It's simple. There's a letter among the correspondence for council, and it's from an advocacy group, and I just want to read a quote out of it. It says, "Our volunteers fully support the use of the minister's zoning orders on all city modular housing and Housing Now sites, as they are the only way to avoid many residents' association in the city abusing the process to drag out the approval of new affordable housing for an additional 2 to 3 years on every single proposed site by filing a TLAB appeal." I was hoping to get some clarity. I don't think that's what the report says, and I wondered if staff would agree or disagree with the statement raised by that advocacy group. You are pursuing a minister's zoning order for a different reason, not to take away part of the process, but something else. Could you elaborate on that?
Through the speaker, it's Greg Lintern, Deputy Mayor. The minister's zoning order does not allow an appeal, but other than that, we are following the process that we would otherwise follow, as previously indicated in some of the questions and answers. In other words, an application, the due diligence, consultation, and actually transparency that we want to approach the province about an MZO. So all of those tests, and the issue really is around the urgency, has been alluded to in some of the questions and answers, that this is a very pressing need for the city to house. I think our target is in the order of 1,000 individuals through this program, a multi-part program to deal with our housing crisis and the urgency around the homelessness in the city and the timing of the federal funding. All of that combined and the due diligence that we're undertaking, we believe that using an MZO is an appropriate tool in this instance. Okay, and so in the approval process of the report, it says that, and I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, it says you would have otherwise, it would have otherwise been advanced through a zoning bylaw amendment considered by council or a minor variance application considered by committee of adjustment. So do I understand that you normally would have used those standardized processes, but you are recommending an MZO? That's correct. It would have otherwise had to go to committee of adjustment or rezoning, and in this case, the MZO substitutes for that aspect of the approval process. Okay, so under the conclusion, though, it says, in response to City Council's request to prioritize the review and expedite the approval process for affordable housing, this report recommends the Minister of Municipal Affairs essentially implements the minister's zoning order. Am I correct to understand that it is City Council requested staff to prioritize the review and expedite the approval process? It comes back to the direction from council, because otherwise you would have followed through the standard process. That's correct. Okay, and you mentioned something about timing here as well. So council's given you direction, and I think you said something about funding. Could you just elaborate that a little bit? Abby may wish to add in, but one of the drivers here is the expenditure and the execution of this program by the end of the year. Abby, you may wish to comment on that.
Yes, through the speaker. So it's obviously securing our whole housing plan relies on securing other levels of government funding. So for a total of a $25 billion plan. So obviously when we're able to secure other government's funding, we want to meet the terms of that funding to build confidence that we're able to spend the money in the way that it's intended. But underlying all of that, both ourselves and in this case, the federal government, those timelines are really around responding urgently to the housing and homelessness crisis that we have, and the aim of getting new affordable supportive homes open before the end of 2021 means that many people won't have to spend another winter living outside or in a shelter.
Okay, so the federal funding, and if I can paraphrase here, just like really simply, you have literally months to spend the federal funding between the time that the offer is made to the time that somebody needs to move in. I'm pretty sure months, I mean less than 1 year. So the issue here is the timing. The offer of the federal funding is a very, very short window.
Through the speaker, so we have Rapid Housing Initiative funding, which is partly funding our the homes that we have opening this year, and that has a 12-month window from start to finish. So from the approval from the federal government to the expenditure, it's a 12-month window. And we also have Innovation Fund money from the federal government, which also has very expedited timelines as well. So yes, that's why we're very focused on getting everything open by the end of the year.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion, questions?
Yes, just following up on Councillor Bradford's last question. Sorry. I am not trying to put my fingers into any negotiations with the province that the staff are having or conversations the mayor may be having, but I'm just looking for a guarantee, I guess, that sufficient funding will be available to do these projects properly.
Through the speaker, thank you, Councillor Fillion. So I think we brought a report forward in December to Council, which basically indicated, the 1,200 units of supportive housing that we could open by the end of 2021. And we made it clear that we had only sufficient operating dollars for 150 of those units, and that we were actively securing or actively trying to secure the operational funding. We also indicated that should staff be unable to do that, that we'll be reporting back to Council on a regular basis about our progress. And subject to other motions as well, we'll be making publicly available information about additional support dollars that we've been able to secure. And should we find ourselves in a situation where we have new supportive housing supply that is ready to open, but we do not have the operating dollars, then will we be reporting that back to Council and asking for further direction?
Sure, but what that really doesn't address my concern. I'm looking, I guess, for you to say you'll be reporting back to Council saying we need to do X, Y, or Z because we cannot, we must operate these projects properly for, number one, for the sake of the people who'll be living in them, but also for the, so that assurance is there for the community.
Yes, through the speaker. So yes, Councillor Fillion, it's our Housing First relies on those support dollars to be successful. That is the model we want to use in opening supportive housing. Otherwise, it will not be successful for individuals or communities. So that's our intention. And we would bring forward as staff some options for Council to consider in relation to that new supply should provincial dollars not become available. But we have are very clear that we feel it's appropriate for the provincial government to provide this funding and for us to bring that supply forward.
Yes, thank you. And thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions before I cut it off? Okay, we will now go to speakers. Mayor Tory to speak.
Well, Speaker, thank you. This is a very important discussion today, and it really marks another, bit of progress along the road to finding a better way to do things. I've said many times this, together with, with gun violence, these are the most perplexing and complex issues that we face here, the issue of homelessness generally. But the one thing that I've come to conclude, and a lot of times when we sort of did things the old way, it was in response to people standing up in this very council chamber, or in the chamber when we were there, saying we should do more of the same, which was more shelter beds, just keep adding more shelter beds and adding more shelter beds. And finally, we came to a determination that actually wasn't reached in the council chamber, but it was reached in conjunction with our deputy mayor and our city staff and others to embark on a path that had us doing things differently. These two projects, and the ones that have gone before and the ones that will come after, are at the very center of doing things differently. And instead of looking for a place to provide emergency shelter to people, and with note on the original intent, which was emergency shelter, which in effect became kind of homes, but not really, because we all know a shelter is not a home, and a shelter is not a place in which we can provide the kinds of supports that are going to help people get themselves reestablished and so on. We have embarked on this much more ambitious plan of supporting and actually building supportive housing. We've been helped immeasurably by the fact that the federal government has come forward with this capital funding, and frankly by the fact it has a timeline on it, which helps us, again, like many things during the pandemic, to act at sort of the wartime speed, but still taking lots of time. I was privileged to participate the last 2 nights in a row in the town hall meetings in Councillor Bradford's ward and Councillor Fillion's ward, where we did listen. I took copious notes. I responded on the chat board to people who were expressing different kinds of concerns about this, and I'm very determined, as I know my 2 colleagues are, Councillors Fillion and Bradford, to follow up and to do whatever we can to make these projects the success they can and will be. Because my experience, without exception, and I said this in both of the meetings across the city, has been that while there's initial concern about change, because we all feel that way about our neighborhoods, and when there's a change that takes place, you're concerned about that, you're asking a lot of questions. It is the case that each and every one of these projects in the end has been something that has been successfully blended into the community, has been adopted, I use that expression often, by the community, and that the people have become exactly what we want them to become. The residents of those buildings have become neighbors. And I made the point last night, and this is why I'm so determined to keep moving this forward in terms of getting the funding as well, which I'll address in a moment. But I made the point last night, they, the proposed residents of these buildings, they are us. I've been to enough shelters now, and so have you, colleagues, to have, and I have conversations at every one. I seek them out, and I ask people the question, how did you, what journey did you take to get here? And they will say, well, I started to suffer from depression, and then I lost my job, or I lost my family, or I developed a dependence problem with alcohol, or I just lost my job and I couldn't make ends meet anymore, or I became separated from my family for some reason that we can all understand, and I ended up homeless. That's who these people are. There's an intimation made by those who choose to make it in these discussions that these are people that somehow are, have tendencies to violence or to criminal activity. They're homeless people. They're homeless people. They are us. And I've often described, long before I was mayor, when I was working for the United Way and other organizations, that thin line that separates us in the comfortable circumstances in which we find ourselves from something quite different. And so I want to just say thank you to the other governments. I should tell you that this morning, this very day, there's $95 million in additional relief funding being announced by the provincial government for us, for the City of Toronto, to help us with our shelter and homeless needs. That's, by the way, on top of the $91 million for transit and the $164 million that came in other ways from the provincial government last week. So that's a total now of $350 million, with $394 million to go, but $350 this week from the provincial government. And I will just say on the issue of supportive housing and the funding for that, which was raised quite properly by Councillors Bradford and Fillion, I am absolutely, totally 100% determined. And if you just base it on historical precedent, we will be successful, but I'm determined to get that funding. And I know Councillor Layton in his own way will say my determination and a Presto card will get you a ride on the subway. Well, I feel better about it than that. I think that the moral case, the fact we're trying to do something differently and more effectively here, and the business case for this will mean we get the support that we need. And as referenced, we'll report back to Council if we don't. The fact is that we're going to construct more than 1,000 units of supportive housing this year. And if you look back in the annals of this council, never before has more been done. Never before has a bigger effort been made to switch the model to something that works better. and that is not only more humane, not only more efficient, but is more effective in terms of helping people to have the supports that they need. And so we'll proceed forward, and I will come to as many more meetings with the residents in this and other neighborhoods as I have to, together with my colleagues, to make sure that they understand this is the right way to go. This is the best thing to do. These projects will go forward and become an integral part of these neighborhoods, and something they will be proud to have in their midst, and something that they will be proud to partner with in that neighborly context that we look at things in the City of Toronto. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. And I'd like to, first of all, thank the mayor for his initiative overall on this project, but also for being tremendously involved and supportive at the local level. Like, he was there all evening. We know what kind of a busy day he has, and he was there all evening last night, and I believe the night before that in Councillor Bradford's ward. So that is extremely helpful to have the mayor present at these community consultation meetings, and his words were very similar to what he's just said, and you know, extremely important and kind of you know, calling on people to have their better selves come out in response to this crisis. And on that point, you know, it is really, you know, some very ugly things come out, and the ugliness isn't people with questions or even people with concerns. It's people trying to dehumanize the homeless in order to justify their rejection of doing something for them, that somehow they are less than human and don't deserve this, or you know, are such a terrible threat that you can't allow this. It's you know, that part is like really disturbing, not on a political level, but on a very human level. But what is very uplifting, and certainly what lingers after the meeting, is not the ugliness, but the tremendous compassion that also comes forward when even with a WebEx meeting. You know, it's really remarkable, some of the very compassionate and kind-hearted things that people say, and that certainly happened last night. I just want to say there's one part of this that makes me uneasy, and it's not the project itself at all. The process is not great, and I understand all the reasons why it is what it is, but I think we do need to make some tweaks to it. For example, I think the councillors should be involved in the selection of sites in their ward. Perhaps there may be some of us who'd rather be shielded from that process, but I would very much have wanted to review every possible site in Willowdale and be able to say I was, to the community, I was involved in that, and I completely support it. Fortunately, in my case, and I think it was very fortunate, as soon as I heard the address, I thought, okay, you know, I can do a quick scan of the community and can't think of a better location. Not that it's a perfect location, but I don't think if I had been involved, I could have suggested a better one. You know, so I feel fortunate with that, because I'm able to say that to the community. If I had not thought that and been kind of surprised by the location, I'm not sure what I would have done with this, you know. So just think that there's some tweaks like that that we need to do, because you do feel kind of uncomfortable in front of your community. Not defending the project, but defending the process. So I think we can do a bit better with that. But to end on a positive note, I want to say that everybody has just been extremely supportive, the mayor and other colleagues, but the staff have just been remarkable in the amount of time and energy and intelligence they have put into this. And the consultant is great. And I'm not one who's usually too fond of consultants, especially with community consultation. I prefer to do it all myself, but they have been really outstanding. And so you really do feel a lot of support with this. So just want to thank everyone for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have a motion that's been advanced circulated, if we can put that up there. The motion does two things. First, it asks for further detail and analysis on-street parking around the site, and for those materials to be made publicly available. The second is, as a term of reference for the Community Liaison Committee being put together, it asks for this to include a role for its members to provide input on the selection of the eventual housing and supportive providers. These are areas that I've been hearing consistently about from the day this project was announced. And we all want this to be successful. And these considerations, we need to have them up front at this beginning stage. So this really comes from feedback in the meeting that we had Monday night. You've heard a little bit about that. Overall, I think that we had a really positive discussion. That's not to suggest that, everybody has bought in to either the process or the outcome. But I think it was important for us to get that meeting on the agenda and have folks come out. And I too want to personally thank Mayor Tory for taking such an active role in the conversation. It was actually quite remarkable. He was there for 2.5 hours. He provided very thoughtful comments acknowledging the challenges of doing these sorts of projects and the timelines, but also dispelling a lot of the fear. Not tolerating any of the hate or the stigmatization of these residents. And he was actually in the comment sections in the chats, engaging with residents and answering questions. And I wasn't expecting that. It was remarkable and it was impressive. 2.5 hours. I also want to acknowledge our Deputy Mayor, Anna Bilau, who has shown tremendous leadership on the housing file for many years here at City Hall, who was on the line with us as well, and Councillor Layton, who was also there in support, and very grateful for them being on the line with us. With respect to Beaches East York in this project, we had all of the elected representatives, our MP, our MPP, our 2 school board trustees on the line, standing shoulder to shoulder on this. And I think that speaks to a understanding universally about the importance of addressing our housing crisis, and that this is the real work it takes in order to do that. We often come to council and we make declarations and we get on Twitter, we put tweets out there, but this is the real work. This is how you actually do it. And, by the way, it's hard. So coming together to listen, to respond to the concerns that people are bringing forward, to provide them the information, to the questions that they're asking, especially on such an accelerated timeline, I think that's really important. And, I think in the long term, as this project rolls out, by doing that work, not by being dismissive, but by listening, by fact-finding, by answering those questions, we're going to build more support. We're going to create more buy-in. And I know that East York is going to step up in the way that I know the community too, and many of you do as well. Since this was first tabled at Planning and Housing, I've been on the site. I have walked those streets adjacent. I've been to those doors. I've been in the park, and I've been hearing firsthand from residents. The additional meeting that we had on Monday was really to recognize that we need to get out to folks sooner. And the process has been challenging. The way that these roll out across the city, and there's more to come, I think that we need to work to refine that. I think we need to have the sites on site. I think we need to make sure that the notices are in the mailbox. And I think we need to provide the information to folks up front, because when you have an information gap, there's a lot of misinformation. People fill that void. And then you find yourself on the back foot, dispelling misinformation, trying to make sure that you get actual facts on the table for folks. And I don't think that that helps the process. So there's an opportunity as we build, whether it's 6 or 7 or 8 more of these this year, to do a better job on that. And there's certainly been lessons learned here. I'm just going to close by saying anyone who's concerned about being heard, we are hearing you. We are listening. We are in the Facebook groups. We see everything online, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And there is some real hate and vitriol out there, and that is not something that I'm going to tolerate. It's exceptional, though. By and large, folks have questions. They have concerns. We are going to come together to resolve those. We're going to roll up our sleeves and make sure that this project is successful, but we're not going to stigmatize the residents. And it's really important that we rise to meet this occasion, that we get it right, that we listen to feedback in the community, we
5
address
seconds.
those concerns, but we work together to make sure that this project is successful. So this is moving forward, and we're all here to do that work together. And it's going to be a successful project, even if the next few months are a bit of a bumpy ride. So that's it from me. Appreciate your support on the motions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford to speak.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to speak today to Council and to everybody, primarily because I think, as everyone knows, the first area in the city at 11 Macy who had for our modular home coming in. So I've recognized, that this is an incredibly novel approach to the lack of affordable and supportive housing in the city. But I've learned a lot through the process, and my community has learned a lot through the process. And the advice that I have given, actually some of my colleagues who have contacted me about how did things go, how did you manage the process, and along with staff. So I just wanted to offer some advice to others who will be, and community members who will be going through this process or are going through this process. Number one, the dialogue with the community is absolutely key. That's not a surprise to any of us in our jobs we do, but I think when we're looking at the modular housing and the importance of what this says to people in the city, I think we really have to not only spend more time, but really look at the importance of a dialogue with the community, and we're starting to see that come out. I know in my community, again, being the first modular housing initiative, a lot of people, there were a lot of unknowns. They didn't know what was really happening. Our initial community meetings, very concerning like everyone's else. They were very negative because they didn't know what was happening. But through the process, and I have to give staff, a round of applause in the work that they did, working individually with community members. And through that, getting support, answering all the questions, recognizing the importance of the sort of supportive work that we have to do as a city. And what ended up happening over a period of time, it was a quick period of time because of this had to happen fairly quickly, and of course during the pandemic. These same individuals slowly started to turn around, and we developed a liaison community, so much so that when we were beginning to welcome some of the new tenants into the building, those same individuals who had the concerns prior were in fact the ones we're looking at. How can we welcome these tenants? How can we welcome these neighbors? And in fact, they all got together and they went out and bought plants for the individuals who were coming in the house. So that suggests, going through a process, being open with the community members, and really having a proper dialogue is really important. And it worked. I would be remiss to say that I'm proud to say that I have the first modular housing project in Toronto, as does my community. We hold that in pride, or with pride, that it's actually there. But I do wanted to mention a few things. When we're talking about the process, and I know Councillor Filion mentioned that, we need to look at the process. We need to sort of address and move forward how we make this better each and every time. 2 areas I want to bring up. It's recognized that sites are selected for city properties. It's a key to consider the neighborhoods and the location of these projects in light of the residents who are moving in. I recognize that the city have to look at a number of different variables, but I think we need to look at the supports that are really needed there for those tenants is critical. And I think staff have been doing a good job at that. The other has to do really when you're looking at particular communities. So in my ward and in Scarborough, there's a real need for supportive housing. And in fact, in that local area, there's a real need for supportive housing. In fact, there's a lot of homeless issues in the park and in the local area. And I think what we need to be doing as we're going through the RFP process is to look at, and I express that concern with staff, is can we really through the process, look at how do we address those local concerns for local individuals, recognizing that there are challenges all across the city, but is there a way to look at the local concern? And I think that was a big part of what my community brought up is can we, great, we're going to we're going to support this development coming in, but can we look at the local component? And I don't know if the process actually took into consideration as much as I would have liked, or maybe my community liked, in looking at the local aspect of that. So I think that would be something I would hope that as we move forward, staff, and when you go through the RFP process and looking at the providers, that may be a consideration. But by and large, it was a very positive experience in my ward. And I'm absolutely supportive of this moving forward and doing as many of them across the city. So, and again, I want to thank the mayor. I want to thank Deputy Mayor Bailao, who and all the staff and the leadership they have put into this, because I think this initiative, as we move forward, and whether it's hundreds or thousands, I think in years to come will show that it was the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't intending to speak on this. My position on where and when to use a minister's zoning order is clear. I've talked about this before, and I'm just going to ask for a separated vote, and I'll deal with item number 1, and I will vote against it. But there's a piece of correspondence in this file that I was reading, and I have to talk about it. It was filed by a community group on this matter, and I quoted it when I asked the questions, but to paraphrase, it asserts that residents associations are abusing the process to drag out approval of these, and that the minister's zoning order is the only way to address that. Residents associations in my area are integral to the work that I do. I can't think of a way to be successful on shepherding a development file through the process without working with residents associations. Any assertion that they are less legitimate or don't have a reason to speak up or bring information to the process is wrong. An assertion that they're just there to delay things is wrong. And I need to call that out because I don't want that idea to be out there. Regardless of how I feel about this process over the minister's zoning order, I can't allow an assertion to be out there that people's ability to be involved is being taken away. And I needed to call that out. I don't have a problem with the advocacy group. They provide very excellent and interesting information. I don't necessarily always agree with it. But this statement here got me very upset when I read the statement in the letter, and I had to speak about it at council. I think most of my colleagues would agree as well with my own sentiments that this isn't representative of the process before us right now. There's no move to take away or reduce the importance of residents associations and what they have to say. And in fact, this is my chance just to thank them because they are so critical to the work that we do as councillors. And thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me a couple of minutes to say that, but I had to bring it out there, and I will just ask that item number 1 be separated in the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Since the mayor called me out in his remarks, I thought I better set the record straight here and just mention that he may expect dismissive or cynical comments from me on his efforts to convince the provincial government to fund supportive housing, and that couldn't be further from the truth. I wish the mayor very well, and I think he has shown a great success in his conversations with the federal and provincial government, particularly the federal governments to this point. We're waiting on the announcement for this from the provincial government, and I'm quite confident that his efforts and those from our staff and others will result in the funding for this supportive housing. The one place where though I'll diverge from his remarks is that this wasn't invented earlier this year. I think that's what was missing from that was the notion that this has been at the floor of council, this notion of investing in supportive housing to get people out of poverty. decade after decade. This isn't anything new that was invented by this council or this mayor, this notion of supportive housing. I'll take us back first, over 10 years ago, to the original Housing Opportunities Report that mentioned that supportive housing as being core to this. This was the report from 2010 to 2020. I actually found it on Councillor Burke's old website. It was listed in there. It was advocates across the country that have been demanding this at government. And it's high time that we started listening, and I'm glad we have started listening. All the way from the federal government funding many of these projects to the municipal government coming through with finding land and expediting the process to site these facilities. And then finally, the missing piece that hopefully is on the way is this notion of the provincial supports. The Housing Opportunities Report, the original one. Then just in 2019, a motion from Councillor Cressy and Councillor Wong-Tam demanding the same thing, that federal investment, that provincial money, and that municipal willingness. The Wellesley Institute was writing about this as being one of their main focuses since 2006. So this isn't anything new, and it's high time that governments started listening. And I'm quite proud that this government and this mayor and our deputy mayor have taken this as a major focal in implementing our housing plan. But again, let's not take it as it's only us calling for it. It's decades of activism. Far before many of us were elected, I say many of us because there's a couple people that were involved in that 2010 to 2020 report. There was decades of work done to get us to this point. It's important to acknowledge that. And we have kept on those other levels of government, and it's starting to come through, and that's good. And we're getting the option to start switching gears from just emergency shelters to building people up and giving them real homes. Thank you very much. Oh, and I'm going to echo this too. I joined that call for a very brief period. I'm sorry I couldn't join more. I had a previous call and then bedtime for the kids, but I did join into some of that call and saw the mayor's remarks and challenging people in the chat on having a more caring and open mind to the project, and I will commend him for that. I know that Councillor Bailao was there too, but for those, for Councillor Crawford, for Councillor Bailao, Councillor Bradford, and Councillor Fillion, who are really bringing that message home to their communities, I can commend them for that and thank them for showing their leadership.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I won't take too long. Just note that I've been in many battles in my ward and across the city in my time around the introduction of housing, of supportive housing, of shelters, and of housing now, redevelopments with Toronto Community Housing. And I think we have a continuum. I'm glad that Councillor Layton referenced the HOT. It was the first time there was that type of document, and we've refreshed that again. So to actually have a housing plan in the new amalgamated city is a very exciting thing. I do want to say that I believe that our mayor has just dug in on this one in a way that makes housing successful. It's comprehensive, and I want to thank him for that. And I want to say that the mayor's involvement depoliticizes the housing. And I've been in so many housing battles. And for a simple councillor to be out in front means that your opponents now jump on that, neighbors jump on that and say, okay, this is a way to get at X councillor or Y councillor. The fact that the mayor is a leader, a key leader on all of the housing initiatives, depoliticizes that for all of us, makes it possible to have a really important, open, honest conversation. Will there be little mistakes as far as getting everything up and running or some of the consultation? Yes, there will be. But what's really fundamental is that the model, the package that we have is very clear. We are moving on all fronts on a critical issue of housing. whether it's housing now and using our lands to build affordable and rental rather than simply selling the lands, which had happened previously, whether it is for making sure that in Toronto community housing redevelopments, we're introducing affordable housing, which hasn't happened before this term. Recognizing that supportive housing is so important in our goal not to have everybody sleeping outside or sleeping in shelters for their foreseeable future and dying on the streets. I don't think we would be in this situation if it wasn't for, I'm just going to say, the broad shoulders and the wingspan of our mayor, who's made this a key part of his tenure as mayor. So I just wanted to thank him for that. We don't always agree on everything, but we are joined at the hip on making sure that we have a successful housing plan. And I appreciate that very much. I think the model that we're coming to, I remember a number of years ago when Deputy Mayor Bylaw and myself established a working group, because the way it used to be is that every one of these shelters, every housing came directly to committee. It would be a war, some people wanting it, majority of people thinking we could stop it. A number of things were changed working through Deputy City Manager Juliana Carbone that meant we have a streamlined process. We're not zoning people, but we were zoning people back at that point. And I think that that robust community consultation model, we need to learn from where it's been successful and where it doesn't work, what methods haven't worked so well and what methods work really well to support those who will be coming to the neighborhood, to support the counselor who, no doubt about it, is doing something that is difficult because many people don't understand and don't want to have change in their neighborhood. Change is always very hard. And then again, the leadership of the mayor. So this is a pretty big moment, as all of our moments are, including the next item, which will be building affordable housing with partners. So this is a term of council where it's all about housing and doing it well, doing it right, with all the bumps and difficulties. I want to thank the councillors who are doing this time. Councillor Phil Leon has had an easier time. Councillor Bradford has a few hills that he's climbing. I mentioned at committee that there was difficulty when the first shelter went in. It was called
5 seconds.
Oh, anyway, East York rose to the occasion and accepted that, just as will happen with you, Councillor Bradford. And I won't be there with you in any way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bylaw to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too want to start by thanking the mayor. I think that the leadership, the support that is shown on this file, but in particularly since the pandemic started, on how to move the housing agenda even faster and to have a focused approach around it, has been incredible. I think my colleagues have spoken, the hands-on approach that he took on these modular housing projects, but also the challenge that he put to everybody, to staff and to us when the pandemic started, on really housing people a lot quicker, because this is what it's all about. So thank you, Mayor, for your leadership on this file. It has been incredible to see you out there and to stand up for your values and beliefs and doing the right thing. I also want to thank staff, because there's an incredible amount of work that is going on in the housing file. I mean, we have 17 housing now sites under development through rezonings and putting it out there. There's more sites, as we've seen with some members' motions that we're bringing forward in part of the Green P. There's the modular housing, there's open door projects, there's projects like the one we just approved today, the Palace Arms, which local councils work with housing staff and planning staff to create these units. There's an incredible amount of work. And as Councillor Fillion and Councillor Bradford explained, there's a lot of work that goes into these projects. Staff are hands-on in there with them in the community. So to various departments that are involved in all these projects, my gratitude as well. To the local councillors, Billion, I know exactly what you're going through. I was actually texting Councillor Bradford and giving him the almost a minute by minute on what was going to happen and some of the questions and concerns, because they're very similar to the ones that we have in our community. And I think that's where we as a city, and actually as a civil society, I think need to do a better job of even explaining what supportive housing is all about. I mean, we have thousands of units of supportive housing in our city that are well integrated into our communities, that are operated by amazing nonprofit organizations that have done work for decades, that, as Councillor Layton was saying, have advocated for supportive housing. They're doing the work. They're delivering supportive housing in our communities. What is innovative in here, yes, there's the construction model of the modular housing, but these projects exist out there and they need to exist even more. Our housing plan committed to build 18,000 units. And do we have a choice? I think, yes, we do have a choice. I think the choice in front of us is, do we continue and accept to have residents living on our streets and in our parks? Do we continue to invest in hundreds and hundreds of beds like we had been doing the last few years of shelters? Or do we actually focus our attention in supportive housing, which is the most humane, the healthier, the most fiscally responsible way of actually dealing with this issue? And I think this council took the decision of focusing and tried to focus our partners as well to build the supportive housing, to integrate people into our communities, to have our neighbors having a roof and the support that they need to succeed. So that's what these projects are all about. These projects are coming to lands that are zoned neighborhoods. They're rental projects that are putting a roof with the supports that people need to ensure housing success and life success. And so for that, once again, I really want to thank the local council, because I know these conversations are not easy. I think that there's always space for us to improve different things. I think Councillor Fillion had a good suggestion for us to involve local councillors. I think I'm going to challenge the housing secretary to put a call out to councillors, because we're going to need more lands like this. And if there's councillors out there that believe that there's a specific piece of land that we should be looking at, I think it is important that we get that information from councillors as well. And I think that dialogue should happen. So I'm looking forward to having staff contacting councillors to see if they have any specific suggestion or recommendation, because we do need these services in our city. We do need to create more supportive housing. And last but not least, in the last 5 seconds, I think the mayor has been doing a really important job of calling the province to come to the table on the support services. And I think we continue to talk with our MPPs and also join on that call, because it is crucial that they have health supports that are needed as part of supportive housing. And that needs to continue to come from the province, as it comes for thousands of units across the city.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll vote. There's been a request to vote on recommendation 1 and 2 separately. Oh, Councillor Bradford's motion first, amendment. On favor?
Could I please have a recorded vote on this, please?
Sure, recorded vote.
Councillor Robinson, I see your camera on. Are you close by and are you present? Speaker, I'm going to form the opinion Councillor Robinson is absent. Therefore, Councillor Carroll, could you state your vote verbally, please?
Yep, I'm in the affirmative. I think I'm going to move downtown because every time you open the recorded vote, my portal shuts.
Madam Speaker, the amendment carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Thank you. So on the part one of the recommendation, recorded vote.
Just stand by for us to open the vote. Voting panel is now open. Councillor Carroll, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Thank you, Speaker. Part one of the item as amended carries. The vote is 21 to 1.
Thank you. So on part two, all in favor? Okay. And balance of the item as amended, all in favor? Carried.
Vote.
Pardon?
Recorded
vote. Recorded vote.
Stand by, members. Voting panel is now open.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, is it possible to see the balance of the item highlighted on the screen?
Speaker, we're voting on the balance of the item as amended, so it's...
Yes, the balance of the item as amended.
Part two of the motion.
So we have...
Part two of the item along with Councillor Bradford's motion, which was previously adopted.
Thank you very much for the clarity.
Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak, are you present and voting? No. Councillor Carroll, your vote, please.
Very much in favor.
Thank you, Speaker. The item is amended, or the balance of the item is amended, carries unanimously 21 in favor.
Okay, thank you. So we will now go to the second mayor's key item, which is PH 21.5 partnership with United Property Resource Corporation to create 500 new affordable rental homes. Do we have questions? If you can please put your name on the list.
Just stand by, members. We're just opening the list. list is now open, Madam Speaker.
Okay, the list is now open. Are there any questions? We're on PH 21.5. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, I wanted to understand what the process for selecting the 7 sites. Number 1, is there options for more sites? And are we, that's my first question.
Through the speaker, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. So the staff team in the Housing Secretariat are working closely with the United Church. They have a number of sites that are under consideration, but there's much more due diligence to be done before we can really prioritize which sites to move forward. Once they have an idea about which sites they want to move forward on, then we'll be engaging with our planning colleagues to get feedback from planning about the developability of each of the sites. So the United Church is still in a due diligence phase right now, pulling together all of the information they need to prioritize and bring forward those 7 sites, and potentially through that process there may be other sites that they identify as well.
I guess one of the things that we just had a couple of interventions about in the last item was Councillor Filion saying that it would be great to have a conversation with the local councillors, and also backed up by the deputy mayor, that there may be on the ground knowledge about locations that might be very helpful and might make it easier for, particularly for the startup. You don't know how difficult it may or may not be. And I don't think that happened, did it? Looking at for thinking about going to local councillors and asking if they have any sites that they might like to include for review.
Through the speaker, in relation to the previous item, we did not explicitly ask councillors to identify sites. We went through a process to review city sites that we're aware of. In relation to this item, we're really working with the United Church, getting them to identify the sites that they're interested in developing. But I think the point that how important it is to engage the local councillor is really an important one.
Since developing housing is not what they do, it's not their core business, looking ahead at some of the options, I think just asking for sites which may or may not be easy to develop, or at least including councillors in some of that, would be advantageous. And I know it's their sites, but there may be things people know about sites or that make it easy or make it hard. The other question is around heritage issues, what we're doing around heritage. On these potential heritage issues that would find them their way into these sites.
Through the speaker, thank you, councillor. So because we're still at such an early stage of reviewing the sites, we will be bringing forward any kind of heritage questions or issues through our planning colleagues at the appropriate time. But I don't know, Greg, if you wanted to add something to that.
Thank you. Through the speaker, I would only add that I see this as very similar to the open door process, where we do a due diligence exercise with the United Church, and I think I take your point, Councillor Fletcher, including a conversation with local councillors, and look at all of the factors that we would examine in a potential development concept on a site, including a review of any heritage buildings, the context, right down the line, the traffic and transportation considerations and all the normal considerations that we would look at in a pre-application kind of way, which is what we do with Open Door in order to assess its viability as a candidate. And I think I would foresee that kind of similar a similar process with this undertaking.
I think we're missing that once you decide on the sites, you're going to speak with the councillors. But I think a lot of councillors have a lot of churches, and starting to raise what they are they viable, what could replace them, how to maintain a church presence and also have an addition of a social use so they're not sold. I'm not sure that we have that full menu in front of us. We just have this particular piece. So
That was your last question.
I'd like to comment.
Through the speaker, yes, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. This is very specific to the United Church, and yes, there are many other churches across the City of Toronto who may be interested in taking a similar approach, and we would welcome the opportunity to, engage with councillors if there are specific churches that they have identified as potential good options for redevelopment, and we're certainly keen to engage with, as we have done with the United Church, but other landowners as well, and being proactive with councillors will be an important part of that.
Thank you. I have a question, actually. It's similar to Councillor Fletcher's. So as far as the local councillor being notified, do you not think that the local councillor should be notified before they submitted an application so we're aware of the sites? And even with the open door, there's applicants have applied and the local councillor is not even notified. So
thank you.
I think we should be notified before a site is chosen or even before the funding is granted.
Thank you, Speaker. So we certainly will be encouraging any applicants who are interested in developing affordable housing to notify local councillors as soon as possible in that process. And I'm aware, and we have discussed at least one site where that didn't happen to your satisfaction. And so it's very much part of the success of a project that there is early and active engagement and discussion with the local councillor about development of sites.
Yeah, because as you know, there was an application in my ward and I wasn't notified at all. And there's no planning application. So, I mean, I think it's really important, and Councillor Fillion mentioned it as well when he spoke on the previous item, that the councillors have to be involved at the beginning so we're aware and not surprised, because we have to deal with our residents. Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. My question perhaps is for Greg Lintern. It's a sort of more of a nuanced question in the midst of the right sizing of the church lands. This question is in the context of the presumption that we're going to be congregating again in person not too long from now. Churches, along with other places of worship, and school gymnasiums and others, historically have been places where there are, Girl Guide meetings and resident association town halls and community meetings and all sorts of purposes where communities come together, gather, and they're the town squares, and so to speak. Some of these church redevelopments are going to retain the sanctuaries and then just right size the rest of the property. In other cases, and we've seen this historically, the sanctuaries have been redeveloped as well into housing. Has planning been putting any thought to, as we build communities, how are we going to retain, in one way or another, whether it be the church or something else, but how are we going to retain places for organized groups to come together to do the kind of things that I mentioned and others?
Through the speaker, I think Councillor Matlow, you point out a really important consideration. We have had a number of church redevelopments where, as you point out, the sanctuary is no longer part of the land use going forward. I would think that a lot rests, of course, with the church organization that you're dealing with. Some of them quote unquote cease operations, or they're not in that part of the business anymore.
Sure.
Others, though, are quite interested, and I know some very early conversations we've had with United Church on other properties. I don't know if they're part of the 7 or not, but they're very interested in maintaining a sanctuary facility, if you will, both for religious purposes, but also for the community purposes that you spoke about. And I think that's something that planning would be very interested in seeing, and working again with local groups, local councillors, to see what opportunities arise to maintain, that community value that has historically come with these facilities. Again, our ability to require it may be a bit trickier, but certainly to strongly encourage it where it's possible, and to bring partnerships together to actually make it work financially and functionally would be something that we'd be very interested in pursuing as much as we can.
Given that you clearly agree with the premise of the questions that I asked you, would you accept it? I don't need to move a motion, given that you clearly are agree with me. Would you simply just take it? Would you accept it as an undertaking to, while you work on these related projects, that you consider the community gathering space prism as how you look at this, and try to, and as you said, encourage retaining those spaces, and I'll just submit something for your consideration, and if not there, then pivot to nearby development proposals, other opportunities to replace those spaces, if you just know it's inevitable that you're going to lose it there. But you would agree that those spaces are important to the community.
Absolutely, and I would definitely undertake to advance that interest where we could, for sure.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Through you to staff, can you help me to understand, the report really speaks to that the MOU seeks to create up to 500 affordable rental units. Doesn't say 500, it says up to, so it could be an amount that's less. I'm just curious as to the NPV with respect to the commitment that is being asked of us today, which is to commit $27.523 million. How do we rationalize that going forward? Firstly, in that over a 5 to 7 year period, I imagine that the valuation and the time value of money will change. Will we be required to provide additional fundings going forward based on the NPV to be realized?
Through the Speaker, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So the way that it works is that we will have to bring back to Council, site-specific reports as part of the incentive program, because we're not able to en bloc provide property tax waivers. So as we do that, if there are any changes, and at that point we'll have much more information about the site development and know the exact number of units. So we'll be able to kind of update Council about the precise amount of incentives that will be required when we come back to you making those property tax waiver requests.
So how is it possible then that we can come up with a value of $27,523,000?
So that's based on using our kind of November 2020 rates.
Okay.
And so we're kind of making the estimate today to make sure Council has a sense of the value of that incentive if you approve this report. But like I said, there will have to be more information provided as those sites get developed out and the number of units get solidified on each of the sites. We could see some changes in the incentive package necessary.
So would it be safe to assume then that this value of 27 million will change going forward? There's a potential possibility of that not being the full quantum of the investment that we would make as part of the open door and affordable incentive creation that's created to create these up to 500 affordable units.
Yeah, that's correct through the Speaker. So this is our current estimate of what it would take, and that may change as we learn more about each of the individual sites and that information.
So why do we have to commit today to the exact amount of funds
since this MOU could be that at some point in the future, to determine what that contribution is, why would we not wait as opposed to wanting to make this commitment now? I mean, why is it necessary for us to make this commitment in terms of the actual funding, when in actual fact, as far as I'm concerned, we don't really know what that number is going to be?
Through the speaker, so this is an interesting, exciting partnership with the United Church to embark on a kind of 7-site redevelopment. I think we wanted to ensure that they had a strong signal from staff and council that to their board and their new real estate corporation that we're supportive of this approach, and that we are a key partner in the success of delivery of those 7 sites. So the indication of the financial value make sure that we enter that partnership eyes wide open about the potential amount of funding that would be required.
Fair enough, but with that being said, though, you still don't know what or where those particular 7 sites will be, or whether or not, in fact, there will be 7 sites.
Through the speaker, yeah, that's correct. Currently, what we know now is that it's around around 7 sites and 500 units, but there is a lot of work still to be done. This is really just giving us this sense of scale of the opportunity here.
All right, and just my final question to you. So with respect to, obviously, modular homes housing that we discussed earlier, who will decide on the either the partnership or the agency that will monitor or will actually run the operation? Will this be the church and that company that's being created, or will we have more of a say in terms of how that works? And will they be the ones that select the occupants of these units, or do we have a say in that?
That was your last question.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Through the speaker, these sites are owned by the United Church, and we'll work with them on what the outcomes would look like once the sites have been redeveloped, which portions of those sites, maybe all of them, that they will retain ownership. I think on the balance of the scale of our investment, we'll be wanting to work with them to make sure that the access to those sites for affordable rental housing is open and transparent, and we would like them to work with us on an access plan, but we have more of those discussions to have with them. But we certainly understand that on the back of the scale of this investment that we want, and I think they understand that we want collectively to make sure that these new affordable homes are of benefit to many, many residents in our city.
Thank you. Councillor Bylaw questions.
Thank you. So the United Property Resource Corporation was a corporation created by the United Church and supported by CMHC through the National Housing Strategy, correct?
That's correct, through the speaker.
And the role of this corporation is to bring the resources and capacity to develop the affordable housing, in addition to what United Church offers today, all the services that they have today, correct?
Through the speaker, yes, that's correct. The corporation, the setting up of the corporation is an exciting move to ensure that the United Church is able to develop these sites with the kind of expertise that's necessary to bring to land development and affordable housing development.
Was this also part of, are you bringing this MOU because as part of our housing plan, there's an action item to actually try to have nonprofits using their land? We call on other orders of government to use their land. Is that why you're having this MOU in front of us?
Through the speaker, so this is a very exciting initiative that we've come to with the United Church, but yeah, it represents something that we would like to see replicated, and it is necessary to have landowners in the community, nonprofits and other organizations see themselves as potentially part of the solution to affordable housing in the city. And yes, it's very much a link to actions in our Housing TO action plan.
So one of the things when you're putting together the affordable housing, obviously, is the financials, the pro forma. By us signaling that we're giving this financing, are you kind of securing that step, making United Church and United Property Resource Corporation understand that the city is going to come in the same way that CMHC came in as well?
Through the speaker, so our signal of the fact that we're prepared to support this partnership through the investment of, open door incentives really sets the stage for them to go out and secure other funding as well. And through that, we'll be able to potentially increase the number of affordable homes and the level of affordability that we're able to require. So this is a strong signal that we're a big partner in this with them, and we want to support them to secure other funding as well.
And then every site is going to come through a regular planning process, obviously, and we'll have the final financials and units and number on a case-by-case basis. It will come through council, correct?
Through the speaker, yes, it will come through the regular planning approvals process. And yes, we will have to bring back reports to council which deal with any property tax waiver that may be requested at the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for the questions. So we'll clear the screen for speakers. Mayor Tory to speak.
Speaker, thank you very much. I just want to use my time, and I won't use it all, to just say how important I think this initiative is. And it's not absolutely the first. In fact, I wanted to make the argument that it's going back to the future. If you go back and look in time, back in the 70s and 80s, one of the most successful partnerships, I believe, that happened in multiple ways at that time was as between religious and community, and in some cases, sort of cultural organizations, communities, the Greek community, the Polish community, other communities, that Finnish community, I think, is another one, that formed partnerships to provide some kind of housing, whether it was mainly, I think, in those days for seniors. And they often did it in cooperation with CMHC. In fact, what made those programs work back in the day was the availability of CMHC financing. But if you go to those buildings today, and I'm sure many of us have been to them because it just ends up on your travels, they are, spectacularly well-kept buildings, in some cases now, 40 or 50 years old. But they represent, again, something that I used the word earlier on this morning in talking about the pandemic. They represent a partnership. And they represent a partnership that seems to work well because it isn't just government. And I'm not one of those who's against the government being involved. In fact, all of what we've talked about this morning is ways in which government can incent and encourage and make happen things, like this in the context of affordable or supportive or other kinds of housing or many other things. But I think that we can expand our efforts beyond government through these partnerships. And I think we all know that a lot of the places of worship, it's an interesting kind of story that I guess we could tell about Toronto, and that people do tell, where you have some of the churches that have been the ones that have been more long established, that have excess properties, if I can call it that, and you have other places of worship that are seeking properties, and we all know about that in the context of some of the challenges that we face, and some great stories. There's a wonderful church that Councillor Deputy Mayor Thompson and others will know it maybe in his ward out there, that was at one time a United Church, I believe, and is now a Hindu temple. It's just, to me, it's one of those great stories about Toronto that I'm not sure has happened in any other places in the world. But, and so that will happen. They will convert their uses. But I think this idea that the United Church, and they very much sort of came forward. We had a meeting with faith leaders, Deputy Mayor Bilo and myself and others a while ago, and said, we need your help. And in the case of the United Church, they probably moved the fastest to actually set up this body, which we're now going to have a memorandum of understanding with, to take some of their properties and sites and use some of our encouragement and incentive, we've talked about that this morning, to build affordable housing. And I think it's a great partnership. I think they will take a keen interest in these projects, and will end up in some cases sort of, I'll call it operating them, or being people like a sort of a cooperative body that helps to make these things work properly. And I just think it's all for the good. And so I guess if I wanted to just have one concluding, but the most important thought that I might express today, it is that we need more organizations, not confined to churches and religious groups and faith groups, but also including other nonprofit groups that might not have thought of themselves as being a group that could be in the housing business, as it were. Everybody should be and could be and can be in the housing business. Everybody's interests are served by us increasing as fast as we can the supply of affordable housing. And it isn't just about government, never has been. We need those groups to come forward with their ideas, with some of their land opportunities, with their own bodies they might set up to facilitate and partner with us to move the affordable housing agenda forward. Because as somebody said earlier this morning, there is no item probably that is more important. Yes, we've got to get the pandemic behind us. We've got to see a strong economic recovery. But that strong economic recovery will depend in part on the supply of affordable housing so that we can afford to have people living in the city and all the different kinds of jobs that are going to come back. We can't afford to have, and we don't want to have a city that excludes some people from the get-go because they can't afford to live here. So I just want to commend the United Church for being proactive in this. I want to commend the city staff and the deputy mayor and others for moving this forward to the point where we're here today saying yes. And I want to say that we need many more people to come forward, including, by the way, and I know some won't agree with this part, from the pure private sector to say they want to be involved in affordable housing. It is in their own best interest to do so. And we know that the private sector acts in its own best interest. That's why it's the private sector. And there are people who have big issue with that. But having said that, if they can help us with affordable housing, that will be a feather in their cap. And it'll be something that will do them good as well as enterprises that are active in our city. So thank you, Speaker, and I commend people to support this initiative, which I think will be the case.
Thank you. Okay, members, before we recess for lunch, as I mentioned earlier this morning, that there were 2 items that Councillor Prutza has indicated to us that he wanted to withdraw. Being that he's not here, I'm going to move the 2 items. DM 30.4 on business licensing, I'll move receipt. On favor?
Sorry,
Carried.
is he not coming here?
I have no idea.
Is there,
Madam
is there a
Speaker, it's
reason
Councillor
why
Grimes.
you
I tried
have,
calling
I'll
him, I
hold
didn't get an
those.
answer,
I'll
but
hold them both. I'm sorry, I'll hold them both till he gets here.
Well, he hasn't connected.
I'm sorry, I'm holding them
All right.
on his behalf while we sort it out. Thank you.
Okay, he did send us an email that he was going to withdraw it. So,
Well, then I'll move to withdraw them.
well, the problem is, Councillor Fletcher, is that the only person that can withdraw it is the mover. So that's why
Okay, then I'll hold them.
I'm moving
Then I'll hold
receipt.
them.
Okay, let's just hold the
I'm
items.
just going to hold them, Speaker, and you should just hold them in your name. We've got a
Okay,
few
that's
more
fine.
hours.
That's fine. We'll recess to lunch to 2 o'clock.
Sorry, I have a quick release. Would you like a quick release?
Sure. Sure.
It is council, no, okay. Somehow I thought Councillor Grimes was holding that, then I saw that I'm holding it, and now it's back in Councillor Grimes. Can you clarify that for 2315, TE 23.15? Let's move back and forth.
It's always been which item
No,
is it? Councillor Fletcher, which item?
Street.
Pardon?
Commissioner Street.
Okay, just a sec. Let me find it.
I said if he, anyway, there you go. He was holding, then I ended up holding it, then it's back to him, so that's fine. I have a motion for that, but he's holding it. That's fine. We'll have a big debate. No problem, Speaker. Leave it alone.
It's in Councillor Grimes' name.
It was put into my name, and now it's back in his. Speaker.
I've never released it. I've never released it, Madam Speaker.
It's my
I know, but I never
It's
mind.
my understanding, Councillor
Hold it.
Fletcher, that was done in error, but it is in Councillor Grimes's name.
Thank you, but you are recognizing that, yes, it was done in error, and so I came in to release it with a motion, and Councillor Graham's still holding this in my ward. I'm happy to have whatever debate he'd like to have at that time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I did write a note on that. Thank you. Recess to 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Speaker, just on a point of order before, okay.
Okay, Mayor Tory?
Well, I was just going to ask if people had any interest in and people may have other plans, but in a 1 hour as opposed to 1.5 hour break, because I would love to see us, we all would, I think, finish this today, because most of us hadn't set a second day aside for this, and not go too late into the evening. And there are a number of matters, if you look, especially the ones carried over, that will take some time this afternoon. I just thought every half hour helps us to get done at a reasonable hour, but maybe members are not interested in that. But
Speaker, on a point of privilege, unfortunately, some of us have had to schedule work meetings during that time.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Burks. I just thought I'd ask, and that answers it. So thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. So we're recessed to 2. Thank you.
do you see, Gord?
Okay, members of council, this meeting is now resumed.
What do you see out there?
Members, before the lunch recess, council was debating the mayor's second key matter, item PH 21.5, on a partnership with United Property Resource Corporation to create 500 new affordable rental homes. We will return to that item after the release of holds. Do we have any release of holds? If you can please put your name on the screen, please. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it's not so much a release of hold, but a withdrawal of a member motion. Would this be an opportune moment to do it?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Somebody's typing.
I don't know who that is.
Sleep.
Oh, are we good now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Good. I didn't see other names popping up, so I would just take this moment to move a withdrawal motion. My member motion 30.15, exploring round-the-clock vaccination. I can withdraw that now because it has been brought to my attention that based on supply, those plans are well underway. I still have the issue that seniors on mass email group chats are getting more information than counselors are getting at the moment. but as to the round-the-clock vaccination, I've been assured by Chief Peg and Dr. Davila, and so I can withdraw that motion.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you please repeat which motion is it? I didn't hear the...
It's MM 30.15.
Okay, just one sec. Let me find it. Okay, MM 30.15. So
yes.
You're withdrawing it?
Yes.
Okay, on MM 30.15, on favor, show of hands, carried. Do we have any further release of holds? Okay, members, I would like to propose, before we go back to the mayor's second key item, which is PH 21.5, that we do the members' motion run through first and then go back to the item. Is that okay? Can I have a show of hands? Everybody's fine with that? Okay, thank you. So we're going to go through the members' motions. Okay, the first one is MM 30.1. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor?
Hold. Madam Speaker, hold.
Who?
Councillor Grimes?
You're holding
Madam
it?
Speaker, I might want to add a couple on my list to yours, if it's okay.
No, you can't, sorry.
Why can't I?
You have to do your own.
I'll just hold it down. I'll hold, please, hold.
No, you can't add it on to this one because this is specifically for an address that the letter has been sent to Alcon Gaming. So you're welcome to move yours if you have one as well. Yeah.
But I can't do it today. I can't
No.
do it today, correct? Okay,
No.
I'll let it go then. Okay, I'm fine, Madam Speaker. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 30.2. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 30.3. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 30.4. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 30.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
Double support it.
Pardon? Okay.
Speaker, can we double support these 7-Eleven motions? Two hands.
I also have pizza as well, so I don't know. MM 30.6. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 30.7. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 30.8. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item T 19.4. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopen? All in favor? Okay. So we need to have a recorded vote on this one because the mayor and Councillor Bradford has indicated an interest on it. So if I can have Councillor Bradford to shut off your video and we'll take a recorded vote. Okay, on the reopening, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, would you please use the system to vote, if you can? And Madam Speaker, the motion to reopen the matter carries unanimously, 20 in favor.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Speaker.
Yes?
Madam Speaker, the vote didn't come up on my screen, and My name didn't get called, but I would like my vote registered
How do you vote, Councillor?
in the affirmative.
Thank you. It will be, the record will be corrected, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. So on the item, recorded vote.
Just stand by, members. We're just loading the vote. Councillor Bailao, if you'll just stand by before announcing your vote, I'm going to call on other members to vote using the system. Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Bailao, how do you vote, please?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Thank you. MM 30.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. We can ask Councillor Bradford to come back. MM 30.10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item NY 16.15. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening the item? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 30.11. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. MM 30.12. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 30.13. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 30.14. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 30.15 has been withdrawn. MM 30.16. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote to waive referral?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, recorded vote on waiving referral.
Councillor Bradford, if you'll just stand by while I call some other members. Councillor Mantis, please. Okay, Councillor Bradford, how do you vote, please?
In the affirmative.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Bradford. You may wish to refresh your browser. That might help reconnect you to the voting system. Speaker, the motion to waive referral carries 20-3.
Hold.
Who was that?
Get him held. Holiday.
Okay. Just a holiday. Thank you. MM 30.17. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 30.18. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3019. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried.
Madam Speaker, I hate to interrupt, but there is some revised language that has been suggested by staff for this. The clerks have it. Yeah, I shouldn't need to explain anything.
Yeah, do we have, yeah, okay, it's on the screen, Councillor Layton.
Thank you. I'll move this.
Okay, the amendment's on the screen. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. MM 30.20. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor?
Motion.
Carried.
Okay.
MM 30.21. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item on
Hold, hold, Speaker, hold, thank you.
Speaker, I have an amendment on that item.
Okay, just a
I have
sec.
an amendment on item.
Okay, we'll hold it down, but I didn't hear who was the
Well,
first.
I'm holding it, Speaker. My motion, I'm holding it. Thank you so much.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher would like to hold.
I hear that. Wow.
Okay. MM 30.22. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item on.
I'll hold the motion, Madam Speaker. Councillor Carroll.
Councillor Carroll is holding.
Oh.
Okay. MM 30.23. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a local planning appeal tribunal hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Show of hands. Carried. MM 30.24. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 30.25. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 30.26. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor?
I'm hold, thank you.
Councillor Carroll, you'd like to hold? Councillor Fletcher, you'd like to hold?
Yes, I would. Thank you so much.
Okay, just let me write your name down. MM 30.27. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. That is it.
Madam Speaker, Council Perruzza is back. We can release those items for you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Grimes. That was the next item on my list. Thank you. So, Councillor Perruzza, it's my understanding that you wanted to withdraw your item, DM 30.4 on business licensing, and as well as DM 30.8 on COVID-19.
Correct, Speaker.
Pardon?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay.
The one we dealt with in the last council meeting, and the other has been dealt with as well.
Okay, so Councillor Perruzza is moving to withdraw. DM 30.4 on favor. Show of hands. Carried. Councillor Perruzza is withdrawing item DM 30.8. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
I have two items I could dispense of, if you would allow me at this time.
What was that, Councillor Robinson?
I have two items that I could dispense of at this time, if you would permit it.
You have two items that you'd like to release?
Yes.
Okay, which items are there? Are they?
It would be NY 22.2, request for directions, 241 Redpath Avenue.
Okay, just a
Would be the
sec.
first.
Let me just find it first. NY 22.2, which is the 241 Redpath.
Yes.
Okay, you'd like to release it?
Yes, please.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. Do you have another one?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
The second one is CC 30.11, and it's 40 to 44 Broadway Avenue.
Okay, just
request for directions.
Just let me find it. CC 30.11?
Yes.
40 and 44 Broadway Avenue. You'd like to release that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please.
CC 30.11. Councillor Robinson is releasing. On favor?
Madam Speaker, on a point of order,
Okay,
Madam Speaker.
hold on,
before the vote.
Just one sec. What was? Okay, we need to do a recorded vote because the mayor has shown an interest on this. And Councillor Holiday, I'm sorry, what was Councillor Holiday?
Oh, I was just going to say the screen says there's a declared interest. I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we'll have a recorded vote on this item. That's on CC 30.11, 44 Broadway Avenue.
Members, just stand by. We're queuing the vote. Just hang on.
Councillor Mantis? Oh, thank you. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Bradford, can we get your vote, please?
It's I'm affirmative.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the item carries unanimously. 24 in favor.
Okay, thank you. So we will now go back to the mayor's second key item, which is PH 21.5. Partnership with United Property Resource Corporation to create 500 new affordable rental homes. We'll put the speakers list on the screen.
Speaker, I'm very sorry, it's Councillor Cressy on a point of order. I had my name on the list as part of the order paper review for a quick release as well.
Oh, okay, sorry, we didn't see that. Okay, Councillor Cressy.
Thank you very much for that, and sorry to interrupt you there, Speaker. Item TE 23.2, 938 to 950 King Street West, final report. I have a small amendment, and if I could move that amendment, I can then release the item. Clerks have that to put on the screen. Thank you.
Okay, that's on TE 2312, right?
That's correct, Speaker.
Yeah. Okay, so if we can put the amendment on the screen. Okay, there it is on the screen. Is everyone okay? Yes? All in favor on the amendment? Show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
So we'll go back to the mayor's key item. We'll go back to speakers, but yeah. So what we'll do is we'll go through the speakers list on this item, and we'll hold the vote down until the mayor comes back. So if we can put the speakers list on the screen, please. Okay. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I will be brief and just want to echo some of the comments that the mayor made earlier. I will start with thanks to staff and the United Property Resource Corporation. There's certainly been a long history with the United Church looking at their land and assets and thinking about how affordable housing could be a part of those future sites. And, you know, there's a message here for everybody, for all community-based organizations, faith-based groups to look at this MOU and start turning their minds towards how that could be replicated. I think there's certainly a future in these shared use types of sites. And some parts of the city are actually experiencing population decline in many of our neighborhoods. We see that the growth has not been even. So, you know, I think multi-use solutions in our neighborhoods are a great way where there's a track record and a history of engagement where we can bring new people in and look at new housing opportunities in some of our neighborhoods. And that exemplifies a bigger conversation that's going to be taking place across Toronto right now as we consider the need for housing and more housing options. I'm pleased to see that there's a shift or evolution in the thinking of what exactly housing can be and where it can be and what that looks like. This is the start of all of that sort of thinking, and I think that's really important. Partnerships, you know, with the housing crisis that we're facing, we have to consider new ways to do that, new ways to execute, new partners in our journey to deliver more housing across Toronto. This is a great example of that. You know, while there is a role for us as a city to be involved in driving that, and certainly the province and the federal government, we have to look to community-based partners, faith-based groups, and others to help us deliver on our mandate for housing in the city. So that's it from me. Just a note of support. Pleased to see this going ahead, and we'll be very happy to support it. Back to you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher?
I'm going to take my name off the list.
Okay. Councillor Carroll?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to move a motion because, you know, the mayor has already spoken on this item before lunch and we definitely want it to go through, but I simply wanted to recall some of his comments about Back to the Future. And I hope that I can count on simply a staff undertaking, because I had a conversation with our chief planner, Mr. Lintern, that this was something that he is already starting to work on with his various districts. And that is this. The mayor raised a very good point before lunch that if we go back decades, some of the best examples of rent geared to income housing, even let alone affordable housing across the city, are long ago partnerships from 70s, 80s, where we have partnered with faith-based organizations, St. Vincent de Paul, Presbyterian Church, United Church in the past, and they are some of our most successful affordable opportunities and rent geared to income opportunities. That nonprofit based, but the heft of an institution as a partner has been really a great force in many communities across the city. And in a recent conversation with Mr. Lintern, he said that showing examples at the early outset of consultation, showing past successful examples of what we're talking about in an application is something that he's trying to introduce into our community consultations, because it helps people to visualize and helps give them some ideas of what they should be asking for in the ongoing negotiations of a planning process. And I hope that this is a very good example of where he should encourage planners to focus on that. When we come forward with these types of applications, we got our partnership, we really want to do them, but what we don't want is to have a conversation with the community where they say, oh, council's already adopted this, what a setup, that sort of thing. There are still going to be planning processes site by site to make sure that this meets good planning principles. But that is a perfect type of opportunity to show the metrics that already exist around the city of where this works and works well. And so while I don't need to move a motion, because I know we're looking at this as the future of planning consultations, I hope that we particularly focus on these types of affordable housing partnerships in showing that at consultation meeting number 1, so that we really set a more positive context to the conversations that have to happen in those communities. Those are my comments, Madam Speaker. I know that they'll simply be an undertaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to lend my voice to this item and to say that I'm in full support in as much as the questions that I asked earlier on today, it was to ensure clarification and a better understanding. And I'm thankful to the staff and certainly to the leadership of the mayor and others and so on, and of course to the United Church and that the organization that is now to be obviously entered into this MOU, which is United Property Resource Corporation. Speaker, I can tell you that I've seen numerous cases where religious organizations have been involved in terms of developing housing in a very humane way, in a way that really expresses a sense of dignity for those who are who are so lucky and fortunate to be residents in a number of those facilities. And I have a number of them across Scarborough, and I've seen elsewhere where we have seen the religious organization responding to a need. This is that demonstration that there is an opportunity for them to utilize their resources. I know in my own ward there are a number of facilities that are owned by a number of religious organizations that have unfortunately come to a point where the membership have been reduced greatly, and so the property is underutilized, and they're looking at new innovative ways in order to address a number of community-related issues. One is just simply the allocation of space so members of the community can utilize, but also the issue as it relates to housing. I mean, what's one of our most pressing issues in the city, and we have an organization like Obviously, the United Church, they have a long storied history in the city. And so I think that it's sort of back to the future, but clearly this is an opportunity for us to be able to use the examples that we have been able to see over the years that have developed so well in order to provide accommodation to so many who are in need. So I think it's important for us to certainly move ahead on this, but at the same time, we also have to watch and look at how the MOU is structured and what our particular positions will be, and for council to actually understand that the ongoing investment, it isn't just, I don't believe it's just the 27 million. It will be more going forward, but obviously it'll be monies well spent. And I think we have to realize that. So I wholeheartedly support the item that's in front of us. And I'm hoping to see these units put in place within that particular period of time of the 5 to 7 year range. And again, just want to thank all the staff, as well as Mr. Lintern and Ms. Bond as well. So thank you, Speaker. And of course, I want to thank Deputy Mayor Bailau, of course, for her leadership in this particular file as well. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, I would is my motion ready? So I have a motion. I won't speak long. Put the motion on the screen. It's actually related to the question that I asked the staff earlier. That City Council direct the Executive Director of Housing Secretary to notify the local ward councillor when new sites become available and before any applications on those sites are filed. And the reason I ask for that, because I think it's, as I indicated this morning when I asked the question, it's important that the councillor is informed as well prior to the process and working with the staff and working with the applicant. What's happened is that, you know, there are times when we're not notified, and we're kind of notified late in the process, which becomes very challenging. And I do support the report. I think it's wonderful we have this partnership, and I know in my ward as well. And I think the staff could speak to councillors as well, because I believe that their councillors probably know their ward, and there are sites that are available. Because I know in my ward there's a number of religious organizations that have either moved or merged or sold their property, and they're vacant, or they have sold them and there's development happening on these sites. So, and I'm sure that other councillors have sites in their wards as well. So I'm moving that motion, and I hope councillors will support me on that, because I'm sure that you feel the same way, that as a councillor you should be notified as well when these sites become available. Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I will definitely keep my remarks short because I've spoken about this matter before at Planning and Housing. But I also wanted to take the moment again to just, number one, recognize the extraordinary leadership and the visionary leadership that's coming from the United Church of Canada. There have been many occasions, I think, that we can all cite where there have been organizations, faith organizations, who wanted to unlock their real estate and the old way of doing business. And sometimes for those who continue to do this, is that they want to be able to flip it to a developer for highest and best use. They'll extract the money and go. And that's not what's happening here. And I just want to acknowledge how extraordinary that is, largely because in the past we have run into the situation where organizations, faith-based organizations, have done extraordinary benevolent work in the community, providing not just food and spiritual care, emotional well-being, and just overall extending themselves to be a great neighbor. Sometimes at the end of those relationships, when it's time for them to move to different facilities, it seems to disintegrate. And I do recognize that with the United Church of Canada, that is entirely not what they're doing here. And not only that, I just want to say, I really value the fact that they're approaching this with such a professional development lens. It is absolutely critical for this corporation to exist, this newly constructed organization and corporation, largely because land use planning and development is so difficult. And I've seen that the local leadership of smaller churches in my own community, where they wanted to do additional work, they wanted to evaluate how to unlock the real estate asset, but they really just didn't have the skills directly on staff, because that's what they do. It's not their core business. But by way of creating this new corporation to take a look at all the assets, so that it's actually giving us a comprehensive view and look, and then coming to the city to develop those partnerships, and eventually going to lenders and other development partners, it is the right approach. And I just want to commend them because I'm looking forward to working with them in Toronto Centre Ward 13 to assist them in unlocking the real estate assets and the churches and the buildings that they have in the ward, which include heritage buildings, and putting in the sensitive infill development that they intend to insert, and to do it in a way that will be championed by the community. And I just really look forward to that opportunity. So thank you to all, and of course to the mayor, to the deputy mayor, to everyone in the Affordable Housing Office for their ongoing work and advocacy.
Thank you. Councillor Bailão to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do hope that this will be the first of several MOUs that we can sign with the housing sector, the nonprofit housing sector. The United Church, I think, was visionary in creating this corporation. This is a corporation that is Canada-wide. It was supported by CMHC through their innovation fund. They're going to be looking at the properties of United Church across the country to create a few thousand units of affordable housing. And this MOU now brings us to the table to deal with properties that they'll have in Toronto. It gives them the certainty that the city is committed to this partnership, that the city is at the table. And as you heard, through our executive director of the Housing Secretariat, it will also facilitate them getting further financing and establishing the support, to the financial support to get these projects off the ground. It also brings the professional lens into this. This corporation will be working with United Church, but as if they announced already, they'll be open to support other faiths group, other nonprofit organizations, and we know that sometimes these skills are an impediment for more affordable housing and to leverage some of the lands that some of the nonprofits already have. So I think this is also a great way to expand that capacity in the sector as well. So I think this is a great news story for our city and across the country. And I hope that we can have other nonprofits coming to the table as well. Very often we say that this is an issue we can't solve on our own. We can't do affordable housing on our own. We need other orders of government, but we also need the nonprofit sector. We also need faith leaders as well. And when we look at some of these sites, because we talked about some churches do sell their lands, but they're even looking at sites that already have a lot of social support programming happening in there, and where they can add housing to actually complement some of the activities that already happens in a lot of these churches and a lot of their facilities. So I think it's a great news story. It's a great community building. I'm supportive of your motion to have councillors involved as well as the sites come through, as we go through the 7 sites and hopefully other sites as well. Other thing that is interesting that the corporation is doing is that they're looking into timber construction as well, not only because it's reduced cost, but for the environmental reasons as well. So they're being very innovative on several fronts, and I think that needs to be commended as well. So looking forward to see this MOU bring results to our city, and hopefully be the first of several MOUs that we do with other landowners that want to put their land to the use of affordable housing in our city.
Thank you. So that's it for the speakers. So we'll hold the item down for the vote. Yeah. So the next item is DM 30.1, which is the Swiss Challenge, but the mayor has asked that we hold that down until he gets back. So the next item following the agenda is DM 30.2, which is canceling the City of Toronto advertisement in the Courrier Canadais. Do we have questions? You can put your name on the screen, please.
Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Wong Tam. I do have, oh, I just got my screen. Thank you. I would just place my name there.
Okay, Councillor Wong Tam, questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My first question, my questions will most likely be directed to the city manager, as well as those in corporate and strategic communications, and possibly the Human Rights Office. So I'll just start here. Do you agree that City Council and the Toronto Public Service both have an obligation to ensure that we adhere and act in compliance with the city's human rights, anti-discrimination, anti-harassment policies?
Through the speaker, it's Chris. Yes, I do agree, Councillor.
And thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. And would you agree that the policy goals should include the recognition of everyone's dignity and worth?
Through the speaker, yes, I agree.
Thank you. And by way of extension, do you agree that all persons and companies, including the Courrier Canadais, conducting business with the City of Toronto should be expected to adhere to the human rights, anti-harassment, discrimination policies?
Through the speaker, certainly when spending taxpayers' money, which we're responsible for, they should, yes.
Thank you. And is it the expectation from businesses and individuals that their compliance of our human rights policies, is this a new expectation of them, or has it always existed?
Through the speaker, I would need some help as to confirm when it was expected, but I think the principle of it is clear. So maybe either through Brad or through Alma, if you could assist.
Hi, Chris. Through the speaker, it's Alma. The expectation has long been established, but in addition, the city's policies reflect the legislation, which all organizations in Ontario are also bound by.
Thank you. So none of this is new. It has predated for some time with respect to the expectation of compliance with human rights codes, human rights related policies.
Through the speaker,
that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so
go ahead, Alma.
Through the speaker, that's correct. Although, as you will see from the report, the declaration has not been applied in this particular context, so we're addressing that, but the expectation has always been there. Okay, and because your supplementary report is now identified that even though the policy applied, and now there's a different approaches to have the vendor sign a declaration of compliance with the city's anti-discrimination, anti-harassment policy. Does the policy still apply even without the signed declaration? So predating the adoption of this supplementary report today.
Alma?
Yes, through the speaker, to the extent that the policy reflects the legislative obligations, that is the expectation.
Okay, then my question following that is, why was it necessary for Councillor Ainsley and I to submit this motion, which then brought forward a supplementary report that I think now goes further to proactively refine in expectations and enforcement of the human rights policies and act?
Well, maybe I can attempt to answer that one, Councillor. Is as indicated in the report, the vendors that we advertise with, we don't have contracts with them. They're, and I'll defer to purchasing folks and legal on this, but they are what's called the Schedule A. So they don't have to sign that declaration. To Anna's point, the expectation is that these organizations, of course, uphold human rights and anti-discrimination practices. But in terms of us holding them to account, in terms of the Schedule A, through signing the declaration, that has not occurred before, and this is what we're trying to remedy now.
And so the intention with the supplementary report recommendations, which will then become a new layer of policy and observance for the city, is that you want to go out proactively to further inform the potential vendors and those who do business with the city that there is a human rights code. There are human rights policies that are related to anti-discrimination, anti-harassment, and you're getting them to literally legally sign off and say, yes, I've understood it, I've read it, I understood it, and I will have an internal mechanism to process complaints or to deal with any breaches in the compliance. Is that what that supplementary report is about?
That's your last question?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Captain. I would say, sorry, Anna.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Yes, I'm wondering if I can ask questions about an earlier example of when council intervened when there was a problem with a local media outlet, and I think the city solicitor might remember if I say that I'm talking about the old rag called Ward 32 News. And I'm wondering if she could comment on whether or not there's a relation between what's happening here, where the issue is the content in the paper, and so we're questioning whether or not we should be advertising in it at all. We acted on the content of that paper. We took an even. The point I'm getting at is I'm wondering if you could comment on, did we take an even more aggressive action than is even being asked for here?
Through you, Madam Speaker, while I recall that the matter to which the councillor speaks, I actually do not know the details because I was not directly involved. But I'm not, certainly what's being suggested here is not something that I have any concerns about legally. That's being recommended in the report.
Right. Because here all we're saying is that we're going to take away our advertising based on the content. We're not actually stepping into the legal arena to just remove the content. We're simply saying we're going to take our advertising elsewhere as a result of the content. That's a less aggressive action, isn't it?
Just to be clear, I was referring to the recommendations in the supplementary report. Yes, it would be. I don't recall what was done in the other matter, but if we're discussing the freedom of expression, there certainly isn't a positive right to advertising from a government. So I can say that in public.
Right. So we have the right to pick and choose where we want to place our institutional advertising.
That is true. The one caveat that I would always, not in this situation in particular, but in all situations, advise is that good faith and fairness is always something that I would always recommend underlies any government decision making, particularly when they're spending taxpayer money.
Right.
But yes, there is no positive right. There is no positive right to advertising in a particular publication.
Right. And spending taxpayer money on advertising, that's not a grant to support an organization. That's us choosing to advertise in the best place to reach whomever we're trying to reach. But it's clearly our choice where we advertise. I'm right?
It's certainly not a grant. It is a business transaction.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lai, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. Just out of my curiosity, and speaking of ethnic media, how many multi-language newspaper does the city advertise in? Just through you, Madam Speaker, to staff.
Councillor, and through you, Speaker, I'd have to look up exactly how many. There are, though, many multilingual publications. whether hard copy or digital, online. It would depend on the program that we're trying to get information.
So I would assume that that will include some Chinese language newspaper as well, I suppose.
Yes, Councillor, absolutely.
Yeah. Do you have an idea how much the city spend on advertising on these multi-language newspaper annually?
I will have to get that. I don't have a number of how much we spent in all ethnic media. In advertising generally, it would be certainly in the millions, but specifically on multilingual, I would have to come back to you. I'm sorry, I don't have that.
And just my last question: would you know how much we spend on this this newspaper in question that we're talking about today?
That you're referring to Courier Canadese, that I do have.
Yes.
Since 2015, we have spent just over $141,000 with that publication.
Wow. So mean per year or all together?
Since 2015, that's the total in the last 6 years.
Okay.
To date.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, when I arrived at City Hall about 10 years ago, I found myself in a nasty battle to get an anti-Semitic group out of Pride Parade. We tried everything. We updated the anti-discrimination policy. We made them sign a waiver to adhere to our anti-discrimination policy. Legal staff said that they didn't have the power to stop it. This was a parade getting government funding. They hid behind the charter. They hid behind Supreme Court decisions. And I'm just wondering, it seems to me a double standard.
Sorry, Speaker, I think it's wrong that the councillor is saying our staff hid behind things in the way that he is attributing that during that period, which number of us were there. And I would urge you to not allow that to be said.
Okay.
Ask him to read.
Councillor
That's
Fletcher,
a
the staff
terrible
aren't here.
language that people hid behind something. Everything was very public, and I think that's a misallocation of that, and I'd ask you to deal with that with the member, please. Thank you.
Sure, I will clarify. The staff involved are no longer with the city, so
Speaker,
it's not the current staff.
Councillor Fletcher asked you to make a ruling. No,
Yes,
she didn't
just
ask Councillor Pasternak to make a comment.
Yes, Councillor Perks, I hear you.
Here they come.
Councillor Pasternak?
Yeah, so I'm just saying I will change it to they cited the charter. They cited Supreme Court decisions that we could not.
Councillor Pasternak, can you just withdraw that comment, please?
Yes, I rephrased it.
Yeah.
I said they cited, Madam Speaker, I rephrased it. They cited the charter and they cited Supreme Court precedents on why we couldn't stop funding this parade, or at least getting this group out of there. I'm wondering what's changed since then and whether we can enforce a policy on media outlets.
Who are you asking the question to?
Speaker, I will take that question.
Okay.
And make it very clear that the law that we would apply to analyze rights to express during the context of a parade on city property, there's a different test that requires a different test to be applied than we would apply in this instance. And that's probably all I can say in public.
Yeah, we probably should be meeting in private on this item. I'll switch gears now, and by the way, just for the record, I find the comments in Courier Kennedy's offensive. Social media platforms that we sometimes advertise on have a variety of different postings and different users. How do we implement this policy and enforce this policy when a platform might have hundreds of different users with which present views that we find repugnant. How do we enforce it in those cases?
Well, Councillor, I'll start, and perhaps the solicitor or Ms. Akinton might want to help. There are users of those sites, but those users don't reflect the policy, let's say, or the position of a particular site, say Facebook or Twitter, for example, when we advertise on social media. So I think that might be the difference here. But as I say, I'll defer to the solicitor or to Ms. Akinton if they want to add.
If you could hold my time, Madam Speaker.
Pardon?
Yeah, is it? I wasn't sure. I thought it was being passed on.
We're working with Councillor, not the users, or in, say, the case of a newspaper, the readers. But
okay, fair enough. I don't have much time left. I'll ask one more question. When it comes to councillors' budgets and advertising for various festivals and holidays in the ethnic media, the onus isn't on us to peruse these papers week after week and look for potentially offensive articles. Who is going to enforce this policy?
Okay, this is your last question.
So as the report outlines a process, I honestly, Councillor, I don't have the language ability, nor do our staff have the time to review all newspapers, obviously, and what is written in them. So we have laid out a process so that if a concern is brought to our attention, then it can be addressed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. To the staff that I guess prepared the supplemental report, thank you for that and the details that are in it. Can you tell me why there's just a recommendation, I think, to receive? So there's no ask of council to approve anything.
Perhaps the clerk can help me with process. As I understand it, as staff, we can change the policy without council approval. I'll defer to clerks on exactly process for action versus receipt.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. You and I were conversing. I did not hear the question.
Can you repeat that question, please, Councillor Holiday?
Certainly, Matt, and if you can give me a bit of consideration, because I've lost about 30 seconds here.
Yes, I'll add it on, yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Just simply, the report says to receive, and I wanted to know why there's no action or policy decision request being asked of council.
Madam Speaker, I'm not privy to the motives of the writer of the report. I'm sorry. A motion to receive means to take no action, and I can't shed any additional light on that. I'm sorry.
Well, so maybe I can just.
Perhaps I can.
Okay, can somebody answer that question, please? I don't know who's on the line. What staff is on the line?
So it's Brad Ross here, and staff have the authority to take this action, and that's why it is for receipt. We're advising you for information.
Okay, thank you. I mean, that's exactly what I was looking for. Brad, can you tell me, have you implemented the policy now, the change?
So as soon as we're done here, we will implement this immediately. So we will ask, for example, our vendors who we work with in advertising to sign the declaration.
Okay, and so to be very clear, I'm going to paraphrase the report. It contemplates two things. The first is a complaints procedure. So if somebody finds one of our advertising journals to be problematic, they can make a complaint to various places, including your area or the human rights component of the city. That's one. Am I correct in that?
Yes, sir.
And the second is we're now going to treat newspaper journals as a different category of vendor. My understanding is right now that vendors under contract are the ones that have to sign the declaration. But people that we have, I just call it more casual relationships, sort of transactional. We buy things once in a while, like advertising. We haven't asked them to do that so far, but that's the change. We're going to ask them to do this so far now.
Yes.
Do you feel as staff that you are now fully equipped with this process change to deal with any situations like this coming forward, and that you have all the capacity that you need within the Toronto Public Service to make an informed decision, judging all the things like freedom of expression, the journalistic freedom that newspapers and journals are able to have, and that we just reinforced in a motion earlier today about independent news media and balancing out the impact of our advertising on them, and also the public interest in dealing with the concerns over content and how it may reflect back on the city government?
Yes.
I think that was a yes, although there was an audio
Yes.
skip there. Okay.
Yes.
So it seems to me that even though the report says just to receive, not take any action, staff have this covered. Point is made. I think we've got it generally resolved so that we don't have a problem going forward with another news outlet like this.
Because I am comfortable with the report and the action that we are recommending, yes.
Okay, last question. Do we know anywhere in the clockwork of the city, do we have a standing complaint so far about Courrier Canadaise? Has anyone made a complaint?
I am not aware of one in my division at this point in time, but I will defer to potentially to AMA if there's one in the Human Rights Office. I am not aware.
And maybe the easier answer is, if one is there or if one comes, do you feel equipped to deal with it?
Yes, Councillor. Yes.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions, Madam Speaker.
Okay, I did add some time on to you, so, okay. Thank you. Are there any further questions on the item? Okay, go to speakers. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I will ask the clerk to please put the motion onto the screen. The motion is to eliminate recommendations 1 to 4 in the member motion and to replace it with the following motion that you now see on the screen, largely to embody the spirit of the supplementary report and put forward a position of City Council that I think would be quite reasonable considering what is before us. And I want to just highlight, Madam Speaker, that the motion that the members see before them, not necessarily the revised motion, which I worked on with the mayor and the mayor's office, his staff, it's the original motion, the content of the original motion. That motion actually was reviewed by the city solicitor, the city manager, and also members of the Human Rights Office. And to answer Councillor Holliday's concerns about complaints, yes, there have been complaints made to City Hall. It actually came to my office, and I'm happy to share the communications with you. If I received the permission from the parents of the children who actually made the complaint. And let me just explain, because I actually did go through a channel, and I flagged this for city staff, highlighting that for them, that there were members of my community, and they don't even live in my area, just so you know. They live in, they actually live in, many of them live in your communities, in the suburban areas, who felt that they needed to let the only LGBT councillor know on City Council that they have a concern with city government advertising in a newspaper that they felt was harassing them, that they had also identified as truly very much offensive. And they were asking the question, why would city government advertise in a newspaper that was specifically targeting their children, who were children of the Toronto Catholic District School Board? I was not aware of the issues that were going on there, or perhaps the good work that the local trustees were doing at the Toronto Catholic District School Board. But now that I'm aware, I realize that they've actually been living for years under a very difficult situation. Things that have been said about them and printed about them, as well as the trustees in the newspaper, are highly offensive in every possible way. And I would actually find it offensive if any newspaper would call my colleagues names such as thugs or gangsters or pack rat. And it would apply here as well. Now, of course, the intention here is not to do anything beyond what we already have to do. So what we want to do is uphold the human rights laws of the land. We are bound by our code of conduct and by our oath of office to ensure that we can implement the policies that this council has adopted. And these policies are very clear when it comes to anti-discrimination and anti-harassment, when it comes to doing business with the City of Toronto. We expect this from every single vendor. So city staff have now identified that this policy, this declaration, was already in effect with most of our suppliers. Now they're going ahead and extending it one step further to media outlets. This does not suppress speech. This does not suppress anybody's religious rights. But what it does do is allow us as government to uphold our policies around human rights protection and say, if you're interested in doing business with the City of Toronto, we expect you to at least come into compliance. You can continue to print what you print, but if you want to do business with us, you're going to have to do it differently. And I don't think, Madam Speaker, I could say it any better than what the mayor said earlier this morning, is that our job is to save lives. Our job is to protect the health and well-being of Torontonians. That is what the mayor said this morning in his opening remarks as he was speaking about the COVID impact. There are LGBT kids and families who are part of the TCDS community that has been living with such horrible treatment and verbiage coming from the newspaper that all we're doing is standing
15
up
seconds.
for them, their lives, Madam Speaker, their health and their well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you by Councillor Holiday, clarification of the motion, 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the councillor through you. I wondered if you would consider a friendly amendment in number 3 to add the words at the end as outlined in the staff report or the staff supplemental report. And the reason I say this is because I think the staff have done a really good job to try to put something together that is going to deal with the issue on an ongoing basis. And the report only says receive. It doesn't give council a chance to put our weight behind it or our support. And adding those words would say effectively that we believe in what's in the report before us. And that little tie, because I think that's what you're asking in number 3 is to do what it says in the report, to sign the item. And by reflecting where that came from, adds value to their report.
Councillor Holiday, thank you. I would consider that a friendly amendment. I think it's absolutely critical, and I believe you're right. In your remarks, you asked staff why was it just a receipt, and receipt really is for information, as we all know. So I believe that your recommendation is very helpful, and I would welcome that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I simply want to speak in favor of the motion, and I appreciate Councillor Holiday's motion as well, because the supplementary report outlines that there's no extreme action being taken here. This is what we do. When we work in any way with agencies, boards, and commissions, we subject them to our own code of conduct. We expect them to abide by human rights policy, and so on and so forth. What I got on the speaker's list for, though, is I want to make sure that we take some of the past cases we've had and draw the lines to the right ones. And unfortunately, in my view, Councillor Pasternak's example that he used of a past example that happened with Pride is quite different. If you seek to remove your grant support, the funds that you are using to sustain a whole organization in a formal granting relationship, then when a problem arises, the kind of conflict resolution process that was enacted right through the city manager's office and the human rights office, that sort of complicated procedure makes sense before you decide to pull something away from one of the city's banner tourism events and enough of a fun support relationship that would be the end of them. We simply post a few ads in this paper to reach the Italian community. But like the way we deal with agencies that we have real straight funding relationships with, I think it's fair to expect them to abide by human rights, to have respectful treatment of the people within. You can disagree with politicians in the media, heaven knows. We even have sort of tabloid journalism within our mainstream media. But some of the comments that are being made of local school board politicians in Corriere Canadese, time and time again, 100 in the span of a year, go beyond the kind of journalism that we would see from even the most tabloid journalists of our mainstream media. And we adopted, without the bat of an eye this morning, support for Canadian local legitimate journalism. We need that, heaven knows. Here we have an example of what would happen if we let legitimate mainstream local journalism disappear. These little boutique papers, left unchecked, go on the attack and begin to actually threaten.
Councillor Carroll, you're I don't know what's, you're muted.
Sorry?
Go and turn your video off. We can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I did not realize you were losing my sound. I'll turn my video off and I'll turn it back on to vote later on. What is important is that when someone is threatening the Human Rights Charter and its implications in an institution such as the Catholic School Board and all of the children in it, then we have to send a message. We're not jeopardizing that Corriere Canadese business by taking away our ads. We're simply sending a message that we want to see respectful treatment in the journalism in that paper, at which time we might return. What we're seeing right now is disrespectful of both the trustees and the students in that school system. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my comments.
Thank you. I just want to remind members of council we still have 13 items left. Councillor Fillion to speak.
Thank you, and I'd like to start out by thanking Councillor Wong Tam for doing what she always does, which is standing up for human rights and calling out those who violate them. There are two very disturbing aspects to this. The first is the actual content that was published, and the second is the very aggressive attempts at intimidation, both in the editorial content itself and through legal means. And you know, that is just, both of those are completely unacceptable. And as community leaders, we really need to stand up against intolerance and against intimidation and attempts to bully people into, I don't know, submission. I don't know what the intent is, silence, not speaking out. And I do hope this vote will be unanimous. It's something obviously that cuts across all ideologies, and if there are any members of council who feel politically threatened themselves, then all the more important that they stand up to this, because the only way you combat bullying is to not tolerate it.
Thank you. Councillor Ainslie to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seconded the notice of motion for Councillor Wong Tam, and I supported the original wording in it, and I strongly support the new recommendations. And I'm doing that, and I did that for two very distinct reasons. First and foremost, the City of Toronto does have human rights and anti-harassment and discrimination policies. And we spend a lot of money trying to get the message out in publications and advertising publications supporting journalism. And we should continue to do that. And we passed a notice of motion earlier in the day to support journalism. But in supporting journalism financially, we also, as I said, we have an obligation to make sure whoever we're spending hard-earned public tax dollars on or through support those harassment and anti-harassment and anti-discrimination policies. And second and foremost, and probably more importantly, as a parent of 3 children that have gone through the Catholic school system, 2 that have graduated and 1 still in it, children need to be supported. And I think everybody needs to be aware of and know that whether it's the public school system or the Catholic school system in Toronto, it's proven, statistically proven, whether or not you want to believe it, but 10% of the population of every school in the city of Toronto finds themselves or on some part of the spectrum of the LGBTQS+ spectrum. And those children need to be able to go to school each and every day and not feel harassed or threatened, to be able, not to fear that they can't go to the washroom. The simple thing of going to a restroom in their school because they've been threatened or harassed. And we should not be supporting publications financially that bring any type of harassment or discrimination, perceived or real, to bear on those children. And we have that responsibility as the City Council. And that's why I was very proud to support this notice of motion. And I'm fully supportive of staff moving forward in a very proactive manner to ensure that our anti-harassment and anti-discrimination policies are fulfilled in the manner that this council expects them to be. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are very few as difficult issues that have come across my desk as this one, because I know many of the players. I know the trustees, 2 of the trustees, Trustee Rizzo and Trustee Lapriti. I have very high regard for them. I've known Joel Volpe for a long time. I know many of the people who read Kennedys, our Courier Kennedys live in my area. These are people who do not speak any English. They rely on this publication as a connection with the rest of Canada and the rest of the city. The Toronto Public Health ads that go in there are potentially lifesavers. And of course, there is other advertising regarding road safety and other city services that these people would be totally disconnected from if it wasn't for City of Toronto advertising in this publication. So let me say, I mean, I've read these comments, and they're really not appropriate. This is I understand the offense among the council chamber and in the community. I understand that. But in my questions, I must admit, when I saw this, and I remembered from many years ago when we made the exact same arguments regarding queers against Israeli apartheid, we got nothing but grief. They threw every name in the book at me, including some of the names that are used here. And we updated the city's anti-discrimination policy. We brought motions to council. We did everything we could to try and get this group out of Pride, a city-funded Pride event. And so I see this here, and I'm really taken aback because it really strikes as hypocrisy. But that being said, I think governments have to set an example, and we have to get everybody to tone it down. And it's very difficult in this day and age with social media, with broadcast media, and there's no red lines anymore. And I noticed that when I came here, when I saw queers against Israeli apartheid, you know, there was a good chunk of council that just felt too bad. You don't like it? That's just too bad. And then they made all these phrases that we were just trying to defund pride, that we were homophobic. And as I said, I don't want to repeat it, but we were called every name in the book, fighting for the exact same cause that Councillor Wong Tam and Councillor Ainslie were fighting for. Getting everybody to tone it down a bit, to be more respectful, to understand our diversity, and not to espouse bigotry and prejudice in the public domain, or we don't want it in private either, but it's harder to control. So I would simply say that there's no role for governments to put you know, an Italian newspaper out of business that so many seniors in the areas that I represent, and Councillor Peruzza represents, and Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Cole represents, rely on this as a lifeline to city services and to other things going on in the neighborhood. And I see this policy, which I realize council has to make a statement. I see this very difficult to enforce. And you're going to get all kinds of flood of complaints of articles that appear in certain publications, whether they be I don't know what you're going to do about an op-ed article in a mainstream publication that someone doesn't like, a guest columnist who prints something just to rattle cages. You're going down a hole here it's unenforceable, it's unworkable, it's a policy that could be abused down the road, but it's something. This is the statement we're making, and I guess a statement has to be made that we're drawing the line, and that we're asking our corporate partners, which include our newspapers and media outlets, to tone it down, to show cohesion, and to respect the diversity that we cherish. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thanks, Speaker. I actually just want to thank staff on this for preparing the supplementary report, which isn't always the normal procedure for members' motions, even though they're deferred matters. I think it was very helpful in navigating the issue. I actually did a fair amount of research in trying to prepare myself to make decisions on this item. I came across a really interesting paper on provided by the Parliamentary Library in Canada, and it just was a primer on our Charter of Rights and Freedoms and freedom of expression, and then how that is how the limitations are placed on by the various pieces of legislation and rules and codes, so that they don't go too far. And it was enough for me to understand that, I mean, this is really complicated stuff, and a lot of it is often between lawyers and judges. They figure these things out, but I guess I came back to the principle, and the motion before us, the amending motion, crystallizes it. Council makes policies. And if I recall correctly, we did approve the human rights and anti-harassment and discrimination policy in the city. So it's effectively council's document. And other related policies like the hate activity policy. Again, something that council approved, it's ours. So us as policymakers, this body, we are now able to separate ourselves from the enforcement arm. And I think we find that theme throughout a lot of the work that we do. Council makes those policies and then gives it over to the staff to enforce. So the staff's report creates an enforcement mechanism for those policies. And I wanted to recognize that was a big step for them to put that into place. And I very much appreciate that we now have a mechanism going forward to deal with issues like this. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll vote on the item. And there was a friendly amendment made by Councillor Holiday. I think that's been added in, the friendly amendment. Yes? Okay, it's on the screen.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote is being requested.
Can I vote? Can I vote vocally, because I'm not able to access my computer. Verbally, can I vote verbally?
Yes, Councillor, if you just stand by, I'll call on you when we've closed the vote for the members participating electronically. Councillors Fletcher and Councillor Robinson, I need to call on you. I'll start with Councillor Robinson. How do you vote, Councillor?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
I don't know what I'm voting on.
We're voting on the item for the advertising in Corey Canadays.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with my browser and everything else, and I've had IT up. Are we voting on the members' motion?
Yes, we're...
Then I'm voting in favor of that. Thank you.
Speaker, the motion carries, or the amendment carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Cute, that's the item. Now, we did hold down PH 21.5, partnership with United Property Resource Corporation to create 500 new affordable rental homes. We've completed the speakers list, and we just held the item down for the mayor to come back and vote on the item. So if we can put the amendment on the screen.
And Speaker, if I may, on a point of order, just to say thank you for that consideration. I was doing the media avail on COVID, and I appreciate having the chance to vote on this. Thank you very much to the councillors.
Okay, so we have one amendment that's on the screen. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Item as amended. Do we want a recorded vote? Let's have a recorded vote. On the item as amended.
Speaker, oh, sorry. No.
Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Robinson, stand by, please, while I call some other members. Councillor Layton, Councillor Cressy. Councillor Lai, please. Councillor Pasternak. If you could vote using the electronic voting system. Oh. Councillor Cressy, please. Now I'll ask Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Robinson to state their votes. Councillor Fletcher first, please.
In the affirmative?
Thank you. Councillor Robinson?
In the affirmative, please.
Thank you, Speaker. The item as amended carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay, thank you. We will now go back to item DM 30.1. Swiss challenge. We held that down for the mayor to be back. So do we have any questions on this item? If you do, if you can please put your name on the screen. Councillor Carroll, questions?
I was having audio difficulty earlier, Madam Speaker. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask questions. I want to follow along the line of questioning that I was on earlier when we were considering this in a previous council session, and it concerns the Toronto Partnership Office, which is where this vendor first had its interface with the city. I'm wondering if staff could outline for me what the difference is between the Toronto Partnership Office and the strategic partnerships staff members. I don't know if it's an office. There seem to be reports about two different things that all lead to the same sort of thing.
So through the speaker, it's Josie, Councillor Carroll. I'm going to ask Michael Patchlock to respond to your question.
Thanks.
Through the speaker, I'm sorry, Manjeet just popped online. Manjeet's probably in the best position to speak to the Office of Partnerships.
So that's great. My clock's running. I sure need some answers. About 35 seconds of nothing.
Can you hear me?
45
it's
seconds.
Manjeet Jeeta. Councillor, can you hear me? It's Manjeet.
Yes, I can. Yes.
Okay, sorry. So the Strategic Partnerships Office is the same as the Toronto Office of Partnerships. We're actually undergoing a name change there, so it's one and the same.
So in reports, if I read back to past reports, this is these are departments where and staff supports where people can come to us if they have something to do with us that's sort of benevolent, philanthropic of nature, something that can help us in terms of a better city, in-kind types of actions. Is that not still the mandate of these groups?
So, Councillor, the mandate of the office, the Toronto Office of Partnerships, now the Strategic Partnerships Office, is varied. It is that, but it is intended to build strategic partnerships between the city, public and private sector organizations, and philanthropic groups, right? So the office encompasses, if you'll indulge me, building the sort of infrastructure in the city, the sponsorship policies, donation policies, naming rights. It also includes business partnerships, and this is where you see unsolicited proposals and green market accelerator programs. It also includes academic partnerships, and you will have seen that in previous reports in relation to Civic Lab TO and the work we're doing with our universities and colleges, collaborations with our healthcare partners, working with UHN and others, and also supporting sort of the EOC responses with the donations task force that we led over the course of the last 12 months. So while they are philanthropic, it's much broader than that.
Right. So, but they speak to things like COVID response right now. And on the Toronto Office of Partnership webpage, we see contacts for the staff, and then right underneath that, and to donate, here's donate TO and the instructions. That's how the webpage is set up. So how do we, in the case of an infrastructure, what is the metric? Has council set a policy, or what metric are you using to decide when someone can simply go to that office with an unsolicited proposal, as you described that being one of the actions? What metric do you use to decide we will just run with the unsolicited proposal and we will not say thank you, what a good idea, we're going to tender?
So, Councillor, we get, as you know, many unsolicited proposals or offers of support, many which come through council offices and from staff. So I would say that last year we received about 100 unsolicited proposals and probably another 100 simple ideas. The idea is that we
but if I can just stop you right there, because I don't want to get too far beyond what you just said. You said offers of support. What then I guess the metric is, what is an offer of support and what is I'd just like to be doing business with the city? How do you decide that it's an offer of support?
Okay, so these are business offers where business partners are saying we can do some work with the city that would advance city goals. The first point of reviewing that offer is to examine and see whether it's actually a regular procurement, and the vast majority are councillors, so those are referred to our procurement department, and we work very closely with Mike on that. So you're going to see that 50, 70, 80% of them actually simply get referred over to procurement. The unsolicited proposal needs to be something that's different, that's unique, that we are not anticipating do an RFP call for, and then the proponent is asked to submit information on the offer itself, and that offer is then discussed with the city division to see, in fact, if it is different, unusual, and not something that we would procure through a normal or regular process.
Right.
Thank you. That was your last
Speaker,
question, Councillor
Because I had that lag, if I could just ask my one last question, because there's about 45 seconds where I was getting nothing. My last question is this. How do you decide something is unique?
So that is a complicated process, and certainly that's something that the office does not do by itself. As I said, we work closely with procurement and we work closely with the division. So the offer has to be something that we would not normally or anticipate doing a regular procurement for. And that is when it's considered to be something that's different and unique. But as you know from the UP process, it still requires that we do a call, a Swiss Challenge RFP, to ensure that there's transparency, accountability, and that others are allowed to bid for that offer as well.
Thank you. Okay, members, 12 items still left. Councillor Thompson to speak.
2 questions, Speaker. Thank you. Through you, Speaker, wonder if staff can tell us where we've used in the city the Swiss Challenge in the past?
Mike, I'm wondering whether you can speak to that?
Sure. Through the Speaker, and apologies, Councillor Thompson, for the delay. For my review, we've used the unsolicited proposal policy. It appears twice in the past for the city, and then one time the Toronto Zoo actually used an unsolicited proposal policy to deal with the maglev train. So it's been a limited use, but ultimately whenever it's been used, the RFP that's been done has been more, while it has a variation because it's an unsolicited proposal component to it, it's still an RFP process that we do all the time. Okay, thank you. So it occurs to me that based on our last exercise with respect to this program and asking council for approval, that there were concerns that there were many other tech companies that could perhaps offer the same type of services. So according to the report, the call was on the market for 6 weeks. We had 22 suppliers had indicated an intent, I guess, to respond. Only one submitted a counter proposal. What happened to the other 21? And is that sufficient amount of time, the 6 weeks, in order to put this out to market for a response? Through the Speaker, with all procurements, we can't guess who's going to respond. In the end, we only did receive Payet's proposal in response plus the counter proposal. Other proponents, I think, looked at it and decided that either they could not meet one of our requirements or otherwise chose to not participate, or they were simply curious about what we were actually asking for. So the fact that they were looking doesn't necessarily guarantee that they would then choose to respond. Okay, excellent. And so maybe Ms. Scioli can answer this question for me. So with respect to the Payet proposal and or the sort of goal of this, to utilize technology to make things easier, can you explain exactly what it is that we want to achieve with respect to this initiative?
Through the Speaker, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. We are trying to accelerate digitization within the city. We're trying to actually meet customers' expectations. We're also trying to create more of a unified experience for residents, which is part of the expectation. And then I'm just going to also ask Lawrence to just comment around some of the key requirements around what we call interoperability, but I want to make sure he clarifies what that means for the organization. Plus, it also, just so we're clear, it also helps us financially because we're also dealing with limited, there's no capital or operating investments this way that actually supports us from a budget perspective. So I'll let Lawrence talk to a little bit more around the technology.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Through the Speaker, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. One of the areas that we are also trying to ensure is that the technology footprint does not create silos and we don't have what we call more sprawl, technology sprawl. So the interoperability is to allow for a better end-to-end experience where we can have technology platforms that we bring into the city that can interconnect with all the various other technology platforms to ensure we're getting the best benefit in terms of the experience delivering to the public.
Thank you, Speaker. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to start with Mr. Pachalak. Michael, there's been a lot of talk about Swiss Challenge and an RFP or Swiss Challenge RFP. Could you explain a bit about how this evolved from a strictly Swiss Challenge into an RFP?
Through the speaker, sure, Councillor. A Swiss Challenge is fundamentally a request for proposal. What happens is that we take the unsolicited proposal we received and we put that out to market in an RFP. So the Swiss Challenge is an RFP. It could be done in a simpler form, but for something like this, a request for proposal was required. And then it's not simply putting the unsolicited proposal out to market. We need to still build in our requirements.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I can't hear the answer.
Yeah, Councillor, somebody has their mic on. I don't know who it is, but they're speaking on the phone. Okay,
thank you.
Go ahead.
The unsolicited proposal isn't simply put out to market. We build our requirements that the city would need and our evaluation criteria so that everyone who responds can be evaluated in the same way. And in this case, we built in our standard technology requirements that we would expect from any type of IT platform and other things that met our digital approach and standards and our customer service requirements.
So, Michael, this started off with a Swiss Challenge that with Pay It. So when you go through the Swiss Challenge and it evolves into this RFP, doesn't this bias the results towards Pay It?
Through the speaker, no. Like the intent of the unsolicited proposal, that's the genesis of the base. However, as I said, you still need to put our requirements to it, and everyone must meet our requirements. And then in this particular case, we actually went in addition by requiring Pay It to still respond and make sure that they responded to all the evaluation criteria that any other proponent would have to respond to. And we took other measures to try to minimize any concerns about bias in terms of the evaluation team by having a whole new evaluation team in progress, as well as the fairness monitor. So the Swiss Challenge isn't designed to be biased, but it is designed to be built upon the unsolicited proposal with our requirements.
Okay. And then within this process, Michael, there's been comments about vendor lock-in, and we're locking in with one vendor doing this. And if the Pay It's not meeting our, specifically meeting what we need, are we locking in with them?
Through the speaker, I can turn that over to Lawrence, who may want to provide a response.
Okay.
Through the speaker, thank you for your question, Councillor Ainsley. From a risk mitigation from a contractual agreement, this is no different than any other technology platform. We would ensure that there's non-inclusive, exclusive legal agreement, meaning the city reserves the right to contract with any other parties. We would respect the intellectual property in terms of the rights of the city, so all improvement, changes, and enhancements will rest with the city in terms of how our deployment would be from a technology and the standards, and also compliant to every other city rules and regulation in terms of our terms and conditions and how we could exit if the fact that this was not meeting the expectations of the city. It includes data, it includes privacy, it includes all the standards that we would incorporate with any other technology platform that we would deliver in the city.
Okay, thank you. And then I don't know if this is a Michael or a Lawrence question, but it has to do with, so within this RFP, we have kind of two areas. We have a payment service and we have a citywide digital platform. And there's been some accusations that we bundled these two together when we should be separating them. And we have more of an advantage of putting them together, don't we?
I'll take that through the speaker. Thank you for the question, Councillor Ainsley. And there has been conversations. The city, of course, came to council in 2020 that was looking into the principles on the framework of digital infrastructure. The payment component is a separate entity in terms of the fact that it's actually looking for a platform that will deal specifically with the payment. The digital infrastructure speaks broadly, and I recognize that from the public standpoint, there is sometimes some conversations that go in both in terms of the public interest, but in terms of this particular proposal, it's focused fundamentally on the payment aspect, which is an essential service that we want to accelerate, and we certainly want to follow the processes as aligned. But those two aspects can be seen, even though there's interoperability, there are linkages, but this is actually about a payment platform for the city.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you. Yeah, my colleagues did a fine job addressing some of the ones in my mind, but maybe I'll just confirm. So, you know, like the real push for all this is really about consumer demand. So would I be fair to say that, you know, our residents or our customers, if you want to look at it that way from a business lens, are seeking ways to do digital business with the government? And, you know, our current capacity is limited. So this is a new front that really keeps us on equal footing with other municipalities, other orders of government, even business competitors, you know, people out in the business world that are doing business to person transactions over the internet. Is that a fair assumption that that's a core push on why we're doing this?
The speaker. It's Josie through the speaker. You're absolutely correct, Deputy Mayor Holliday. And we've done quite a bit of analysis behind this. And Asim Hussain, who's our Customer Experience Innovation Director, will give you some feedback around that.
Thank you, Josie. And through the speaker, yeah, absolutely, Deputy Mayor. So, you know, we've done a lot of research on what people expect from government. And not surprising, it's very much what people expect and how they interact in all other aspects of their lives, whether it's, you know, in retail, consuming media, or banking. You know, one of the recent numbers we came across is that 75% of Canadians are now banking online in a pretty seamless way, in one that's increasingly personalized. And so when we think about, you know, the opportunity here, it's very much around, you know, how do we design the services around our customers, as opposed to right now we have a lot of program divisional-based service delivery. And meet people who do want to be on the digital channel, and of course, you know, also provide and maintain the alternative channels. So it is very much around, you know, a city-branded platform that can provide, as our CTO said, you know, a unified customer experience with more modern payment options, with more payment options, and a lot of those features that people are used to in you know, other experiences that they have.
So, Hussain, just on the same, sorry, Asim, yep. Mr. Hussain.
No problem.
On the same token, there, you know, my mom, for the first time during COVID, you know, checked out an ebook from the library, right? She's a big reader, and I mean, it was a jump. We had to show her how to use it. I forgot. There's Overdrive's one of the technologies, and there's a new one out there. It's like, wow, you know, like the library has really got this to make life easy. But you worked on, let's say, I think you worked on the digital registration platform for accommodations, right? Short-term rentals. And one of the principles of that was to make that pain-free so that people comply and that they use the system. So, I mean, there's a point to success. So if we want people to pay their taxes on time or do certain transactions with the city, make it easy. Make it so they don't have to go line up at the bank or, you know, fight their way through COVID. We want to do these sorts of things. Now, on the same token of all this, are there back-end pluses that the city, from a business perspective, you know, the consumer could care less about, but we do. So, you know, like cybersecurity. So we're able to transfer the risk that we've got with cybersecurity to a third party. They now bear it. There's payment involved in transfer of that risk, but they now bear it, and we don't have to do that heavy lifting. PCI compliance, I mean, I know that's all technical stuff, but that has to do with assurance in our system on payment transactions, that sorts of things that we otherwise would have to do from the ground up. And the vendors know this, right? So there's utility in all of this service. And then, of course, there's this idea of a suite of services.
Councillor Holiday, your question. Your question?
Is it true that there are all of these back-end benefits that maybe aren't apparent to the citizen, but are important to to council and city's management.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a different type of proposal in terms of how the city can scale digital for and scale acceleration for digital services. One of the things that's core to this arrangement and was in the RFP was that the city does not pay the upfront capital or pays the ongoing sustainment. So we transfer the risk of a large IT implementation to the vendor. We transfer the cost, and we shift that risk to and the way it works is we only pay for adoption, right? So the city pays when people are transacting through the platform. It's a different model because typically we pay the upfront capital and it doesn't matter how the implementation works, the city has to pay. In this regard, a lot of the risk is actually shifted to the supplier. So there are a lot of these business model benefits, I would say, that are more aligned with industry trends around moving to the cloud, moving to subscription and consumption models, and transferring risk, as well as transferring the risk for the ongoing innovation, which is, a platform, whether it's Pay It or others, this is what they do. This is their best in breed. And so you get that benefit as well. And lastly, there is a revenue generation component to this, which to the point around the RFP was not in the unsolicited proposal. This was the city's idea to challenge the vendors through the RFP to come up with revenue generation proposals that the city could benefit from, looking at our brand, looking at our size, and to your point, how we help in co-designing the experience and benefiting from that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Asim.
Councillor Perks, question.
Thank you. When the Office of Partnerships was established, it had a narrow mandate to accept donations for already approved city priorities. At what point was this changed and was council informed?
So, Councillor, I have to get back to you on that. However,
okay.
I think
all right. If you don't know, that's fine. I'll move to my next question. When the Sidewalk Labs proposal ran into difficulties, we had an undertaking to develop principles and have consultations with the community broadly and to bring those principles to council to be approved. The original report date for that is already passed. Am I correct?
Through the speaker, through the chair, we had the report date that we had to refine was to bring it back in terms of Q1 of 2022, and we are looking in a way to bring that.
No, we were due a report by now in the original. In the original, right? Not 2022.
Right.
When was that?
We were due a report. I would have to get back specifically. We would do a report around earlier on. Of course, without the pandemic created some challenges, but the council was due a report back.
Thank you. To the city manager, in the TOR report, there's a lot of language about how we have to provide more services online. Was that language put into the TOR report? When that was done, were staff aware of the Pay It proposal?
I would think it would coincide, yeah. I think the TOR was looking at modernizing TO. It commented on it, and I think the Pay It was being contemplated at that time.
And council was not informed at that time that there was an unsolicited proposal. That came later.
I believe that's a correct statement to the speaker.
Okay.
So just through the speaker to Councillor Perks, we actually brought a report in July of 2020 regarding the sole source of the specific proponent at that point, just after the TOR report.
Just after. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I'm just going to lay out the question that I want answered because I've been trying for a bit. I've asked for the total revenues, let's say for 2020 or 19, if you don't have 2020, for property tax for the City of Toronto, for utilities, for the fines, and for the planning and building, which is the chart that's in the report, but not totals. So I'm after the totals. I'll just table that now. So before the end of my time, I've got that. I have also a couple of questions. Number one, can we turn this down when it comes back? Yes or no? Who would like to answer that while you're getting ready? What other cities are using Pay It? So let's go with, can we turn it down, yes or no, when it comes to us?
Through the speaker, staff will be bringing forward a report on the results of the negotiation to committee, and they would have and council and have the ability to make the determination whether to proceed or not.
So we still have an ability to say no, correct?
Yes.
Without getting sued? Yes or no?
Without providing legal advice, we should be able to cancel the process like we have in other procurements when they've reached council.
All right. How many other cities use Pay It? Speaker, my time is just being wasted here. People can't answer the question. 5 minutes is very short.
Okay, can anybody answer the question?
Hold my time.
Sam, you can answer
Yeah,
the question, please.
Through the speaker, Councillor Fletcher, I'd have to, they have a presence in the US. They do not have a Canadian presence at this time.
Which cities?
So they are in
very
Kansas.
Simple question.
Yeah, no, I understand. They're in Kansas City. They have North Carolina, the state of North Carolina. They have something with the state of Texas. They have something with I believe, city of San Diego. I'd have to go back. I'm happy to.
Okay, that's fine. Nobody in Canada. And what's the standard uptake? What's the uptake in all those cities? 10% payment online, 20%, 30%? What's the uptake? Do you happen to know? If you don't, just say I don't.
I do know. I do know a bit about the North Carolina experience.
What is it?
DMV. It's around. So some of the services are around 30 to 50%. Now these are from
okay,
a few years.
That's it. 30 to, I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of time.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, please, but don't interrupt. Allow the staff to answer the question. I'm sorry.
We only have 5 minutes.
I understand, but you're cutting staff off.
Well,
okay, go ahead.
I've said yes or no. So I'm just going to tell me if I've got this right, that there was there was an unsolicited proposal, and then staff brought forward a sole source agreement in July. Then it got sent back for a It was determined to do a Swiss challenge, which ended up in RFP, which ended up here. Is any of that wrong? Josie Cioli, Madam DCM, is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. We came back with this RFP response.
Does anybody have the numbers yet for those 4 finances? They ready? If not, Speaker, I'll have to get those. I've told them yesterday and today, those are the numbers I want. And other Swiss challenges, would you agree that the first 2 Swiss challenges, one, that from 2009 to 2021, there was one that was a Wired Canada program that was worth $108,000. Sorry, Game on Stream, $108,000, and this other one, $585,000. Those are the 2 Swiss challenges that you've done. Is that correct, Mr. Pechelop?
Through the chair, through the speaker, yes, that's correct. Those are the 2 that were done previously.
Thank you. I'm wondering, Speaker, if someone has that information for me now.
Should we have that information?
Yes, it's Casey Brendan speaking from Revenue Services. Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm assuming you can hear me, yes?
Yes, I can, thank you.
Okay, the total amount for property taxes, $6.9 billion. The total amount raised through utility billings, $1.4 billion. The total amount raised from parking ticket revenues, $82.4 million. These are 2020 figures.
How about the planning and buildings amounts, Mr. Brennan, that was asked for?
That's your
I'm
last
sorry, I
question.
don't have planning and building information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, to speak, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yep, I'm here. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion that I would like to put on the screen that I'm moving after consultation with some of my colleagues on this. That City Council direct the Chief Technology Officer to complete public and stakeholder consultation on building and procurement digital infrastructure and related policies for the digital infrastructure. So that should be plan, not pan. And report to the General Government Licensing Committee by the end of the second quarter of 2020. And although this item, Madam Speaker, was at the Executive Committee, I'm going to speak to it as the Chair of the General Government and Licensing Committee. And one of the things that I've always said since I've been the chair of this committee, because we deal with a lot of the technology and how the City of Toronto interacts with both the public, is that, you know, we need to, I'm going to drag the City of Toronto kicking and screaming into the 21st century. Because when you look at how the City of Toronto technology-wise has interacted with the public, sometimes it's been pretty archaic. And what we have before us today is a digital government payment platform that ties in very well with a number of other platforms that we use, including our finance, human resources, Salesforce, which is the platform for our 311 and customer management. We have an active class system for park and recreation, but we don't have a very good payment system. And I hear about this from people constantly that, you know, sending a check to the City of Toronto or going to a kiosk and lining up is no longer acceptable. There is a certain segment of our population, often they're older and they're used to writing a check and taking time out of their day and lining up at a kiosk and mailing that check in. But there's an extremely large segment of our population, when they want to pay something, they expect to be able to do it 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And often it's just their phone. They pick up their phone. I have, you know, one of our 3 kids, I offered to take him to the bank and he was like, Dad, I don't need to go to the bank to move money around. I'm just going to do it on an app on my phone. And that's what people expect from their municipality. They expect us to operate in a 21st century digital format that meets their needs, that's seamless. You know, and on the city side of things, people expect us to get the best value for their tax dollars. Everybody in this room, we all pay our property taxes to the City of Toronto. We expect the best value for those tax dollars, just like our residents do. And there's a lot of benefits to the digital payment platform that's before us. It's been a very comprehensive process. This was at the Executive Committee back in November. You know, I advertised it far and wide to make sure anybody in the digital community in the City of Toronto, if they had concerns or that they wanted to address questions, this was heard at our Executive Committee. There was no deputations. This is the 3rd time it's been at City Council. We have an excellent team that have been working on this. I don't have any doubts at all that it's going to succeed. And I would strongly encourage everybody here to support it because it's what the residents of the Toronto want and they need. And it also will make our city function in the 21st century where we as a municipality, when it comes to technology, need to be. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have motions as well. I hope they can come up on the screen to refresh my own memory. Others, that City Council requests the AG to consider a review of the Toronto Office of Partnerships as part of the next AG's work plan with a focus on its relationship to public procurement. And 2, that City Council direct the City Manager to report directly to City Council on how City staff respond to unsolicited proposals. I think one of the staff members said this was not an unsolicited proposal. It is. That's what the report says it is. It began with Payette walking in the door with an unsolicited proposal. They happened to walk in the door of the partnership office or were directed there. I don't know which it is, but somehow what the partnership office started out as has morphed somewhat. And so I want that examined, and I think we should all want that examined, especially, you know, we're about to head into an economic rebuild that could be fairly cutthroat for startups and rebuilds. It may be true that no one came to make deputations, but I know this. Since the day that I moved the motion saying I think the City Manager should look at this before we adopt this and award this unsolicited proposal, and since that time, everywhere I go, despite social distancing, someone comes up to me and says, I know a firm, or I work for a firm, or I am a firm that does this. And thank you for asking for a second look before accepting an unsolicited proposal from out of the country. Thank you. We'll wait and see what happens. Then others came and said, Swiss challenge, really? There are lots of questions about why we're doing this. The most interesting one to me is what I want to spend the rest of my time commenting on. Madam Speaker, this is really actually a conventional way of us proceeding with this, kind of like the conventional thinking that brought about Presto in TTC, that we need a vendor and a service and an exclusivity, and we'll transfer risk over there. But that's not actually the way the future works. There's a thing called Open Data API that was explained to me, Application Programming Interfaces. And if we use as an example, let's not use Presto, that's loaded. Let's use the Canada Revenue Agency. People pay their bills there. The Canada Revenue Agency wanted to go through just what Councillor Ainsley just described, but rather than have an exclusive, rather than pick a vendor or take an idea from one unsolicited proposal from a vendor, they said, let's have a portal and let's have a set of digital principles that protect privacy and protect our customers and clients. And we'll say to anyone who provides this service, you can be the platform that interfaces with the customer through your app, and through that app, you may come into our portal and remit a payment to us. And so you can do it with PayPal or the sub from Moneris and all the others. There are all sorts of services, and provided we're protecting ourselves with a set of privacy protecting principles, we use multiple people, and they collect a charge from the customer that's a smaller charge than us giving a percentage of transactions. If we're going to collect 2.3% on every credit card transaction, over time, we may live to regret that. Because the other thing that my good friend Councillor Ainsley just described is kind of like what I'm experiencing with my children. Future generations aren't going to be as wed to the top 5 banks as we are. They use boutique banking, they use app-based financing, app-based trading even. They brought down the market recently, playing around on Reddit. There's a whole different financial structure coming to be that brings about a different kind of procurement. We've got to abide by public procurement law, and then we have to look at, if we're going to be unconventional, let's be unconventional in a way that actually is informed by how our future customers are going to want to use our system. If they're a PayPal client and they've memorized that password, they want to keep on using that. So why would we shut them out and use just this one platform when through Open Data API, we can actually provide a portal for all of them? It's like your electronic return. You can be TurboTax, it could be UFile, it could be Quicken. CRA doesn't have to worry about if that system fails, that the many vendors have their relationships with their customers. I don't think that model has been examined, and I'd like to do that.
5 seconds.
Let's proceed with this, but at the very least, the motions that I have done say that the next unsolicited proposal will give pause. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have a question, clarification of the motion 3 minutes.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, Councillor Carroll, I think you were on city council when that office was established, were you not?
Yes,
Yes,
it
and-
was very
yeah.
useful to us during the Sunrise propane blast.
Right. Anyway, it was there, and I think it was in response to wanting to give a donation to the rinks to extend their season by MasterCard, and there wasn't really a portal. So the Office of Partnerships was
Councillor
developed.
Fletcher, clarification of the motion, please.
I'm clarifying.
No,
what
that's
she's
not
trying to get-
clarifying. That's not clarifying what the motion
I believe
is.
the question is about the Toronto Office
Yeah.
of Partnerships,
Yes.
which is motion number 1.
Yeah, it's motion number 1. Sorry, Speaker. Can you hold my time while you explain how that isn't related? Thank you.
You're clarifying Councillor Carroll's motion.
Correct.
Right, motion
Which
number
is-
1.
Yes.
The Toronto Office of Partnerships. So I'm just establishing that the framework of that review would include its origins. And do I have that correct?
Exactly. I would really like the AG to look at how it started, and if the mandate changed, did it change as a result of council's direction, and are we still within procurement law?
So you're looking to see if there was a direction that was given to add on of these things. I think the Swiss Challenge, it's been indicated that that's now part of the Office of Partnerships and suggesting that. And you've heard about the 2 original Swiss Challenges, but when I got that, sorry, it's taking a bit long, Speaker, but the information on the total revenues adds up to $8 billion a year for those revenue streams.
Right, and the
Right.
Toronto Office of Partnership was never set up to be about an ongoing service delivery, so I'd really like the AG to look at that.
Well, apparently the Swiss Challenge at the zoo is set up for that. So that was, are other agencies using that? Are you looking to have her tell us who else is using that and how they're using that besides just the city?
Well, we as you know, don't direct the AG, but I think if she
You're
begins to
requesting?
look at it, those things might pop up out of the foxhole and need to be looked at.
Did you ever think that the Office of Partnerships would be used to contemplate a contract that would have potential access to $8 billion, a fraction of $8 billion of revenue?
No, and not in the context of delivering a core service by contract for us. That seems quite apart from the original mandate. That's why I'd love for her to look at it.
Okay, thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. And I want to note that the Deputy City Manager, Josie, has sent a note clarifying that, in fact, the TOR report came after pay it. So that much is cleared up. Thank you for that. I am, however, deeply alarmed that all of this was done after the sidewalk debacle, and we evidently seem to have learned nothing. Torontonians have deep, deep concerns and interest about whether or not core public services are going to be delivered by an innovative technology without a public discussion about how that technology is designed. Councillor Carroll raises some very important points about this being a core piece of public infrastructure, which effectively becomes a private vendor managing to divert a little bit of the river of money that flows between the public and the public services they rely on. And I want to make sure not only that all the things that people are typically concerned about with digital transactions being secure and private, but I also want to be assured that we're not cementing a rent-seeking operation, whereby you get some initial value out of something they innovate, and then they just get a river of revenue for doing nothing further after that forever, effectively privatizing a portion of the money that comes from the people who are paying services to the delivery of those services. rent seeking. And I want to make sure we avoid that. Finally, I am deeply concerned about the process here. Deeply concerned. I can have only a handful of instances whereby one way or another, some core public infrastructure wound up being approved without this council being assured that we had gone to the public to design that service and then further gone to the marketplace to get the best deal on that service. Neither of those happened in this instance. The one that I can think of, and it's not the fault of this council, it's the fault of the provincial government, is Presto. And we failed both in terms of delivering the best service possible and in terms of getting the best price possible, because the provincial government decided to come in and intervene and just say, no, it's going to be this guy. And I don't see the traceable decision-making process here. So because of that, I'll be supporting Councillor Ainsley's motion, which will accelerate a key part of the conversation that's already overdue on how we enshrine and get council approval for how we do purchasing of digital products prior to many more of them coming along. And secondly, Councillor Carroll's motions, I want to understand how the decisions were made here and how they wound up at a body that was designed to take donations for things that council had already approved. My mind just boggles that became part of the process. So I can't go back and tell my constituents that principles that had public discussion and council approval were included in this piece of decision making. I can't tell them we're not locking in a bunch of rent seeking. I can't tell them that the decision making process on purchasing this followed typical procurement guidelines. And not being in a position to tell the people I represent those three things is incredibly difficult for me. I take Councillor Ainsley's point that we've got to hurry up, but we've been aware of the problems with purchasing big pieces of technology for many years, and we ought to have better systems in place.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thanks. I'm just going to follow up on a couple of things that my colleague has said, just about the oversight requirements around major pieces of technology. It is really critical that we're careful. And I totally understand the desire of staff, and when councillors are saying we've got to go faster, we've got to be able to do that, because probably every single one of us is sitting making online purchases pretty regularly, so we know how to do it. Or we do e-transfers, we bank online, we do many things. 10 or 15 years, it will be all online. So the decision that we're making is not for today, we're making it for the future staff, future taxpayers, future residents, which is why we have to make it carefully. And it has to stand a very high step, has to meet a very high test of scrutiny. So one of the things that Councillor Perks said was, how much is the river of revenue that we're looking at? I've been trying to figure that out. Yesterday I asked, just tell me the revenue streams, how much are they worth? I couldn't get that answer. Staff said, well, it's in the report. Well, that's not in the report. I think our job is to look at those revenues. They're growing every year. And then what take-up is there going to be? 30 to 50% take-up on payment online. So what is the vendor receiving for this system, for our residents paying through this first sole source, then Swiss Challenge, then RFP'd, now here for us process? I don't understand why that was so hard. And I think we should really work on figuring out what that was, because if it's a big number, then it's very different from whatever the Office of Partnerships was set up. It's very different from the two sole sources, one for $108,000 and another for $585,000. If we're in the double digits in the millions annually, then that's a very different story. And we need to do our homework. it is a major piece of infrastructure. Digital is a major piece of infrastructure, and under the hand of Mr. Ita, we are getting a refresh of our entire system. I think I have great faith in all this being done. This one, though, through the sole source, through the partnership office, just doesn't feel right yet. I do understand that staff want to have something that's branded. They want you to go online and City of Toronto and you're paying the city. That's a branded exercise. Rather than go online, here's you're going to revenue services. You can pay with this, this, or this, just as all of us that go online do. We choose how we're going to do that. So that, to my mind, was a decision point. A decision point is, do we want a branded service where we're turning everything over, including a platform that I'm sure people will have more to say about that, or do we simply want to allow people the ability to find the way they're going to pay? And I'm going to go back to Presto and open payment, which I was here for. And even though the majority of us felt that open payment would have been a better idea because you could use what you have, you could use your credit card, you could use that account, rather than Presto, which is a system that has been built, which is full of terrible problems, and we know it hasn't functioned well. It was set up by Accenture. We know they already had problems, and it was a desire, it was given away to, I believe, to those folks. So that was a decision point, and I don't think we've actually had that discussion. What's our decision point? I know we're far down the road, but we have to do our due diligence on this. This could be worth, when we figure it out, worth millions and millions and millions to the vendor. Is this what we want to look back and say, yes, we were going to sole source that, then we were going to do this, then we were going to do that, and now we have a good process? I think we should be very careful how we're proceeding and give it our best look. So thank you to those motions. I'll be supporting both of them.
Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker, for your enthusiasm. I would just want to reflect on what's before us today. It's an interim report. In fact, the recommendations are to receive it, although we have some amendments here that give rise to action. I mean, we're amidst a procurement process. Some councillors have brought really thoughtful questions, and I commend them for that. But it has been a largely quiet session here on this particular item. There have not been a lot of widespread questions from members of council. I just think it's important that the city approach these things in a business-like and a professional manner. We are dealing with outside vendors that put their time, their heart, their soul into making proposals to the city. We just have gone through an open component of a procurement process. And so between now and the next report to council, I hope members of council come forward with their questions and ask as much as they can of the staff and get clarity and raise the points that they want to raise. Because what I really want to see is the culmination of a project towards the end and an output that's helpful to the citizens of Toronto, and not find ourselves once again taking a step forward and taking another step back. I have to reinforce the point that I've made, that I've heard over and over again. I mean, Councillor Perks, raised questions that he would contemplate from his constituents, saying, how did this happen? Why did this happen? How about the basic question of, how can I go along and online and pay this or access this service? How come you don't have that, City of Toronto? How come, Peel Region, Mississauga, any other, name another GTA municipality, how come they have it and you don't? And those are really hard questions to answer. So I think there's a lot of opportunity over the next little while staff continue to do their job, but us as councillors need to ask the questions that are important to us, not just on the council floor, but leading up to when this process finishes. So with that, thank you for the time, Speaker, and I hope folks support all of the motions.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be quick. I just wanted to say I support the motions that's in front of us. I want to thank the staff for bringing this item forward. I just want to also remind members of we're actually not buying infrastructure. What we are buying, obviously, is the opportunity to or move to the cloud to provide a more efficient level of service that is being demanded by the public. And also just to simply say that today, we're not actually approving or awarding a contract. This matter will be coming back to us and we'll have more detailed information. If at that point in time we don't like the elements of the detail, then we can actually refuse. And as Mr. Potulok is sort of intimating that there is no potential for a lawsuit. I don't think he actually stated that there's no potential, but he did say he wasn't giving us legal advice, but from his expertise and his expert opinion, there would not be an opportunity for us to be facing a lawsuit. And so we still have time. And I think that the staff have done a great job. So I want to commend the staff for the work that they've done in terms of bringing this item forward. But clearly, we always want to refine our process and ensuring that the process that we actually have works in our best interest. Thank you, Speaker.
Last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Speaker, thank you very much. And I agree with what Deputy Mayor Holliday said. There's been a lot of questions and discussion. And I think, first of all, I am comforted as one by the fact that we're having a report here. We do have one here that was to be received. It was not asked for approval of anything or of entering into a contract. Back negotiations are, as I understand it, still ongoing. I think, though, that there have to be some things said with respect to a couple of the comments that were made as a reason to vote against this that really sort of clarify the situation. I mean, first of all, in terms of the time spent, we have spent more time on this, and I'm always amazed sometimes at the fact that huge contracts go through here on consent, and huge expenditures of money go through on consent. And we've spent more time on this now, and quite properly so. I'm happy the Swiss challenge process was undertaken because for me, when you read the results of that, it indicates there were many, many firms that took a look and decided they couldn't replicate this particular kind of thing or didn't wish to. But it certainly, I think, amounted to quite a thorough canvassing of the landscape out there in terms of who might come forward and offer this service to us. So I think that to say that we haven't spent enough time on it, I think, really starts to sort of, head into that realm of us just delaying on doing things that make life better for our customers, for our taxpayers, for the people that we represent. And it is all about them and their convenience and being able to do something quickly as opposed to the snail's pace. One of the great things.
We can't hear you, John.
Mayor Tory, we can hear you. Can you shut off your video? Mayor?
I didn't do anything.
Mayor?
Gord, you've got big powers. The dreaded WebEx circle.
It's a hiccup in the tech sector.
Okay, well, we're
How did
working
we
on
wind
it.
up with WebEx anyway?
This technology is so wonderful. Apparently he's having a connection issue.
Speaker, I apologize. My speech must have been so scintillating the network decided to crash on me. Shall I just pick it up for a couple of minutes, Speaker? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, we can see you.
Okay. All right. So what I was saying is that we have many contracts that we have, that we go through on consent, and this has had an extensive process directed quite properly by council. The second point I was going to make is that when people use the Presto example, this is entirely the opposite approach being taken. Presto, the government made, I believe, a mistake in custom designing and having their own people design this thing with 98 bells and whistles. And it did turn out to be way short of what we expected. We got roped into being a part of it because the government, in fairness, did pay for the Eglinton LRT crosstown. And that was a condition of the deal. But that is an instance where, as opposed to doing something like this, which is for a relatively short-term contract, the term still being negotiated, so you can turn down the term if you don't like it when it comes back. We're going to have a piece of technology or software that can be put in right away, serve our customers better right away. And quite frankly, in terms of the cost, where Presto is costing us tens of millions of dollars a year, if nobody uses this thing, we don't pay. We don't pay. And so to me, it's the best of all worlds. You get to do something to move forward the interests of our customers and their ability to deal well with their own government and deal easily with their own government. If no one chooses to use it, well, that will be something that will be interesting and unfortunate, but it won't cost us anything compared to the Presto example, which this isn't even close to, where the government spent tons of money. I suspect it's hundreds of millions of dollars building out Presto on their own, not buying something off the shelf or just going to some other thing that would work better. So the final point I want to make is, and the final thing I want to say is, in respect to all this talk about a core piece of our public infrastructure, if it's such a core piece of our public infrastructure, why has City Council, over time, long before I was here, not done anything to modernize it so that our people that we represent, the people who pay our bills, could have a more convenient way of dealing with their own government? That's how core a piece of infrastructure this is. So I think we should let the people continue to do their work in the public service, bring back the contract. We have the right to turn the contract down if we don't like it, but not keep delaying these things that move us forward into the 21st century as a government, and think of our customers first, and make life easier for them. So I will be supporting the core of what's happening here in terms of allowing it to proceed.
Thank you. Okay, we'll put the motions on the screen. Okay, by Councillor Ainslie. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Motion by Councillor Carroll. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Item as amended, all in favor?
Recorded,
Recorded.
please.
Yes. Recorded vote.
How is there a vote on item as amended when there are no recommendations that we haven't voted on yet?
We're just, I'm sorry.
Sorry, there's nothing left to vote on. Can I ask the clerk to confirm that?
The receipt motion.
No, because we're not receiving it. We've taken action. There's nothing left to vote on. If I could ask the clerk to clarify.
We just turn the
what I
bells
voted.
off.
Okay, just a sec. Hold on. We'll receive,
I believe.
Madam Speaker,
yes.
my advice to you would be the point raised by Councillor Perks is a valid point. You have voted on the previous two motions, which now contain the actual motions, the actual items.
So we voting.
There's nothing left to vote on.
We're not voting to receive the report?
That's correct, because we're, as Councillor Perks has pointed out, we are taking action on the matter.
All right. So that includes that. All right.
Great, thank you.
Okay. So just cancel that. Okay, thank you. Our next item's DM 30.3. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
Yes,
Okay, and
Madam Chair, thank you very much.
if there are members that have questions, if they can just please put their name on the list, please. Thank you.
Yeah, do we have staff here to answer questions?
Okay, do we have staff here to answer the questions?
You can hold my time. I don't know if you started my clock.
No, I didn't start your time yet. I was waiting.
Thank you, thank you.
I was waiting for the staff to come forward first. So who would you like to ask the question to?
Well, I assuming since this has been on the agenda for 2 meetings, someone from the Toronto Environmental Office would be here to help us. Is that not an unreasonable proposition, Madam Speaker?
No, I have no idea who's here.
Is the city manager there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the city manager's here, and Josie Scioli's here as well, and we could certainly start with Josie and then refer to her staff that report to her.
So just through you, Madam Chair, to the city manager, is it, I mean, maybe you can answer my question. This is an environmental question. We have an environmental office with an executive director, I think he's executive director level, and 100 staff. This was on the last council meeting. It was on this council meeting. I'm just wondering where, is it not unreasonable for me to ask you where that person is?
Not unreasonable at all, Councillor.
And Deputy Mayor, I'm just calling Gemma and apologize.
Down.
Okay, I'll put your time on hold.
I don't know if anyone else has any questions that don't fire this individual, but you know, if it's an environmental question, you'd think we'd have someone from the environmental office here.
Speaker, just on a point of order, you know, I think these are challenging days and we move through agendas quickly. Perhaps we can just hold down this item and come back to it when staff are available. I think that's fine.
Yes, but it's important that we also have staff available. We're going through the agenda. So, okay, we can, Deputy Mayor, we'll skip over until we get staff here. We are following the agenda.
It's not like they didn't see it coming, Madam Chair.
Yeah. So, Deputy Mayor, you'll hold the item down until we get staff here?
Yes, if you can advise me when that occurs, please, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go to the next item.
Speaker, can I just on a point of personal privilege?
Sure.
That it is, on a point of personal privilege, it is absolutely, as members of council, our rights and expectation that staff should be here, but given the circumstances of how quickly we move through these agendas, given the real technological challenges that we're all dealing with in this virtual environment, I'd ask if we provide perhaps a little bit of compassion and relief to staff as we work through this. They'll be here. The item's being held down. I don't think we need to take a little side jab at them. Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Chair, just on I think that was directed at me. I think that, Madam Chair, I take exception to that. I think that we've been here all day. There's been a, you know, on the last item, we were on that item for a long time. Executive directors are at that level, should know when an item's coming up, and we should have just, I don't think it's unreasonable, and I think it's a fair expectation to have staff available.
Okay, let's just hold the item down before we waste any more time, and let's just try to move on. Now, we are following the council agenda. So our next item is DM 30.7, which was held down by Councillor Matlow on the Scarborough Transit options. Now, do we have staff here? Do we have staff?
Yes, you do, Madam Speaker.
Okay. So
it's
we'll
Derek
go.
Toigo from the Transit Expansion Office.
Okay, so we'll go to
Also,
question.
Madam Speaker, there are TTC employees here as well. Myself, Kathleen Llewellyn-Thomas, and Gary Downey from TTC.
Okay. Now, do we have questions of staff? If we do, can you please put your name on the screen? Councillor Thompson, questions of staff.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you, Madam Speaker, to staff. Looking at the motion that's contained in DM 30.7, number 1A, it speaks to a technical assessment of moving forward with the Scarborough LRT, including the length of construction, time and new platform location at Kennedy Station. I want to ask the following. What does that mean to you when it says to move forward the Scarborough LRT? Is the Scarborough LRT funded? Is there a plan to develop and or build a Scarborough LRT at this point?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if that question is directed to myself, but I will answer the question. At this point in time, no, there is no funding, there's no planning associated with furthering or advancing the rapid transit LRT.
Thank you, Mr. Troigo, and I know it's late in the day and you've been here for a while, and so, but I just wanted to get some clarification. So then, this motion is asking for a technical assessment. I'm trying to understand then what would be that assessment that you would be moving towards in terms of looking at bringing back when you don't actually have a plan with respect to moving forward with a Scarborough light rail transit in this corridor.
So through you, Madam Speaker, through legislation that was passed in 2019, so the Bill 107, the upload legislation, the city is prohibited from actually engaging in any sort of design, development, or construction work related to any project that's in close proximity to the current uploaded projects, which would be, in this case, the Scarborough subway extension. So there is no, we can't proceed ahead.
Right, that was going to be my next question. Can you tell us as to what the status and in terms of the expansion of the Bloor Danforth line, which is the Scarborough extension, has contracts been awarded with respect to boring? And can you give us a status update on that, please?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Deputy Mayor. So through you, Madam Speaker, at this point in time, there is one RFP that has been issued for the Line 2 East extension. That is the actual tunneling contract, and the current status is that they're in what they call the first negotiations proponent stage, which means that they're in the final negotiations with a contractor group to actually do the tunneling for the Scarborough subway extension.
Okay, thank you. The TTC is currently looking at the feasibility of BRT in this corridor. Is that correct at the moment? Some be it at grade and or elevated. Is that part of the process that the TTC is currently going through in terms of looking at options to replace the SRT?
So perhaps I will, through you, Madam Speaker, I will transfer that question over to my colleagues at the TTC.
Thank you.
Through yourself, Madam Chair, yes, we're actually working collaboratively with the city to develop an analysis options for the replacement of the bus service on adjacent roads and also on the former SRT right-of-way. Also, as part of that analysis, we're also looking at alternatives used for the SRT structure and right-of-way if they are not used as a transit service. And we're due to report back to our board with an update in Q3 of this year.
Okay, great. And as part of this process, will you be conducting a public consultation in order to ensure that we get the input from the public as part of this process?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we will be consulting. In fact, we've already started to talk to City of Toronto staff to ensure that we're broadly canvassing all communities. I just met yesterday with social development group to ensure that we're reaching every single person who might have an opinion on it. And our program will be designed so that we can respond to those comments and, to the degree possible, design our solutions collaboratively.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, questions?
I didn't have any, but now I'll just cover each of Councillor Thompson's questions. The first one is, by writing, requesting a technical assessment of moving forward with something, does that necessarily imply, and perhaps I should ask a wordsmith, that it is a fact that something is moving forward, or is it reasonable that it means that one would like to be assessed if it were to be moving forward?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I didn't hear the rest of the question.
You know what, I'll move on because that probably is slightly rhetorical, but of course it's reasonable to infer that I'm asking for an assessment of something if it were to happen. The next item that Councillor Thompson asked about was the province's position and the bill that was referred to. Is it not true that when council takes a position, it often is very influential and can make a difference with what others do in other orders of government? Has it not been true on transit, where the province has been influenced by council resolutions about changes in the past? Has it not been true on the pandemic response, when council or the mayor has taken a position and the province has been influenced by that position? In other words, do we not have some political influence where we don't have legislative power at times to influence the outcome?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'll try to answer the question as best as I can. Councillor, we are bound by legislation, and it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear that we have to follow what legislation prescribes. We do, on a fairly regular basis, interact with Metrolinx and with the province on a variety of different issues. But in this case here, we're basically following the direction legislation.
No, I appreciate that. With all due respect, that probably was more of a question to the city manager, because it's more of sort of how our dynamic, right? Our political influence, even when we don't have the legislative tools. Another item. I'm glad that the TTC, subsequent to the motion by myself and Councillor Ainsley, was submitted, took the position that they took, that they will take our request seriously. But perhaps to the clerk, if the TTC resolves something, does that speak for council's position? Is it the same thing, or can only council make a decision to reflect its position on a matter? In other words, just because the TTC has decided something, does that mean that that's council's decision? Does that make it redundant here?
Madam Speaker, I almost prefer for the solicitor to answer that question, because it goes to the legislation and the status of the TTC as an entity. And I'm sorry, I'm not.
That's fair.
Okay.
We know the answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The TTC is an agent of the city, so TTC decisions are indirectly those of the city. They're decisions made on behalf of the city. And the Scarborough Subway Extension is defined as a sole responsibility transit project under the legislation. So the city is prohibited from doing any work on a similar transit project in the same vicinity.
Sorry, that's interesting, but it wasn't what I asked. But I appreciate you offering that. And again, that goes back to, well, I'll speak to it. I don't want to pose it as a question. And then the last thing is, intuitively, even before any assessment is done, what takes longer to do? In general, putting transit in an existing at-grade corridor, or having to tunnel 6 kilometers to provide transit. Hypothetically, let's say a bunch of people are going to be left on a bus for a very long time and we're expecting rapid transit service. What typically would take longer? Using an existing corridor that's above ground or tunneling for roughly 6 kilometers?
Is anybody going to answer the question?
Through you, Madam Speaker, perhaps maybe it's the TTC would have maybe more knowledge about the tunneling versus the work on the above grade structure.
Take your time to.
Okay, that was your last question. Thank you.
So what's the answer?
Is TTC going to answer the question?
Through you, Madam Chair. Again, it's a hypothetical question because it really depends on the right of way you've got and the restrictions on both. Sometimes a tunneling can be quicker, sometimes a right of way can be quicker. It really depends. You know, you'd have to take a specific example and look at that example rather than do it as a generic suggestion. Sorry, I can't give you a straight answer because if it was...
I laugh only because I think any reasonable person would know that this is not a hypothetical example, but I appreciate your...
Okay, please, let's move on. Let's just move on. Councillor Pasternak, questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, is it council, the City of Toronto official policy and council direction to build a subway line, I guess the extension of the Bloor line, or to build a light rail transit line? What has our decision been over the years and the most recent?
Sorry, through you, Madam Speaker, the most recent decision or the decision that's the province has made the decision that they will proceed with the extension of the Line 2 East as a subway, if that's what you were asking. Sorry, I didn't hear the last bit of the question, Councillor.
No, that's okay. My second question was, what is the official policy of the province of Ontario? Is it to support a Scarborough LRT or a subway?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it is a subway.
And federal funding, it comes, it goes. Is there federal funding on this project?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, there is federal funding. It is something that the province is currently in negotiations with the federal government on that commitment.
Right. And it's my understanding, it dates back many years, that federal funding is based on what City Council directs it. We sort of have the choice of either option. We've decided on the subway. Would you say the federal funding, the policy of the official policy of the federal government of Canada is to build a subway and not a light rail transit line?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I don't know how to respond to that question.
Just to follow up on Deputy Mayor Thompson's questions, I understand that the boring equipment has been purchased and the holes are being dug for a subway. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that is correct. That is the first contract that will be let, is the actual purchase of the tunnel boring machines and the actual boring of the tunnels, as well as the station boxes associated with the Line 2 East extension.
Now, do you feel you have the time? I guess it's with the province. Is the time and budget there to do this motion asks for a technical assessment that does not have the support of any of the levels of government or any funding source for a light rail transit? Do you have the time and budget to do a technical assessment of a transit line, an LRT line that won't be built?
Through you, Madam Speaker, first of all, we are prohibited from doing it. But assuming that if there was not that prohibition, we would not have the time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, I do have a specific question about if this proceeds, but maybe if you want to just explain for me again why it's prohibited. You're prohibited from doing what the motion asks you to do.
So through you, Madam Speaker, as I indicated previously, there is legislation, which is Bill 107. Specifically within Bill 107, it identifies that the projects are, they have been uploaded to the province, and we are prohibited within that legislation from actually working on projects that are substantially similar in close proximity to this project, to the Scarborough Subway Extension, which this would be.
Okay, so I expect a case is coming where that may be disputed by the movers. My question is, if this motion did proceed, would you take the direction, if you're assessing this and the cost of this, would you have to also include in that study a rough assessment of the challenge of its proximity to the preferred line? The province is proceeding with its preferred, the subway alignment. These would be lines of higher order transit quite close to what is already about to be tendered out, a higher order transit line. If they're in proximity of another, they siphon ridership off one another, do they not?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I would suspect, yes, they would be siphoning off riders from each other. That's, yes.
So if you did do a technical assessment, it would have to include some comment on that so that we would be fully aware of the impacts before making any decisions.
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes.
Okay.
Perhaps maybe if somebody else could provide any further detail, but yes.
Thank you. Okay.
That's okay. Thank you. Councillor Ainslie, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, I'm trying to understand, you said we're being prohibited from doing any major transit projects near the proposed Scarborough subway extension. So we're about to decommission the SRT. If we suddenly found a pot of money and we wanted to, make everything work again and put money into it and keep it going, would that be considered a major transit project that would be prohibited?
Through you, Madam Speaker, perhaps maybe legal city legal can respond to that. I'm not sure it's a legal question.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I don't know enough about the specific fact scenario that Councillor Ainslie is presenting, but I can tell you that because the Scarborough Subway Extension has been designated as a sole responsibility rapid transit project by the province, the city is prohibited from doing work on any projects that are substantially similar and in the vicinity. The degree to which what the councillor has proposed is substantially similar is something that I would have to defer to others for assessment of.
Okay, and in the same vein, I'm going to ask about, sorry, is this Ms. Wahlberg that's speaking?
Yes.
Yeah, so Ms. Wahlberg, in the same vein, I'm going to ask that we're shutting down, the TTC is going to shut down the SRT 3 years earlier, and we're going to, the city or the TTC is going to run buses on a dedicated bus line up and down McCowan. So basically parallel to the subway station. So is that not the same thing as a major transit project or a similar transit project?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I have to confess I'm not that familiar with that area of the city, so the degree to which it is in the vicinity of and similar to is not something that I can assess without. I would have to take that back and look at it with my staff and provide advice to
okay, because I'm just trying to understand
scenario.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand, Ms. Wahlberg, where we draw the line between what's prohibited as a major transit project and what isn't. So if you get back to me offline, I would really appreciate that. Or somebody from your staff, I'd appreciate that. And then, Mr. Toigo, I'm trying to understand, there was a question earlier about federal funding. And my understanding, there's never been any federal funding for the Scarborough subway extension until the province took it over. And at this point, the federal funding it's still unsecured, although they seem to be buying tunneling equipment, as you said. So if somebody could clarify that for me, there's never been any federal funding to date for the Scarborough subway extension. The province has taken over this project and they're still asking for the funding. It's never been secured. If somebody could answer that for me, yes or no, or maybe.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I believe you're correct, Councillor. The provincial government is currently in discussions with the federal government about funding the provincial projects, provincial priority projects.
So is it our expectation as a municipality that if they don't get the federal funding, this project comes to a grinding halt, or they're just going to find some way to finance it? Has there been any discussions with the province or Metrolinx around that?
If I can, through the speaker, you may recall, it's Chris Murray speaking, you may recall in the early days of the whole upload discussion, I think the province had made it clear that the 4 subway projects, it would certainly be seeking federal funding, but also did indicate that they were prepared to go it alone. Now, I don't think that's the official, that's not the end result. That is where we're at right now. I know there are discussions with the federal government on funding. And there was in the early days a meeting where city staff, myself, Michael Lindsay did attend with the federal government to discuss the 4 projects.
And Mr. Murray, my last question, Madam Speaker. Mr. Murray, do you know how much money the province is trying to obtain from the federal government for the Scarborough subway extension?
That's your last question.
I think in general, it's around 40% for the entire project, so it'd be about 40% the value of Scarborough. That would be a rough estimate right now.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thanks, Speaker. I'm sorry, the answers so far have actually caused some confusion here. I thought I heard Mr. Downey talk about some planning at the TTC. So the Scarborough subway, the Scarborough rapid transit system is not going to make it till they build the subway. I think I've read that in the newspaper. What is being planned right now to supplement the travel needs if the SRT doesn't make it?
It's through you, Madam Chair, Kathleen Llewellyn-Thomas, TTC. We're looking at substitute bus service that would mean quite a few buses on the roads parallel to the SRT to deliver customers along their route. And that's what we're going to be going out to the public to consult about, is what roads should they be on, how should they be connecting, that type of thing.
So, it's like it's almost a temporary measure, right, to get from one to the other. This motion talks about bus rapid transit. Has any work been done at the TTC to contemplate bus rapid transit anywhere near these corridors, either elevated or at grade?
Well, we consider the lines that are in the Rapid TO program on Eglinton to be bus rapid transit. They're exclusive. They're painted in the best practices across the world for BRT. So I am speaking to our transportation services colleagues about those opportunities in the corridor.
No, but this motion talks about, converting the elevated Scarborough rapid transit structure to an above grade BRT. I mean, that to me sounds like running buses along that concrete structure. And then there's the part C talks about doing it as a I think it said somewhere here, a surface.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Chair, we are looking at all those options because the community and even our own board have asked us to look at them as we do our planning and consultation with the community.
Okay. So you're already working on that just as the temporary measure between now or when the SRT completes its life cycle and whenever the day that the subway opens that the province is building. That's that exercise.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and are you going to be finished that by June 1st?
It depends on how much, we won't be finished by June 1st, no.
Okay.
It'll be a longer process than that as we ensure that we consult with the community fully.
Okay, but the key is that it's the bus rapid transit or bus lines or whatever it is, the key concept is these are interim measures until the subway's ready to move people along the corridor in light of the SRT reaching its end of life.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, my last question, sorry, Madam Speaker.
No,
Apologies for interrupting.
sorry.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Point number 2 in the motion before us asks about a report called the Integrity Assessment for Life Extension Continued Operation. It asks you to release it. Is staff got any concerns with that? Like, why haven't you done that so far? Does it exist? I mean, I don't know. It's an interesting motion. I'd like to understand the staff's perspective on it. Does anyone know anything about it?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't believe any of us were at the TTC or at the city when it happened, but we'd certainly work within the bounds of any limitations on the report to make anything that can be made public will be made public.
Okay. All right, I think, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think, oh, I'm sorry, there is one other one. It's to the city manager. Mr. City Manager, Mr. Murray, this motion number 1 asks you to report to the executive committee on the feasibility study and cost estimate of the bus rapid transit. So the TTC is working on it. I don't know if they're going to be ready by June 1st. So that sounds like an awful lot of work for you. What would you advise me as a member of council about the effort that would be required from you to bring that report to the executive committee?
I mean, through the speaker, it's difficult to answer. The timeline is needless to say, aggressive. But you know, I mean, if for some reason we can't, then we would let you know in advance of the deadline. But again, I would have to have some way to assess and be able to tell you,
Okay.
affirmatively whether or not I could do it.
But it appears to be independent direction of you, not to the TTC, but of you. Would you concur with that?
Councillor Holiday, that was your last question.
Thank you.
Councillor Matlow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, our council was recently informed that the SRT is going to be decommissioned and that Scarborough residents are going to be stuck for years on a bus in the middle of traffic with much longer commute times every rush hour. This is real, and it's getting real now. And everything that we warned you about is getting real, and it's happening. And every argument that was made for the subway has now been disproven, including one of the leading arguments that the subway was going to be ready to go, ready to hop on the moment that the SRT was decommissioned. Seamless transition. That was said over and over and over again. And it's been disproven, inarguably, along with virtually every other argument that was made at the time. And frankly, the answers that you heard from staff today were not, in many cases, direct answers to the questions that I posed. For example, my motion, along with Councillor Ainsley, does not ask anyone to work on a project, even if you believe that we are told that we're not allowed to work on a project the way that they described. It's asking for a friggin' report. It's asking for information to understand if we did want to advocate for this position, so you wouldn't have to take my word for it, would it be a preferred option to still be able to provide more service for more people, more stations in less time, to actually get people onto rapid transit rather than stuck on a bus in the middle of traffic? What are you scared of? We're asking for information. to actually understand through the rhetoric what the truth is. Councillor Ainslie and I are asking for the assessment that I appreciate the TTC subsequent to submitting our motion is entertaining. But this has always been a council-led discussion as well, and it should come to the executive committee. And you shouldn't be afraid to look at this and work in concert with the TTC. And yes, it needs to be on the most expedited timeline, because this report didn't come to us all those months ago. We're now dealing with it now. And we should have had this debate and discussion a long time ago, because Scarborough residents are running out of time for this council to finally do the right thing and the honest thing. When it comes to releasing the report, I, along with, I hope, most of you, would like to know exactly how long have those who have been making many of these decisions known about this. You know, yes, the average Scarborough resident who's been on the RT, they've been telling us for years that they've been noticing the duct tape starting to fray. They've known that the thing has been falling apart. All of us have known that. But how long has this report been known? How long have we known that the SRT was going to be decommissioned to a point where there'd be a decade or more of Scarborough residents on the bus rather than any rapid transit, no LRT, no subway? You know, if you look at what has been released, and I have, most of it's got black ink on it. It's redacted. Tons of information has been redacted. Even the names of the people that worked on it was redacted. It's just bizarre. Like, you know, if you believe in the information, then show it, share it, demonstrate it. And I think Scarborough residents deserve to know exactly what's been going on as well. It should be publicly released. What we're asking for are three, if you can just step away from the politics for a moment, or the political interests that have been leading this discussion for over a decade. So many dishonest comments made about, you know, those of us who have had concerns have delayed something. We couldn't delay anything because we never won a vote at this council. The point is this: we're asking for three objectively reasonable requests. We're asking for an assessment of, if we were to move forward with the LRT, would that in fact be a preferred option that could provide better service in a shorter period of time? Let's know that. Don't take it from me, let's know that. It doesn't conflict with anything else going on. It's a report request, and we shouldn't be afraid. Should we know as a council that our position should be a BRT?
10
That's a position that would
seconds.
effectively kill the LRT, but it might be the right thing to do if necessary. And then lastly, freedom of information for council and for the public in Scarborough and elsewhere.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hope you can hear me. As many of you know, the TTC board considered a report from staff in February. A number of our city councillors here today sit on that board, and a number of members from the community. And it had a complete analysis of the SRT life extension project options. So that's been debated by the TTC board. In 2021, we are in a new world when it comes to transit expansion in our city. Whether we like it or not, the city does not legally have control over the construction of new rapid transit lines. The province does. And when the province uploaded all of this, we lost a lot of control and we lost a lot of time. And there's been delays. And that's been, I think, very frustrating for everybody involved, because when they uploaded responsibility, the transit expansion projects were significantly delayed in planning the delivery of new rapid to Scarborough. So this TTC now is challenged to determine an interim transit solution as we await the province's new Scarborough subway extension, which is slated to open in 2030. And like many members of council, I think in this chamber, virtual chamber, feel, the TTC board is very concerned by the period of time between the SRT decommissioning and the opening of the provincially planned subway project. So to fill the gap, the board, the TTC board voted unanimously, which was, I think, wonderful, to direct staff to assess a BRT or busway on the SRT right of way, and to include these options in the community engagement process, which will be quite, as you've heard today and heard before, will be quite comprehensive. So the TTC staff will be reporting back to the TTC board in the third quarter of this year. And I want to make sure that the mover of this motion is aware that this work is already being done by the TTC as directed by the TTC board in consultation with Scarborough councillors who live and breathe Scarborough and know it better than any of us. So on that note, I would just like to thank my colleagues, particularly the Scarborough councillors, for their collaborative approach and leadership on this issue, which is being considered by the which was considered by the TTC board and will continue to be considered by the board. So those are all my comments, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. I'd like to have staff put the motion on the screen, please. Madam Speaker, this motion is directed to assist this process with, as you heard through the line of questioning from the city manager by Councillor Holiday, or Deputy Mayor Holiday, it appears that the June date would be rather problematic for the staff to meet. I've actually amended to put a date of the third quarter. I've also deleted A, and so the motion speaks to, as the chair of the TTC has indicated, that the TTC board itself had actually moved motions, which was to look at the BRT for this transit corridor. I've also added that, and the chair's also indicated that the motion of the TTC seeks to involve and engage the community as part of the consultation process, which I fully endorse. I want to thank the mover for bringing forward this motion because it gives us an opportunity to provide some additional highlight as to what's happening and where we are. The staff have been very clear with respect to what our limitations are as it relates to the legislation and so on, and the proximity and the bounded by in terms of the location as to where we could add additional high order transit and so on. This we know is actually taking place because the extension work has started. I know this because I've had residents actually reach out to me because they have heard drilling and boring and activities. I don't know to the extent of it, but there has been some concerns brought to me by members of the community. We know that the city is limited with respect to the action that can be taken. And so as it relates to asking staff to go ahead and do work that in fact, even if the work is done, we don't have the authority to proceed with it, it seems to make no sense to me that we would be moving forward with this. I know that there has been the question as to whether or not the provincial government has gotten the federal funding and so on. We know that with respect to any types of negotiation with any level of governments, there's always time delayed and so on. We know that the provincial government is committed to expand the Bloor Danforth line into Scarborough, and I'm fully supportive of this. I've supported this all along. I'm not sure where this idea comes from with respect to this notion that Scarborough councillors have lied to the public, lied to their constituents. I've heard it said, I've actually seen it on Twitter from a member of council, where he says that we've told them a pack of lies and said that the SRT would be would continue its operation until such time that the subway was built. From working with Richard Snoberman, a professor at the University of Toronto, who the TTC hired in 2005, we've been at this for quite some time. And I've never heard, I've not seen it in writing anywhere. Maybe it exists, I just haven't seen it. I have not expressed to any of my residents that that was going to be the case. In fact, what we've said is that the TTC has been looking for example, one of the things that the TTC was looking at is to look at bringing the cars from Vancouver. I'm told that that's not possible, but they've also looked at other options and so on. So I think I just wanted to make that comment for those who continue to perpetrate that information on social media and other areas and so on. I think it's really important for us to know that Scarborough has been left behind for quite a long time with respect to transit. We want to address that. We want to ensure that there is a spine that is a part of the infrastructure, which is the extension of the Bloor-Danforth line into Scarborough. Clearly, we want to look at other methods in terms of ensuring that the dedicated right-of-way, which is the transit infrastructure that's in place, where the RT goes through essentially the bulk of my ward. There's a small portion that extends into Councillor Ainsley's area, and it originates from the Kennedy station, which is in Councillor Crawford's area. We've had numerous community meetings as to what was preferred by residents in my community. And the number one thing that they wanted on a excessive number of meetings that we've had is a subway expansion, but at the same time, they wanted to ensure that we did what was possible,
10
so that the ability to have either a bus rapid system and or the SRT continue until such time that we're able to meet the dedication of the expansion of the Bloor-Danforth subway. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Ainsley, 3 minutes for clarification. Councillor
Yeah,
Ainsley.
thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Deputy Mayor Thompson, could you clarify for me the second piece that you would like to add on about consulting with impacted communities to seek input from customers? What area of Scarborough do you consider those communities to be? All of Scarborough?
All of Scarborough, Councillor. All of Scarborough, quite frankly, because everyone in Scarborough tends to take the SRT. People park at the varying stations where they're able to park, so they come from all over. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify because my ward's in the southeast corner of Scarborough, and quite a number of people take the Lawrence Avenue bus to get to the SRT. So, you know, they would like to be involved as well.
Oh, no, absolutely. So Councillor, I mean, it's all in for Scarborough. We're all involved in this, and all of us have got a stake in this, and in terms of our success or failure, we're all involved in this. So definitely.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to ask you, when the decision was made to shift from the LRT to a subway, one of the considerations that Mr. Byford told council was that there would have to be, to make the LRT, there would have to be probably 5 years of bus transport in Scarborough. Do you remember that, Councillor Thompson, Deputy Mayor?
I don't remember that specifically, Councillor, but I know Mr. Byford had expressed a variety of different things. I don't remember that specifically.
But just in order to build the LRT, you'd have to decommission that, and then buses would have to run during that time. That was considered part of the construction requirement.
So as I recall,
and in reports, yeah.
There was also discussion around using the, as I mentioned earlier on in my comments, I indicated that when Professor Richard Snoberman had been conducting a number of meetings on behalf of the TTC, they talked about using the Vancouver cars, that there would be the opportunity to get those cars to run on the where the SRT is now, and there would be a replacement basically to run in that corridor.
Sorry, maybe in order to build the LRT where the SRT tracks were, that it was clear that they would have to, for construction purposes, move to buses. And I'm just wondering.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
If you have any idea why, since we knew that in 2013, there has been no work in prepping for that. I cannot understand why your motion is necessary today when we've known for 8 years this month, actually, it was March 2013, that it would mean anything touching the SRT would mean buses on the streets. So that was a pretty clear pathway that was set out. Why? And what have you been able to advocate or understand what's going on, because it's affecting your ward in particular? And what's your understanding as to why nothing's happened in 8 years?
Well, it's interesting, Councillor, that you should ask this question, and thank you very much for it. But as I've always had discussions with the TTC, I was always informed that there were planning and preparation and work being done. I'm surprised to some extent that, in fact, the level of work and or the type of work that I thought would be done, which really speaks to the question you're asking, hasn't been done. And I can't speak to that specifically. I think that would be a matter for the TTC. But I too am not happy with respect to where we are today. I certainly would have hoped that we would have been much further ahead and having a greater understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, members, before we go to the next speaker, it is 5:45. So what's the wish of council? We have 11 items left on the agenda. Do we have a motion to extend and complete the agenda or come back?
Happy to move.
Madam
Happy
Speaker,
to move, Madam Speaker.
Hold on.
I'll move to extend
Hold
and
on.
finish.
Hold on, please let me finish. Let me finish. Or do we want to come back tomorrow? So that's the question.
Let's finish today.
Come back tomorrow.
Speaker,
Let's finish today.
Complete this item
Motion
and
to
return
complete
tomorrow.
the agenda.
Tomorrow.
Okay, hold on. Council.
Motion to complete.
Okay, please, Councillor Cole, don't scream.
Is there a motion, Speaker, that
No,
you're making?
I need a motion.
Madam Speaker, I'm moving a motion.
Okay, a motion to
Speaker,
finish.
I'm moving that we
Okay,
complete
hold
this
on.
item and return
Councillor-
tomorrow.
Councillor Carroll is speaking. So Councillor Carroll, you are.
Thank you. I would move that we complete this item and return tomorrow.
Or you're moving to.
Sorry, who's got
Alright.
that motion?
You're
then?
moving to.
Madam,
Okay, hold on. So Councillor Carroll, you're moving to just finish this item and come back tomorrow?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Pasternak, you had your hand up?
yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I will move to complete the agenda this evening.
Okay, so we have two
How many
motions.
motions can you have?
Okay, so Councillor Carroll's motion first to finish the item and come back to.
Madam Speaker, I just have a small amendment on Councillor Pasternak's motion to allow for the clerks and staff to have a 20-minute dinner break, or just something I think important to.
I was going to suggest that as well. Yes, thank you.
Maybe a half an hour. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
6 to
so
6:30.
Councillor Carroll's motion first. Okay, on favor?
Recorded, please.
Recorded.
Speaker, can it be another day? Can't we agree on another day or at the call of the mayor?
We're in the middle of a vote, Councillor Peruzza.
No, I know, but these
Speaker,
things
the
get sprung
motion-
up.
Madam Speaker, the motion to extend the meeting to complete the current item and then adjourn for the evening or recess for the evening does not carry. The vote is 5-19.
Okay, so we have Councillor Pasternak's motion.
Does it include the break for supper, Madam Speaker?
Councillor Pasternak, will you amend?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. No. We'll
Yes.
we'll have a I guess a dinner break at 6, between 6 and 6:30.
Yeah. Okay, so amend that on Councillor Pasternak's motion. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. All right, so our next speaker is Councillor Pasternak.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief, and I must admit I'm relieved at Deputy Mayor Thompson's motion, and I will be supporting it and not supporting Councillor Matlow and Ainsley's motion before us. I've lost track of the number of times we have debated whether we will have a Scarborough subway or a Scarborough LRT. And at some point, you have to make a final decision and actually get building. And that's exactly what's happened. 2 prime ministers, 2 premiers, and 2 mayors have all supported a subway into Scarborough. The funding is based on a Scarborough subway. And I think that's the final word of council. And I think to continue to bring motions that continue to pick away at these decisions that have been made is really disrespectful of the work that's gone into the packages before us to support a subway, as well as the decisions of council. In other words, by continually bringing motions, they see the decisions and votes by council as not binding or somewhat illegitimate. So I think it's very important to look at the SRT and how we can alleviate some of the transit chaos that will result from the fact that the subway is going to be built and there's going to be disruption in various transit routes. But the bottom line is that the boring equipment's been purchased. The boring equipment is already in. The design work is done. The funding is pretty well in place. There's some I's to dot, to T's to cross at the federal level. And I think the people of Toronto just want us getting on with this. I think it's a good idea to look at what we can do for a rapid bus line and try and alleviate those inconveniences. But at the same time, we have to keep our eye on the cost. Now, 15 years ago, the York University busway was close to $40 million. And what we're expecting from this is much grander and much more expensive. So something to keep in mind. But at the same time, I urge you to support Deputy Mayor Thompson's motion, which lets us get on with governing and building transit and not delayed with technical assessments and so forth that will just waste staff time and money. It's time to get on with the work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A point of privilege, Madam Speaker.
Yes, what is your point of privilege?
I referred earlier to just the dishonest or the rhetoric that has been leading this debate, and there have been several speakers who have suggested that construction has started on the Scarborough subway, or that it's funded, and the fact is the design work isn't even done. So again, we can debate what we want to debate, but let's just stop saying things that just aren't true, whether that's your motivation or you're ill-informed. It's not helpful. And that's how we got into this mess in the first place.
Okay. Councillor Ainslie to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to continue to support the original motion. I won't be supporting anything else. As a city councillor from Scarborough, somebody earlier said, we're in a new transit world. We're not on a new transit world. We're on a merry-go-round in Scarborough. And part of that merry-go-round exists because we never get accurate information. We haven't had accurate information on this project for many, many years. As Councillor Matlow just alluded to in his point of privilege a moment ago, there's been a lot of rhetoric. Councillor Pasternak, who just said, we have some I's and we have some T's to cross. I'll take issue with that. Nothing is further from the truth. We have a subway line, a proposed subway line that at last cost was at $5 billion. The federal government is supposed to pony up 40% of that cost. They have not come to the table. There's been no inkling or indication from the federal government that they're going to pony up 40% of the cost. At one point, they agreed to $600 million for an LRT that would have been built and in operation a long time ago. Instead, we're trying to deal with a subway extension. And I will point to a report that we looked at in December. A subway extension that continues to cost the City of Toronto money even though it's supposed to be a purely provincial project. And if you ask me how a provincial project is still costing the City of Toronto money, we now, because of the redesign at the Kennedy subway station, any proposed design of the Eglinton East LRT, we have to tunnel to Midland now. That's a cost of $600 million, which is once again driving up the cost of the Eglinton East LRT. That's money that we've been told by the province and Metrolinx they're not reimbursing the City of Toronto for. So that's a $600 million cost. I had concerns from the answers I heard earlier from staff who said, you know, we are prohibited from doing any major transit projects anywhere near the Scarborough subway extension. But unfortunately, when asked for clarification on what a major subway project is, a major transit project is in the area of the Scarborough subway extension, they can't tell you, even though they will tell you we're prohibited from doing it. So, you know, if we suddenly had manna from heaven and wanted to reopen the SRT in 2023, is that a major transit project? I'm not sure. What I do know is that we're going to see lots and lots of buses from 2023 to hopefully 2030 for a subway line that's not even fully designed yet. And I'm fully confident that people on McCowan are going to be riding buses longer than 2030. There is not going to be a subway system, Scarborough subway extension system is not opening in 2030. But what I would like to see is that I don't have to learn what's happening about Scarborough Transit because a reporter filed an FOI, and within the FOI material that they write an article on, there's a whole lot of black lines. Even people that worked on the projects get black lined out. So we have, all we're asking for in our notice of motion is information, a report to come forward, and we'd like to see a report that's already written, not that's buried somewhere in the TTC. This is a transit project that gets debated at City Council, and we should have all the information at City Council. And this lack of information has been going on for a long time. And once again, it's the transit merry-go-round. All we're asking for is the appropriate information so our residents can have a fulsome knowledge of what's happening when it comes to transit planning in Scarborough. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're recessed to 6:30.
Hi, can I order a Metaboost salad from you, please?
Yes, we're ready. Okay, welcome back. And thank you for giving the opportunity for the staff to have a break and try to get something to eat. Thank you to members for that. So before we return to the item, prior to the break, do we have any release of holds at this time?
I have it's Councillor Matlow, Josh Matlow Francis. I've got a hold on, I'm just looking for the number, 1 sec.
CC 30.13, 206 Russell Hill Road.
Yeah, the Russell Hill item. So I consulted with, I consulted with the solicitor, and there is no problem if I want to defer this for one cycle. In other words, it's okay to do that. I wouldn't have done it otherwise, but just given the fact that we're going into the evening, I'll move that motion to just consider it at the next council meeting.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Matlow that we refer CC 30.13 to the April 7th council meeting. On favor? Carried. Do we have any further quick releases? Anybody?
Staff sent me the, I'm just checking if I got anything back from my amendment, but I don't think so. I did send something to center table amending number 26 member motion based on a conversation with Mr. DeAndrea. So I just haven't had that back yet. I'll be able to do that later then. Thank you.
Okay, I believe we have it. Do we have the amendment by Councillor Fletcher? This is on members motion 30.26.
Yeah, I also have an amendment on that item.
Okay, and does the staff
on Broadview? On Broadview, Jay?
Councillor Robinson, we're at the Broadview. You have an amendment on that one because we don't have it.
East York.
Not the same one.
No,
That's
we're not the
item
same
21.
one.
This is 26.
This is members motion 30.26. Protecting residents and businesses during the Broadview water main at TTC construction by Councillor Fletcher.
Correct.
So we do have the amendment by Councillor Fletcher, if we can put it on the screen. It's there on the screen, members.
Thank you, Speaker.
Is there everyone okay with that? So on the amendment, on favor, show of hands, carried. Item as amended, on favor, carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further releases? Councillor Robinson, did you say you had a release?
Oh, I don't have a release, but I do have a long-standing commitment at 7 p.m. It's actually a TTC employee event, and it's from 7 p.m. and I'll be speaking at that time and be back to council at 7:15. But I would like to vote on the item before us.
I'm sorry, you'd like to hold the the
item
one
that's before us. I would like to be able to vote on that. And I have a commitment from 7 to 7:15 with the TTC.
Okay, but you said you had an amendment on an item. Which item was that?
That item is been submitted to the clerks, and it's, I think maybe Councillor Fletcher is also working on an amendment, but it's the East York amendment regarding Google geography.
I'm not, I have a full motion. It's not an amendment, but if you pre-circulated, it would be helpful since it's my amendment. And I know you're going to put something in about lease side. I'm sure you are.
Yes, so the clerks have had it for hours, so I think it's been accessible, but
I don't know. I'll check. Thanks, Councillor. I think you have to agree.
Okay. Do you want it advanced circulation on that one, Councillor Robinson?
Yes, sure, absolutely.
All right. Do we have any further releases? No? All right. Okay, so let's go back to the speakers list on the item, which is DM 30.7. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't want to waste too much time, but I always like to put this in context. So at my mother-in-law's funeral in 2009, in the eulogy, it was said that she traveled every day to her job at CAMH on transit from Eglinton and Kingston Road. Now, that was a long commute that she had every day where she worked as an RPN, and home every day. So that transit in Scarborough was very much overdue. Let's not forget in 1995 that the then NDP government brought in 4 transit lines to be built in Ontario and built in the city of Toronto, one of them being the Scarborough subway. Shortly thereafter, when that government fell and was replaced by Mike Harris's Tories, they canceled all 4 lines. The Eglinton line was filled in, and eventually that little wee Shepherd Stubway was built that we subsidize every ride for every rider, and we've subsidized it for decades now since it was completed. Then in 2009-10, then Mayor Miller brought in Transit City, and the TTC brought in Transit City. And that was 4 lines, and Scarborough Subway was replaced by the LRT. At that time, and I don't want people to be mad at me, but I think we need to be historically accurate. At that time, there was no Scarborough councillors that moved any motions that said no LRT. So that went forward until we had a new mayor in 2010 who said, I'm canceling the LRT, I'm canceling everything. We're going to build a subway in Scarborough, but that was still on the books for the LRT. I think this is a long, sad saga of canceling, resurrecting, canceling, resurrecting. In March 2013, I believe it was 2013 March, I'm pretty sure it was 8 years ago this year, there was a motion that said, go back to the Scarborough subway. And when Councillor Matlow said, people thought about that and realized at that time it would be, I don't know, 7 years of hundreds of thousands of people on buses because the SRT would have to be closed in order to replace it with the LRT. And from that minute on, that's 8 years ago, this has been a football of 1 stop, 3 stops. I don't know how many more stops there are going to be, batted back and forth between governments. And we knew then that there'd be bus issues. Here we are today looking at bus issues 8 years later. I am not trying to be critical, but I'm going to say, who is driving this bus for the subway? Who is driving this bus for Scarborough Transit? Where is the due diligence every month to see an update? What's going to happen? Are we ready? What's happening? Where's the subway? What's happening with the SRT? It appears to me that hasn't been happening. And I don't think that's all on the TTC or all on Metrolinx. I think that has to rest as well with politicians. And so I hate being put in this position all the time. I hate it. I can't stand having to vote all the time. Do you support the subway? Do you support the LRT? Now there's all these buses for how many years? 7 years, 10 years, however long. People in Scarborough say, we're being treated poorly because we don't have transit. Transit was there in 95, it was canceled. Transit there was 2009, it got changed in 2013, it got changed again in 2018. It got changed again with the latest government. And meanwhile, now they're moving to buses instead of an SRT. It's a dog's breakfast. It's terrible that this is happening in this quarter of our city. And I don't know if we have to have all of us monthly meetings to track the progress constantly, so people are not left behind and put into these situations. And then we vote, let's have a subway on Shepherd. As we can't even get a subway from Kennedy Station.
10 seconds.
There's something wrong with how we're going about this, no matter what you want, an LRT or a subway, which is what's going to happen. There's something wrong with how we're doing this currently as a council.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I feel like I'm about to make the same mistake. You know, we had something that was about to be under construction. A tender was going out in 2013, and when we moved a slew of motions, along with those was a motion that a local councillor in Scarborough, Councillor DeBaremaker, wanted to say, and also look at a subway. And we all agreed with that motion because we thought a report will come back and tell them that that's cost prohibitive, and that'll be the end of that. And it's just a little motion for him to say to his residents. But then some dangerous correspondence between Metrolinx and our mayor took place, and the next thing we knew, we were putting the tools down on a project that was funded and ready to go and ready to tender in 1 month's time, and telling the residents at that time, we'll make this change if you want, because now people seem to want to make this change. But if we do, the SRT is going to fall off the track at some point. That's going to happen. But we voted for it because we just wanted to support the councillor, the local councillor in Scarborough, who just wanted to get that information and tell his residents something. And now here we are. And at Transit, at TTC recently, as a commissioner, I voted for a motion because there were a lot of really emotional people there that were worried about how the bus service that's already been designed to help them through the subway construction and help them deal with the fact that the SRT we simply can't afford to overhaul yet again. Staff don't even think it's possible. Even if they did, it would be prohibitively expensive. And so they said, what about putting a bus through that route? What if there would be the ultimate express bus through there? And I imagined a ground level Curitiba thing. But now we're talking about electric buses running on cement stanchions that are actually kind of crumbly and would need to be rebuilt and hard costs. I want to support this motion. Councillor Ainsley gave a really good speech in my view, and I'd like to support yet another motion. But what I heard from Mr. Toigo really gives me pause. That Bill 107 prohibits us looking at any of this because we can't do any of this anyway. All of the higher order options in this motion, or even the one at TTC, are apparently prohibited. And what that shows me is that the most important motion was actually moved last council. I think it was our deputy mayor who moved it, which was, could someone please tell me what the link is between the transportation planning going on over there in the city planner's office, the transit expansion office, and whatever it is they do over the TTC. Could someone tell me where they converge and what makes them separate, and what is the reason they all have to exist? Because it seems as if we were really working together, the fact that we're prohibited from looking at any of this stuff under Bill 107 would have declared this motion out of order weeks ago. So we have got to start to pull together all of our staff minds that are supposed to be telling us what are truly options for us and what are truly not at this point. That's my concern in supporting any more of these motions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
You know, an honest and transparent administration would take this moment to admit a mistake. They'd take this moment to say, you know, all those promises we made about how quickly and inexpensively we can build the subways that Scarborough residents deserve, you know, admitting that that was just plain wrong. And that would create a moment where we could do what Councillor Carroll just suggested, and we could have an honest conversation about how to fix the mess we're in. I don't hold out much hope that that's what's going to happen. I've spent too much of my life listening to people promise moonbeams and fairy dust in Scarborough. Councillor Fletcher talked about the proposal in the 90s. I remember that proposal because I was one of the people saying at the time, you will never have subway volumes on Shepherd. You will never have enough money to build the Shepherd subway into Scarborough. I went so far as to try to get an environmental assessment hearing about how ridiculous the proposal to build the subway into Scarborough was at that time. I was turned down. But nevertheless, we were proven right. The money ran out. The stations, I mean, my God, if you want to know about bad transit planning, go to Bazarian Station. We said at that time that all of the models being used for how many subway riders you could generate in a very, very spread out part of town was ridiculous. For 30 years, anyone who knows anything about transportation and transit planning has known that you need to invest in state of good repair, more surface transit, light rail, and more frequent service. And that is the better use of the money. But nope, the vendors of fairy dust and moonbeams just kept at it. So for 30 years, people in Scarborough have been left with terrible transit, and it's going to be, like Councillor Ainsley said, at least another decade. 40 years gone because people keep making false promises. Councillor Matlow and Councillor Ainsley have some ideas here that could maybe start to have an honest conversation. Maybe some of the people who made the mistake of promising things they couldn't deliver might own up to it today, and we might break with this ridiculous 30-year cycle we've been on and get something done. And for those of you who don't represent Scarborough, please understand this is harming your residents as well. Instead of actually putting money into improving the transit system, the province is absolutely happy to sign a piece of paper saying someday we'll spend billions. Not today, but someday, knowing full well that someday will never come. It's the way they get off the hook. And the impact on the city, therefore, is if you're on an overcrowded bus, it's because the city of Toronto has been asking for the wrong thing. If you're on the subway and there's an emergency called and the subway isn't running that day, as was happening all the time before the pandemic, that's because instead of really spending money where it would help, we've been chasing rainbows. If you're sitting in your car and the streets are too congested, that's because we don't offer enough transit service, but instead get paper promises that someday magically some beans will spread a subway somewhere in Scarborough. It's time to stop. And it's time for the advocates for these fantasy transit systems to own up to it. The decade of people riding buses in Scarborough is your fault. You brought this on. Own it. Be transparent. Be accountable. Fight for a city where we actually have a decent transit system. This is your moment. Support what Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Matlow put in front of you. Do something good for the city for a change.
Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, anyways, I heard some fascinating words like the Shepherd Stubway and the Scarborough Circus, the SRT. Anyways, like Councillor Perks, we've seen all this go back and forth and in circles. And Councillor Ainsley, I think, put it right. It is a circus, really, sadly. I just want to say that I remember back in the 90s, where Gord was just talking about, I was at Scarborough Council trying to convince Mayor Trimmer to scrap the SRT and replace it with a subway extension that would replace the SRT, because we were having so many problems with the SRT at that time. Because, you know, the SRT was essentially an experimental line, orphan technology, but the only other place that exists besides Scarborough is They call it the Muggers Line to Detroit, where there's 10 people a day that go on it. And the poor people of Scarborough were given this experimental technology, which was really a joke and never worked and was extremely costly. So that's why I supported going to subway back in the 90s. But I think it was $100 million was too much at that time to convert it to a subway. Imagine what it costs now. Somebody said $5 million. There's very compelling arguments by both sides here. There's no clear-cut answer here. There's so many technical considerations here, so many transit engineering decisions that have to be made, and then you dovetail all the political decisions that make and the changes in government, changes in council. I've come to the conclusion after all these years, we're too fixated on subways in Toronto. At one time, I was the one pushing for the Eglinton subway, building those transit lines in 95, like Councillor Fletcher said. We should have done that in 95, but they canceled them all, filled in the Eglinton subway. But, now, having investments in good segregated bus routes should be part of the mix. And there's nothing wrong with going on a streetcar. I remember Councillor Moscow and I fighting for the trolley, the electric trolley bus. They said, oh, you're crazy. The electric system is no good. Replace it with, natural gas. That was the trend of the day. Natural gas buses, which started exploding everywhere. We had an explosion at Wilson Yard and everywhere. So there's always been something. But I think we've got to basically not totally rely on subways. They are extremely expensive, 10 times more expensive than putting in streetcar lines or LRTs, 20 times more than buses. Yet we're going to spend all this money burying the Eglinton line, going into Etobicoke, another $2 billion here. This is a very difficult decision to make for councillors, I'm sure, for the TTC, for Metrolinx, the province. I just think that we've gone to the point where we can't keep debating this, because right now we're faced with an incredible situation right now with the pandemic, and we've got a 50% drop off in transit users. That's what we should be dealing with. And we should also be dealing with the fact that the Eglinton Crosstown has been under construction for almost 10 years now, and years more to come. There's no end in sight to that mess on Eglinton. And we all had great hopes for this great line in Eglinton. Now, the whole street has lost 150 stores, for instance. 10 years of construction because of that subway that they can't get right. And then on top of the Eglinton, then the relief line. We should be spending time, money, effort getting the relief line. We don't even know what technology they're going to use on the relief line. They're going to use probably another orphan technology there. And there's no talk of when that's going to ever be built. So it is a continual three-ring circus that has no end in sight. And I don't have the answer on how to stop the three-ring circus, but all I know is right now, I can't support this motion as much as I agree with a lot of the premises here and arguments. We've just got to get back to this crisis we're in Toronto.
10
that
seconds.
Is the pandemic ridership drop-off. It is unheralded, never had this bad. And we've got to build that relief line, and we've got to finish the Eglinton Crosstown. In my lifetime, I'm hoping.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thanks, Speaker. Today, I heard the SRT is probably going to take its last run sometime soon. Check. Number two, I heard the TTC is busy planning the bus service that's going to replace that until the day that the subway doors open. Check. And that process is going to go through a public consultation. It's going to go to the TTC board. Any councillor that's interested in that can go and depute. They can read the reports. But then what I've got here is a motion that is now to micromanage all of that process, to bring it through a duplicate report, not the TTC's report, a second report, and bring that to the executive committee to be debated again. They asked the city manager to do this, and I'll put this to council. I mean, I think the city manager has got better things to do than write a duplicate report. I think the transit office has better things to do, like dealing with another government, dealing with things that run through my ward, like the Eglinton West LRT. I don't condone any of their attention coming off that to write a duplicate report. So you know what? I'll support Deputy Mayor Thompson's improvement to this, but then I'm voting none of the above. And look, if you split the vote, I'll probably vote for item number 2. I mean, if the report goes out, fine. But as far as I'm concerned, we don't need the duplicate reports. Resources are precious. Our executives need to be working on the job at hand and not bringing back yet another debate to the executive committee, or even worse, to council about the same thing once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lai to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I wasn't going to speak, but when I've heard all these mind-boggling history of the transit in Scarborough, I got to speak. You know, I have been, with all this history, I've been an outsider. I don't know, but I was so frustrated to see how the Scarborough transit is being so messed up. And I just cannot do anything. And actually, that's one of the reasons why I decided to run for council, because I really think that Scarborough residents deserves better. How we look like now, we're just like a member of NATO. No action, talk only. So I think I agree with Councillor Holliday that we should, well, my first reaction to this motion was that it's redundant, because there's a lot of work that TTC has been doing, and we shouldn't be doing overlapping what they wanted to do, and just let them to do a robust consultation. And I mean, to me, to a point now that I used to be a subway champion, but to a point now, any transit is good for Scarborough. I can settle for any transit. And with the SRT, I really wanted to work hard in shortening that 7 years wait. You know, if we can do something to have some new technology to use that corridor and that right away to get something going before we're waiting for another 7 years of the gap, I would be supporting that. And also, in hindsight, some colleagues here are saying about what, you know, Councillor Cole was saying about, he was in support of the subway when the SRT was built so many years ago. And in hindsight, if we would have built the subway, we wouldn't be in a situation that we have now, because it's such a short term. We don't have, you know, I wish there are more people that are more vision in those days to build something that is permanent, rather than having to build something that is temporary, and to make sure that it's going to last for a lifetime. So basically, I just don't know what to say, but my passion is for the residents of Scarborough. We need any kind of transit to be built. And I would be supporting Councillor Thompson's motion, because at first, I think, you know, it will be not a good idea if we cannot have a control of the building of the subway because of Bill 107. We should not waste any more time in doing reports and feasibility studies. Let's grab the bull by the horn and then just build transit. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to speak briefly. I will be supporting Councillor Thompson's motion. And what's frustrating is that we keep debating the same motion every year. For years, we're debating transit. And as long as we keep debating it, nothing's going to be built. And Councillor Cole, if you remember, in 1994, when the subway was canceled on Eglinton Avenue and I was the mayor, and you and I were protesting on the Allen Expressway, trying to stop the construction. Do you remember that? And I'm sure you do. And that was canceled. As long as the politicians debate and make these motions, members' motions, political motions, nothing is going to be built ever in the city. And I'm really tired of debating transit every year and for the past 20 or 30 years, and we're never going to get anything built. So let's move on. Let's start building, and enough with these members' motions that come forward whenever there's an opportunity. Thank you.
Speaker.
Yes.
Just another point of privilege.
Well, okay, what's your privilege?
None of these members' motions have delayed building transit at all. The only things that have delayed transit for Scarborough was when it started with Councillor DeBearmaker's motion that you allowed on the floor against the advice of clerks.
Okay, Councillor, that is not a point of personal privilege. Thank you.
It's just the truth,
No,
Francis.
it's not. You know, it's time that you started telling the truth as well. Okay, that's.
Madam Speaker,
On a point of privilege.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I have a point of privilege.
You
Point of
can't say
privilege.
that.
Okay,
You
well,
can't
I'm
say that.
sorry when Councillor Matlow is trying to accuse other members of council or staff not telling the truth.
Yes, Jim.
On a point of privilege, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
The duty of the speaker.
Point of privilege.
I'd like to be recognized on a point of privilege.
Yes, Councillor Layton, point of privilege.
I think great. Thank you very much. I am sorry to have to intervene and speak out against the speaker, but that was clearly a direct insult to the integrity of another member of this council. And I would point out to the speaker that you and I, in fact, put forward a motion to change a transit line that was being built by the province in the middle of it being built. So before you start to cast stones on Councillor Matlow, please reflect back on some of the contributions you've made, positive, and perhaps tried to change transit plans
Okay,
over the last 30 years.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councillor Perruzza.
Speaker, I still have a point of
order.
personal
There's a point of privilege on the floor. We need a ruling.
The point of privilege was made. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, I have one
Councillor
of
Carroll.
a different nature. Madam Speaker, I have to ask that you withdraw the comment that any of the motions since the decision by this council to build a Scarborough subway have delayed the construction of that subway, because it simply is not true. And it is a mischaracterization that continues to be brought. It needs to be withdrawn once and for all. Not one motion.
Councillor Carroll, what I said, as long as we keep
to build a subway.
As long as we keep debating.
Madam Speaker, what you said was that it has delayed in some way the execution of the construction of a subway, and not one motion on the floor of this council since the motion that decided to build a subway, not one motion has passed and delayed one bit of the study of that line.
Councillor Carroll, I'll clarify my comments that every time we debate transit in this council chambers, we never get anything built. That's my comment. Thank you.
Speaker, I'm sorry, but I still have a point of personal privilege. Madam Speaker, I need to ask that comment be withdrawn. Madam Speaker, I haven't finished my point. If you will let me finish my point, I will be happy to hear your ruling after I've made it. Madam Speaker, that is a mischaracterization of the last 12 years. Because the number of years that it would take from the day we chose to build a subway to now is exactly what we were warned. And every motion since then has failed in the study, and the execution of that subway has proceeded apace. Not one action in this council since then has delayed the progress of that subway. So I need you to remove that remark.
Councillor Carroll, I will retract those comments. Thank you. Councillor Perruzza to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Speaker, I'm not going to speak very long on this, but I just want to contribute an observation or two. I think we're in a sad moment for transit and transit construction and transit expansion in the city of Toronto, and I'll explain why. It took 30 years from the time that the first announcement was made to extend the Spadina subway from where it was in 1988 when it was first announced, at Wilson Avenue to York University, and then a few stops north of York University. 30 years. And I don't know how many governments in between and how many different city councils. The Finch LRT, it's rare indeed, that we are able to actually get a big project, because we always think in terms of big projects, a big project off the ground. The Finch West LRT was announced. It was first announced. It was going to run from Yonge Street to Humber College and to the airport. I was part of an $8.7 billion provincial program. It was first announced in 2008. When a shortened portion of it comes online in 2024, it will have been 16 years. 16 years to do that. Eglinton is an exception. But I'll tell you why I think we're entering into an era of complicated. We no longer are the sole agents for transit expansion or transit construction in Toronto. The provincial government created this organization called Metrolinx. So they've announced that they're going to build some subway from the Ontario Science Centre to the CNE. I get it. Will it be built in the lifetime of this government? No. Will it be built in the lifetime of the next government? No. Will it be built in the lifetime of the government beyond that? No, and certainly not as currently announced. That's just the history of these types of transit projects. Why? In part now, because they are no longer within our field of authority, within our scope of authority. So you're going to be able to do them under agreement. It's too bad that we can't get together and agree on a plan and then build it in bits and pieces year over year. We can't do that. So yes, what we end up with is this acrimony where we go back and revisit these projects and then discover that someone else down the road will come up and make a completely different announcement. My point, and I've come to this somewhat late, we need to do something. Rivers, for some reason, end up, finding their own path. But once that river is there, then everything seems to grow around it. So let's do something and then have something grow around it. Because it's not about what's right today is going to be right 15 or 20 years from now. It's just, you just don't know. And then there's so many different players and so many different agendas come into that, to play into that mix.
5 seconds, Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't expect to go this long. My view is, let's just do something.
Thank you. Thank you.
And move on. All right.
Okay, so that's it for the speakers. The last speaker would be Mayor Tory.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And first of all, I would like to extend thanks to all that have been involved in the motions that are in front of us. I want to thank Councillor Thompson for his motion and for his steadfast support for transit in Scarborough. I want to try and go over this as even-handed a way as I can, because in some respects it's fine. We have these debates over and over again to try and turn back the hands of time and try and change history. And Councillor Cole made reference earlier on to the very difficult decision we have to make here. And I would say, with respect to the subway versus LRT argument, that decision has been made. And so that's, when I thank Councillor Thompson for his motion, the part that I commend to members of council is that he's taking out yet another review of the LRT, because at the end of the day, that is not a good use of the time of our officials and others who are going to be writing up that report, and it would, I'm sure, be interesting to read. But at the end of the day, the decision has been made, and it's been made in two respects. First of all, I didn't count how many elections, but I would swear there's been 6 or 8 different elections at all 3 different orders of government, where repeatedly candidates that have stood for the subway, and candidates meaning for mayor, for premier, for prime minister, and candidates for MP, MPP, and councillor, with 1 or 2 exceptions, but only 1 or 2 out of all that time have been elected and elected and elected over and over again. And votes have been taken in this chamber over and over and over again about the subway. And the vote each time has been carried in recent times, at least in the last number of years, even before I was here, on the part of the subway. And then the second respect in which the decision has been made is that the province took this project over some time ago and took over the financial responsibility for it, by the way, thus allowing us to free up money for the Eglinton East LRT, which I'm determined to see us build. And I think that will be a huge positive step forward for Scarborough, and it will be supported, I'm confident, by the federal government at least. But nonetheless, the province took that over and freed us up to have some of the money needed to build that Scarborough-Eglinton East LRT. And so to me, to be going back at this again is actually more about politics and optics and things than it is about really a choice that's put in front of us. Because why would you do a technical assessment of any kind of a transit project if there was actually a 0% chance that it was going to get built? The province made that decision. They made the decision to change the Scarborough subway, which will delay it, admittedly. And that does put us in a position that is awkward. And this is where I want to thank Councillors Matlow and Ainsley and Thompson and the TTC commissioners for putting in front of us what I think are very sensible proposals to have reports written. And hopefully it does say that the city manager can collaborate with the CEO of the TTC, so they're not in fact writing 2 reports, but hopefully writing one together that can be submitted both places. But the bottom line is, those are 2 very sensible things we should be exploring in order to take a difficult situation. And again, the difficult situation is arising out of the fact that, I think somebody said a moment ago, that the Scarborough SRT was going to fall off the elevated pathway. Well, God forbid, but the fact is the thing has been heading towards obsolescence for some time. And I will only say, I remember the day I came forward and said, I guess in advance of when the TTC was going to say it, that it was going to be shut down, and everybody drew in their breath and gasped and so on. I was just telling the truth. I mean, it makes absolutely no sense. If common sense says you're not going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars trying one more time to patch this thing together that doesn't work, part of the time, even when we've been patching it together. So unfortunately, the timing of the subway, which is now out later because it's going to be extended, means a longer time when some other transit option has to be made available to people while the subway is being built. Because the subway is being built, make no mistake, they're sinking the construction shaft to begin the boring of the tunnels this summer. This is not something that is, years off, as people have been saying. They're actually going to start to build it. And that is an inopportune time, shall I say, trying to be more consensual than some of the discussion that's gone before me today. It's an inopportune time to be saying, well, let's have one more, revisitation of whether or not we're going to build a subway. The province of Ontario is going to build a subway. They have decided that. It's been decided here many times. It's been decided in elections, federally and provincial, many times. All the governments are in the sense that, the province is paying for really all of it now. So I just want us to get on with making the analysis of what we can best do for Scarborough Transit users in the interim period, whether it is using the elevated right-of-way or whether it is using the demolished on-the-ground right-of-way or some other option, so that we can serve them as best we can during the period when the subway is under construction. And I would say, by way of concluding comment, that brighter days do lie ahead. The comments that have been made about how the people of Scarborough have been shortchanged by all the goings-on down here and at Queen's Park and elsewhere are correct. And if I've been a part of that in any which way, then I apologize for that. But my intention was never to cause them any grief. It was just to try and get some transit built. But I tell you something, in the next few years, we will have a subway extension of the Bloor Danforth line to the east, a Scarborough East, Eglinton East LRT, a smart track station that will serve the people in Agincourt, and that will be a huge net improvement to an area of the city that's been grossly underinvested in over the years, whatever political considerations and other considerations have led to that. So I urge people to support Councillor Thompson's motion and to support the rest of, which is, I think, by definition, the rest of Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Matlow's motions, because I think those things will move us forward, those examinations, which the TTC, I think, is underway with. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, now Councillor Robinson has asked that we hold it down till she gets back to vote on the item. So we will now go back to item DM 30.3. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong held it down. We're waiting for staff, and I believe that we do have staff that are here that will be able to answer any questions. So we'll give a moment for the staff to connect. Is the staff connected? Yeah, okay.
Yes, Speaker, I'm here.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Have you, sir, have you reviewed the material in the motion and the correspondence?
I've seen the motion, yes, sir.
And the correspondence?
I haven't reviewed that in detail, no.
Okay, so there's some level of discussion. In the future, there's going to be, can you confirm that you know that Darlington and Bruce, there's going to be generators that are, nuclear generators that are going to go offline and going to be refurbished? That's correct, right?
I understand that that's the plan. They're going to be refurbished, yes.
Okay. And then that energy that's not available there is going to have to come from someplace else. Is that fair to say as well?
That's fair to say.
Yeah. And so this motion is calling for phasing out natural gas generation. And there's no real plan if we were to if that were to take place by the province to backfill that, is there?
Well, I think part of the Transform TO plan, that the plan to net zero, was to use renewables and other and storage and things of that nature.
Those are very expensive technologies, aren't they? And they're not very. Sorry, go ahead.
Through the speaker, all technologies cost. I mean, new natural gas generation by definition will cost money as well. And the plan, the city's plan, of course, is to move towards net zero by 2050. This is the plan that was approved by council unanimously. So that plan, the move to, or the suggestion to eliminate greenhouse gases or carbon from the grid is consistent with the plan. And I would also argue that net zero and Transform TO is really built on the fact or the premise that there is a clean grid.
So both the independent electrical operator and also the Ontario Energy Association both say that natural gas is the most adaptable, quick form that we can use, especially when there's very high energy needs, like last year when our it got very hot in the city and we needed to backfill, and the only thing available was natural gas, and any other available alternative that could provide that energy would be very, very, very expensive. Can you confirm that?
I don't think I confirm the premise of very, very expensive. We have alternatives to electrical cooling in the downtown core, for example. There are 60 or 70 buildings that are heated, or that are cooled rather, by water from the lake. So there are alternatives.
So last year when there was a huge energy surge during the summer, was there enough energy from the alternatives that you're suggesting to replace or to fill in that extra energy need?
The full capacity of the district cooling plant was fully utilized, yes.
But also a lot of natural gas was used too. If we had turned off all that natural gas, would there have been enough from the source that you're suggesting?
Councillor, I haven't done the math on that, but I think we would argue that most of that power would have been the premise is that, yes, we're working towards being fully sufficient in renewable, clean energy to fulfill all the needs of the people that live, work, and play within the city.
But we're not there yet, are we?
It's a plan that goes to 2050.
I see. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to speak on this item, please.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker. Mr. Baxter, I'm just trying to understand, I guess, what would be the cost differential between what we use now in terms of gas-fired electrical generation and replacing it with renewables? Do we ballpark that, or?
I'd like the opportunity to do the numbers, but one of the issues we always have with natural gas is the fact that not all of the social costs of using gas are included in its price, right? So there are social costs that we incur every year as a result of burning fossil fuels that aren't included in the price of the fuel itself. So when we look at the climate lens as we evolve it, we will fully cost out the full social cost to the citizens of Toronto for all of the options. That's part of what we need to do.
Okay. And then one of the other debates one of the readings I've done when it comes to renewables. So you talk about wind energy, in particular, I commonly read that, when the wind's blowing the most and you can use a wind turbine to generate electricity is when we seem to need that electricity the least. And I've also been reading, we don't have a capacity to store that electricity.
Thank you.
So it's a use and lose proposition.
That, 5 years ago, Councillor, I would have agreed with you on that. But in the intervening period, the technology for electricity storage has come a long way. And our colleagues at Toronto Hydro have a 10 megawatt storage facility, I believe, on the university campus near their Cecil transformer station. So I think the idea of renewables, so wind or solar, in conjunction with storage is really the way of the future. In fact, one of our EMS stations in Councillor Bradford's riding has photovoltaics on the roof and 2 Tesla power walls in the garage, and it's feeding power into the building most of the year. So it's largely self-sufficient. They do take some power from Toronto Hydro, but it's largely self-operational.
Okay, and what's the cost of running that as opposed to, a standard house?
The cost of running it, the difference is capital versus operating. Of course, if you're putting PV on the roof and storage in the building, you've got to pay for that. But you get the benefit in that you're not paying the utility bills. You get the benefit on the operational costs. And I think, if I remember my numbers correctly, the payback on that building is under 20 years. And the system has an expected life of around 50 years. So it's a good investment.
All right. Okay. All right. Thanks, Mr. Baxter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Speaker, I wondered if Mr. Baxter could comment on what the role of natural gas supply is in us ultimately achieving our climate objectives.
Councillor, the strategy, as I mentioned, the council adopted strategy is net zero. And of course, that means that we have to be driving towards something at or approaching zero.
So is there any role for gas technology between then and now? Like I mean, I'm sure everybody dreams of a day when we don't use fossil fuels, but surely there's some steps in between.
Right. So like I said, this is a 30-year plan. 2050 or before is the target. And as you know, the Transform TO data that we have shows that the big natural gas consumers and the carbon emitters are, first of all, space heating, and secondly, transportation. So it would be our goal to substitute as much clean electricity for fossil fuels over the intervening 30-year period. Now, there are high temperature applications that don't lend itself to electricity, sterilization, for example, in hospitals, that sort of thing. So there's always going to be some residual higher temperature applications, but the base heating, water heating, and transportation, we're anticipating that's going to be zero.
Do you think we could go right to electric space heating now, or do you think there's some fairly significant infrastructure needed to convey that much electrical energy?
I think that we have to plan for a future that anticipates growth in electricity demand.
Okay. What if the Trans-Canada pipeline, which I believe that's the one that conveys natural gas across the country, what if we shut that off today? What would happen? Somebody went,
we
shut the
shut it
big
off,
old, shut
cold
off
turkey?
the big old valve. Yeah, shut it off right now.
Well, I think
mean,
a lot of
would we
natural
be-
gas users today would be disappointed.
But I mean, like,
that's,
you know, what
but
the
that's
problem
not
with
the
the grid?
strategy. The strategy is over 30 years.
Over 30 years. Do we have any like really practical solutions for batteries? I mean, you've illustrated some great pilots, some test cases, but we're not there, right? Like we'd like to have more batteries, but that is just not in our hands right now. I mean, that's the wave of the future. You know, is there anybody that's got?
About the subway about a reduction.
Have we got an immediate hope for battery technology at the scale that we need to replace fossil fuels?
Well, I think we do. There is a storage battery system outside of Adelaide in Australia that's 100 megawatts in size. That's huge, right? So I think using renewables to charge that up, or nuclear power at night or spare capacity at night to charge it up, and use it during the day. I think that sort of electrical demand shifting has got to be part of the strategy.
So what's held us back from doing that? Like, why wouldn't we just do that tomorrow? Sounds like a great plan.
Well, like I said a minute ago, I think the technology has moved forward very quickly over the last 5 years. The two projects that I mentioned are operational, and we're working along with our partners in EMS to replicate the technology that we used in the one EMS station to put photovoltaics on the roof and storage batteries in the building.
And finally, you know, I guess, are there any other options beside batteries to try to bring a different mix of supply to the grid? Things that are viable and reliable, because I mean, that's the one thing I know about the electrical grid is awful sensitive. So it needs to be reliable for us, or we don't have a good economy and we don't have a life.
Well, I'll offer two comments to that, Councillor. One of them is, you know, with respect to the EMS station, they sort of reversed the electrical supply protocols, right? Traditionally, we have grid supply with battery or generator backup. They flipped it around, and they put the renewables as the primary source with the grid backing it up. And the reliability of that combination is very significant. It's very good. And I forget the other part of your question. It had to do with other technologies. Yeah, there is. There's two technologies that I've read about. One of them is pump storage. So you use off-peak nuclear power to pump water up a hill, and then during the day you run it back down through the turbines. There is a station like that at Niagara Falls now. So I'm not sure if there's any available extra capacity there to do that. But the other one that gets a lot of attention is hydrogen, right? You can use renewables to crack water to make hydrogen, and then use hydrogen during the day to run generators. So we are watching that technology around the world. It's happening at this, you know, I think the batteries are ahead of where hydrogen is right now in terms of reliability and commercialization, but we've got our eye on it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Are our goals linked with the province's goals? So our 2020 goal was a 30% reduction of 1990 levels by 2020. And was that largely because of the phase out of coal?
That was a huge impact. The other impact is the amount of conservation that was undertaken during that period. That was largely paid for by the electrical industry, the OPA subsidized.
Okay. There's letters, I just want to draw your attention. You said you hadn't seen all the letters. So there's a couple I want to draw your attention to. One was from the Toronto Atmospheric Fund, and they say we cannot meet the climate goals and objectives if we continue to use fossil fuel gas for electricity generation. So they're saying we can't meet our net zero plan if we continue to rely on fossil fuel energy. Is this true?
That's absolutely true.
There's another one from 6 professors, Miriam Diamond, Danny Harvey, Matthew Hoffman, Douglas McDonald, Nicholas Rivers, John Robinson, 6 leading climate scientists. I'm sure you're familiar with many of them. And they say that the province of Ontario must phase out gas-fired power plants, a realistic and effective measure, so they think we can do it, to help municipalities achieve their GHG reduction goals. Would you also agree with that?
I would.
And then do you think that given what we're seeing happening, especially south of the border, President Biden has said that they're going to have a carbon-free electrical grid by 2035, canceled the Keystone, talking about canceling Line 5. Is there an inherent risk in continuing to invest in fossil fuels and expand our gas power plants in Ontario?
I think there is. I think, we're seeing, we see this when we talk to our international colleagues, that, investors, those who would build and move here they're looking for a green economy where they move to. So, to the extent that we're not as green as other jurisdictions, that will impact us. That's a risk.
Right. And I certainly read that, one of the arguments they were saying that we could get around Buy American is by saying that our products are made with clean energy. But anyway, that's an interesting argument people are starting to make. So our motion doesn't give a date for the phase out. It's saying, as soon as possible. So really that would, in your mind, does as soon as possible mean as you have other electrical sources developed? So do the work, develop a plan, and phase out to be ready to meet our net zero plans. Is that how you would interpret this?
I would add that if we're going to be fair and look at options equally, we should spend as much time and energy looking at the alternatives as the proposal that's in front of us.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you. To speak, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Okay, hold on a second. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll place my motions first. So my first motion is amending recommendation number 1. Council requests the Ontario government to develop and implement a phase out of gas-fired electricity generation as soon as possible, taking into consideration the need to balance the cost to taxpayers, the need to have flexibility of supply, and the need to have system reliability during the refurbishment of Darlington and Bruce nuclear power stations. The second motion is City Council requests the City Manager to report to the Executive Committee by the end of 2021 on the gas-fired generated electricity used and produced by the City of Toronto and its agencies and corporations, and on a plan including financial impacts on phasing out use of gas-fired generated activities. And City Council requests the City Manager to report to the Executive Committee on the extra costs that will appear on taxpayers' electricity bills as a result of the phase-out of gas-fired electricity generated electricity. Thanks for the background music. And City requests the City Manager to consult with Toronto Hydro and the Ontario Energy Association on the impacts of phasing out the use of gas-fired generated electricity and report back to City Council through the Executive Committee. Madam Chair, I'm grateful for the staff answering the questions because I thought that was very helpful. But I find this discussion exceedingly unsatisfying, and by and large because this was done through a notice of motion for a very political means to satisfy the Clean Air Alliance. This shouldn't be a binary conversation between city staff and City Council. This should be a discussion that happens at committee where we have deputants and we don't simply rely on letters from the Clean Air Alliance or from some scientist riffing off something, or the independent electrical system operator, or just the Ontario Energy Association. It should be a discussion where we have them in the room talking about things so we can ask them questions about what the right approach is. And we're not having this discussion today. This is not an urgent notice of motion. This shouldn't be here. This should be in front of the Executive Committee where we're having a real discussion, and simply having a sheet of paper to talk about without a staff report behind it is unsatisfying, and it does a disservice to this council and the residents of the City of Toronto who we represent. And that's why I put forward these motions. I mean, if we want to have realistic conversations and not just virtue signal through notices of motion, let's have a real discussion at the executive committee and have some reports to really dig into this and not just have a one-page, one-off riff that we're all expected to support because it'll look good in a newsletter. So I hope members of council will support these motions to actually start to have a real discussion with our stakeholders and get some good experts to tell us what the right approach is, as opposed to just kind of making it up with not a lot of material to go along with it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Perks, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you. I see that part of your motion suggests having a conversation with Toronto Hydro about some aspects of this. The City of Toronto has had the plan to get to a clean electrical grid in place, I think, 5 years now. As a director of Toronto Hydro's board, have you brought a motion to their board to get a timetable for when we can phase out reliance on natural gas and other fossil fuels?
What I can say, Madam Chair, is Toronto Hydro is aware of these motions this notice of motion that was put on the table. They have a certain level of concern about this motion.
I'm afraid this isn't
sorry,
the question.
I think I have the floor answering the question. Madam Chair, can I answer the question?
Hold on, time out. Hold on, there's a lot of echo going on. I think other members have their mic on because there's a lot of echo. So, okay, Councillor Perks, please. Yes.
Yes, maybe it would help the Deputy Mayor if I asked the question again.
Okay, please. And Councillor Fletcher,
Can I
thank
do
you
that?
very much. You don't have the floor. So Councillor Perks, if you can ask the question to the Deputy Mayor and allow him to answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you. So Deputy Mayor, to be clear, I wasn't asking if Hydro was aware of what's in front of us now. I was asking if you, as a member of council who sits on Hydro's board, has brought a motion to get them to develop the necessary energy plan so that we can meet our Transform TO goals of getting a clean grid. Have you done that?
Madam Chair, I'm aware of a number of initiatives that the CEO and the management of Toronto Hydro has brought forward in terms of bringing forward a positive energy plan. I think if Councillor Perks wants more information, I'm not the person to do that, but I can get a team of people to come and brief him on all the great things that they've done.
I've been briefed many times by Toronto Hydro staff. I was on their board for a while too. Is there a document you can share with the members of council who have approved the Transform TO plan about Toronto Hydro's plan to conform with it?
I think, Madam Chair, I think if the councillor is interested in those initiatives, perhaps he could ask Toronto Hydro to come before committee and explain all the initiatives that they have put forward in terms of bringing forward clean energy ideas and policies and projects.
Okay, thank
you.
you.
So as a director of Toronto Hydro, will you undertake to get Toronto Hydro to come and make annual reports to the executive committee on their energy plans as they used to do before you were a director?
Councillor Perks, that was your last question.
As I say, Madam Chair, if the councillor wishes to move a motion to do that, he is very open to do so if he wants to put his name down to speak.
Okay, thank you. This is clarification of the motion. Councillor Holliday, 3 minutes.
Thanks. I mean, Councillor Perks's questions, raised my own. So Councillor Perks asked about Toronto Hydro creating a clean grid, but correct me if I'm wrong, Toronto Hydro is a distribution company. They don't generate electricity, right?
No, they don't. They distribute it.
So if the province is generating electricity with whatever, nuclear gas, whatever, they simply distribute this stuff.
That's correct. And also, Councillor, you would know, because you sit on the board with me, that the CEO and the management are quite committed to reaching and to doing what they can to create a clean grid within the mandate that they have.
Right. I mean, we talked about interesting stuff today, like batteries and all kinds of interesting things, but that's not under the law distribution, you know, as the law is written right now. Like hydro is about wires and such. So, what the future holds, I don't know, but I'm not really sure where Councillor Perks went with the questions, but there's only so much hydro can do as a distribution company. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I sent a photo image into the clerks to have it displayed because I think it's important if I could ask for that. I guess just building on the comments from Deputy Mayor Min and Wong, perhaps this debate I find almost embarrassing, and because it's so crude. Here we are debating supply mix in Ontario. Supply mix of energy. And, it's funny enough, I actually know people that know this really well, like as a life's profession. And none of them are on this call. And I don't even pretend to know 1% of what they know. But, in preparation for this debate, I went on the IESO's website. I invite any councillor, go on that, right? It's a public website, the Independent Electricity System Operator. And they manage the grid. And in fact, they have a page that talks all about it in like simple terms that I can read, that explains, like why is there gas, why is there nuclear, how does it all work? So this is the real-time reporting of data from their website. And I'll summarize it for folks. The bottom layer is orange. That's the amount of electricity that comes out of the nuclear generators. That doesn't vary very much, right? Because, there's no Homer Simpson there sitting with his feet up, one hand in a donut box. They don't dial the power up and down. They don't shut reactors on and off. They produce power at a steady state. The next layer above that is the light blue, and that's water, right? Probably most of it, Niagara Falls, that type of thing, maybe some from Quebec. And that is a fairly steady thing, and they can open the dam and close the dam, and they can do a few things to ramp up and bring down water supply. And again, the IESO website will tell you all about that. Then the next layer, that dark blue one, is gas. And gas is in there. And interestingly enough, you look at it, it's like really thin, like 198 megawatts just on this little sample I took from this morning. And it goes like to almost nothing. And then some days it gets really big. But then what you see is there seems to be an inverse relationship with the next layer, which is green, and that's wind. And then there's a few little dabbles in there of orange, which is solar, right? Which is, at the sample point I did was 0, probably because it was dark at 10 o'clock this morning when I clipped this picture. And biofuel, which is just a little tiny sliver of that. And the reason I brought this is because I know enough to know that this is a really complicated stuff. So the gas spools up when the supply from wind goes down. And that's because the top edge of the graph represents the demand. And the demand is all the manufacturing, the houses, all the different things in Ontario, and that demand curve goes up and down, and it does a whole bunch of things. But if the supply, the battery, doesn't meet the demand, the load, then the grid destabilizes, right? Harmonics, all kinds of stuff happens, the voltage changes, and if it gets really bad, the whole thing collapses. Right, so the IESO dispatches supply, and they dispatch load shedding because they've got contracts for that, and they have to manage that line so that it's perfect. And the interesting technology in here is the gas generation because it can spool up pretty quick. And some days it's like it's dark outside, there's no wind, and it's really cold, and they can't destabilize the grid. And they only got so much water they can work with, so they crank up the gas. And they got to do it. Like, I'm sure that we live in a world where everybody would love to get off of fossil fuels. So the assertion in some of today's discussion was, magically put a bunch of batteries in there and just fill that up. I wish the technology was here. We'd be in a greater world. And the problem with the motion before us is it says, phase out that gas and go to other stuff. It doesn't talk about price or cost or practicality. It just says, go and do it. So to me, there's such little value other than lip service in this motion to something that we as councillors can't even pretend to understand. We cannot even pretend to get it. And the sensitivity and the implication here, it's like saying, we don't care about you, public. You can just pay more on your electricity bill. The hell with you. We're just going to raise it. And because, we just want to phase this stuff out as fast as possible. I mean, last time I heard it, people are still angry about the cost of electricity. And then you want to talk about the stability of the grid and the cleanness of the power and the ability to have stable voltage and not have blackouts and all the implications that causes for life safety and for practical manufacturing in the province and in the city. All I'm saying here is that there's people that understand this.
10
Leave it
seconds.
to the experts to deal with the supply mix. I'm not supporting this motion because it's dabbling in something that is above the chamber.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our motion says to request the Government of Ontario develop and implement a plan. Develop and implement a plan to phase out all gas-fired electricity generation. We don't say what the mix should be. We don't say what their pathway forward on that is. We're really just trying to say here, be a little ambitious, recognize what's happening globally, and let's try and keep up and take pace. When we submitted this motion originally, 13 other municipalities in Ontario had passed similar motions. Since we submitted this in January, many things have happened. 6 additional municipalities in Ontario, including Mississauga and Brampton, have passed similar motions. Also, since we submitted this motion, Joe Biden was sworn in as President of the United States and passed an executive order that the United States would be net zero by 2050 and would eliminate carbon-based electricity by 2035. He also canceled the Keystone, and he has plans to cancel Line 5. There is a lot of uncertainty in fossil fuels right now. In addition to that, General Motors and Ford have also said that they are moving towards making only electric vehicles and that is their plan going forward. There is momentum building towards becoming net zero. And that's a goal that this council also adopted. And we cannot get to net zero if we have an energy grid that is not carbon free. Here's why an electrical grid that's carbon free is important. Our city is electrifying. We have 60 electric buses and we're hoping to have more. We're building public transit that uses electricity, those LRTs, those subways. We're going to need a lot of electricity. It needs to be clean. We're adding air conditioning to buildings and we're completing retrofits. And we are trying to make it easier for residents to decarbonize through programs like HELP and Better Homes TO. We've seen that when provincial governments take action, they can have a big response. The 30% reduction of 1990 levels that we achieved by 2020 was largely a result of eliminating the coal-fired electricity plants. The problem with our current plans in Ontario is that we've actually had an increase in our number of fossil fuels from electrical generation since 2017. We've gone up by 68% since 2017. And right now we're projected to increase by over 300% by 2030. It is going in the wrong direction. We need our province to be ambitious so that we can meet our ambitious goals. And by passing this motion today, we'll be getting on board with the phase out of carbon-based electricity like the rest of the world is. Finally, I'd like to say that I will not be supporting the motions of Deputy Mayor Min Wong. We don't know what the province's plan is going to be, so we can't ask our city manager to say what the cost would be. We have many different options that are there. Some of them, for example, if they were to create incentives and programs that help people put solar panels on their homes, their net electricity costs could go down in the future. We simply don't know what path they're going to choose. We also don't know what the cost of fossil fuels are going to be. It's pretty likely it's going to go up if we cancel Keystone and we cancel Line 5. So all of those different variables, it makes it very difficult for our city manager to say what the cost would be. What we're asking for through this motion, the original motion, is to be ambitious, to come up with a plan to phase out gas-phased electricity, okay? So that's, I just want to be clear on what the ask was there. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Layton.
Councillor Layton to speak. This debate earlier between the two deputy mayors was kind of like watching two old men arguing about how the world's changing in front of them and how they're so uncomfortable with it, right? And they're very much living in the past, because this debate is about three things. It's about the past, it's about the present, this moment here, and about the future. So let's go to the past. 10 years ago, the OPG and others rejected the coal phase out. Oh, because it would be too expensive. Oh, because what would happen? We'd have blackouts. Oh, we'd have all these things going on. The whole system would fall. Exactly what we just heard between our two deputy mayors. Our two appointments to Toronto Hydro. Can you imagine how embarrassing that is? We should all be embarrassed.
Madam Speaker. Is this appropriate?
Okay, hold on. There's
content.
Your point of order.
Okay.
Come on.
Appropriate.
Okay, please. There's a problem here. There's a lot of echo.
How we conduct ourselves in this chamber.
Okay, please,
It's gotta stop.
Can we please stop? Because we're trying to fix, there's a problem here.
What I'm saying is I don't believe the content is appropriate for this chamber. And I think it needs to stop.
Okay, Councillor Robinson. We're trying to fix the problem that we're having. Everything is echo.
Are you there? Did you go on it?
I don't know who she's referring to.
You go on it. Oh.
God, I like these night sitting speaker. They're terrific.
Madam Speaker, we're finally in echo chamber.
Okay, can I ask all members of council to please shut off your mic, please? Because there's a lot of echo. Everyone. Okay, Councillor Layton, you have your volume very high. Okay, please can you turn it down? And maybe
My volume's only at about 50% on this, which is normally quite reasonable, but I'll
because there's a lot of
oblige.
See, I don't know what the problem is.
Is that any better?
Is it possible that you could put your headphones on?
I just took them off just because I thought that would help solve the problem. Is that any better?
Why don't you try putting them on, because hold on, it's just, we're having difficulties here because I couldn't hear you when you spoke. Look at that. Mm-hmm.
How's mic 3?
Okay.
Well, now I can't hear you.
Okay.
There we go.
When I'm speaking, is it clear now? There's no echo? Okay, because Councillor Layton, we couldn't hear anything that you said. So I'm going to start your time over because everything was just echo.
The problem,
I'll temper back
Speaker,
my
we did
response.
hear what he said.
On a point of order, Madam
Point of
Speaker,
order, Madam
when you're
Speaker.
ready.
Yes?
We did hear what he said, and it was inappropriate.
Okay, but we couldn't hear it.
May I have my point of order, Madam Speaker?
Yes, point of order.
So, Madam Speaker, I don't know if you heard Councillor Layton's comments, but they were extremely personal in nature and directed at Deputy Mayor Min Wong and myself. And look, I'm happy to have a debate. I like it. I like debating with Councillor Layton, but I think the conversation has drifted into personal territory, and I don't think that's acceptable for the chamber. And I would just ask if you could caution the member, even though you may not have captured the essence of the conversation. I think other members have noticed that as well. And, I hope Councillor Layton will keep the comments generic and through the speaker.
Okay, Councillor Layton, then would you retract your comments, please?
Well, I'll retract my comments about being embarrassed, but certainly not about watching two old guys argue that the world's changing in front of them, because I think that was quite apt.
Madam Speaker, I mean, this is starting to get a little absurd.
Yeah.
If I may.
Listen, I hope people feel a little uncomfortable by this conversation.
Okay.
Because the reality is, climate change is changing the world around us, the way we live. And if we're not prepared to break a couple eggs to ensure that our kids have a clean environment and a world that they can live in, then I honestly don't think that we're fit to have this conversation here.
Speaker,
we are debating right now, asking for a plan, not asking for the date or when the phase out would happen.
Okay, Councillor Layton,
and that is all that's ahead of us
Councillor
here
Layton,
right now, in front of us here right now.
Councillor Layton, your time is up, and I'm asking you. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm asking you to retract your comments, just like Councillor Carroll asked me to retract my comments, and I did.
You called somebody a liar.
Okay.
You called somebody a liar.
Councillor,
I didn't do that.
Speaker,
I certainly didn't do that.
Speaker.
Mayor Tory, point of order.
Yeah, I look, you know what? The fact of the matter is that wasn't right when somebody's honesty was challenged, and nor is it right, frankly. And there'd be other days, Councillor Layton, I say through you, Speaker, with great respect, you'd be most upset at people being referred to as two old, grumpy old men or whatever it was that was said. I just want to make a plea to all members of council. This is an embarrassment that we are debating an important matter. This is an embarrassment that, as always happens with these evening meetings, we should set a resolve right now to finish this debate. The Councillor Layton should withdraw the remarks about grumpy old men or whatever, I heard it, whatever was said exactly, and we should move on and have this agenda finished by 9 o'clock. It is a stain on all of us that we sit here and waste time in this manner. Yeah. And I think if we could put our resolve to it, we could have this entire meeting finished in 1 hour from now, finish this debate, and stop with the personal stuff on all sides, because it has been happening for the last half hour. It's ridiculous.
Thank you,
thank
you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. And Councillor Layton.
So if I could,
no, hold on, please. Please, when I'm speaking, please allow me to speak. Now, Councillor Layton, unfortunately, we had problems here. I couldn't hear you, but from what my understanding is, you made comments. I'm asking you to retract your comments, and let's move on.
So,
please.
So I will, based on the mayor, the mayor made a good point. I certainly wouldn't, despite the bald head, would not want to be referred to as a grumpy old man. And so I will retract that comment, because I do believe perhaps it did get a little bit too personal. I think my point was made that the discussion was perhaps one that was adverse to change. I will, though, however, say that I only had about 30 seconds of speaking time, and I would like to just make one final point. And that's that what we're voting on here is asking the province for a plan similar to the coal phase out. There's no reason why we shouldn't support a motion of this kind. There are a number of ways of achieving this that didn't show up in the deputy mayor's snapshot in some evening or early morning energy use that involve the value of energy efficiency, the value of purchasing renewable energy production from other provinces rather than purchasing greenhouse gas heavy energy from other states and provinces.
Thank you, Councillor Layton.
And so there is great value in that. And
Councillor Layton, you went over 6 minutes. Thank you. Enough. Okay, let's vote. We're ready to vote. We have one motion by the deputy mayor. An amendment.
Recorded, please.
Okay, recorded vote.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Yes, point of order?
May I ask that this be split? The first number one be split off. At least I would propose number one be split off from number two.
So you want
And I guess what I would like to have is the ability to consider the number one as amended by the deputy mayor, and then number two, I'm happy to see it considered as a whole. But you'd have to look at the amendment of number one by the deputy mayor separately from the part two. Do you follow me?
Yes.
Yeah. Can I request that, please?
Yes. Let's clear
Thank
the.
you.
Madam Speaker, I think what we'll do is we'll cancel the vote that's in
Let's
progress.
just cancel
and then
that vote then.
We'll start it again for part one.
Okay, for part one.
Madam Speaker, the voting panel is now open on part.
Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, can you register your vote electronically, please?
Sorry,
So on part
sorry,
one.
I was waiting for the panel to come up. Oh, on just part one. Affirmative.
Speaker, the part one of the motion carries. The vote is 13 to 10.
Yes, recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please. Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Perruzza, please. Speaker, part two of the motion does not carry. The vote is 4 to 19.
Okay. Okay. Item is amended. On favor.
Recorded, please.
Recorded vote.
Just stand by, members, while we open the voting. Councillor Matlow, please, and Councillor Bradford. Speaker, the item is amended carries. The vote is 19-3.
Okay.
My apologies. I think I misunderstood the vote. Could I please change my vote? It's Councillor Filion.
And it looks like,
And my vote wasn't recorded, Speaker.
yes,
Sorry.
I noticed it. I just pointed it out to the clerk that your vote wasn't recorded and you were there. To reopen? Okay, motion to reopen on favor? Carried. Okay, let's vote on it again. That's item as amended, recorded vote.
Speaker, the item is amended carries. The vote is 21-2.
Thank you. We will now go to the item that we held on till Councillor Robinson came back. She wanted to be here for the vote. And that's on DM 30.7. So let's put the motion on the screen. Councillor Thompson's motion. Recorded vote.
Thank you.
Councillor Bradford, please. Councillor McKelvey. Speaker, the motion number 1 carries. The vote is 15-7.
Okay. Item is amended.
Please.
Pardon?
Please. Recorded.
Recorded? Okay, recorded vote.
Which motion is this? Okay.
It's the motion that we were debating an hour ago. DM 30.7, the Scarborough Transit.
On my screen, I've got the gas-fired motion up.
We just voted on that.
It's on my screen, Speaker, as well as Councillor Coles. Everybody's got that.
Likewise, I don't have the motion on my screen. Admit your mistake, Madam Speaker.
It's the wrong motion.
Apologize.
Madam Speaker, we're just correcting that. Please stand by.
We have to be patient. The staff are doing their best here.
That goes for you too, my dear.
Okay, it's on the screen. Item is amended.
Councillor Filion, please.
I don't think that's the right one.
Paula, your microphone's on again.
The amendments are not showing.
The amendments aren't showing, that's right.
Madam
So,
Speaker,
yes, the mic is
we
on.
do not show the amendments when its item is amended.
This is
Never.
item as amended.
It's the item is amended. We just voted on the amendment previously, and now we're voting on item as amended.
This is a better version anyway.
Everybody will like this one much better.
You know, it's really
Just
difficult.
vote yes and move on.
Do you know, it's really difficult when everybody is screaming and talking.
We're not screaming.
No, but talking at the same time, because, you know, the public is watching us.
No, they're
It's
not.
kind of like a regular city council meeting pre-COVID.
Paul, I have your salad in my office if you're coming over.
Speaker, the item is amended carries. The vote is 18-4.
Next item, PH 21.10, Councillor Fletcher, you held an update on short-term rental. Do you have questions?
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. I voted incorrectly on that. I'd like to reopen that. There was a lot of confusion there, and I apologize to everyone for that.
To reopen. Move to reopen, I should say.
Move to reopen.
Which motion is this? I've got the gas again.
Okay, we'll reopen.
We've all got gas.
Boy, we do really get silly late at night, don't we? We'll reopen
Well,
the
you
item.
don't.
We've got gas.
Yes, I'll vote to reopen because they wanted to change their, Councillor Bradford voted in. Didn't.
Madam Speaker, we're starting the vote on adopting the item as amended. And again, I'll repeat.
Okay,
The amended motion is not viewed because we don't incorporate the amendments at the instant that the amendment is passed. So,
Okay, item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor McKelvey, please. And Councillor Perruzza, please.
I thought we voted on this already. What are we voting on now?
Oh, okay, we did vote on it, but we reopened it because Councillor Bradford voted incorrectly, so we reopened and now we're revoting. Oh, please, please.
Boy, they.
The item is amended, Speaker.
Item as
carries.
amended.
The vote is 21-1.
Okay, our next item, PH 21.10. Councillor Fletcher, do you have questions?
Councillor Wong-Tam has some questions and a motion, but I don't see her online here.
Okay,
I am here, Madam Speaker.
Okay, we only have like 45 minutes and the rest of the agenda is going to be deferred to April.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Madam Speaker, I actually don't
Right.
have questions. The
Okay.
only thing I have is the motion that
All right.
Sorry, excuse me, Speaker, why is the rest of the agenda being
Because
deferred to April?
it's quarter past 8.
Because you fucking can't get your shit done.
Yeah, because we want to finish by 9 o'clock.
Whoa.
Who just said that?
That.
Who said? Councillor Ainsley?
He's not even there.
Councillor Ainsley, you owe council an apology.
I don't think he said that.
I don't think he said it either.
Say
Sound like Paul.
the name popped up on the bottom. It was not him.
It's Carlton here. It was my mistake. I apologize.
So you did say it.
Apology accepted. Let's
Been
move
said and the apology's been accepted, Speaker. Should we move forward, please?
Yes.
I agree. Let's
Yes,
move forward,
please, move on.
So who's got who has a question here, Paula? You held the item down. Do you have a question?
No, I think Councillor Wong-Tam has a motion.
She said she didn't have a question. So do you have any questions before
No, I
we go
don't have a question,
Okay.
Speaker. No, I do not. Thank
Okay.
you.
Councillor
Thank
Fletcher
you.
to
Sorry,
speak. Councillor Fletcher to speak. You held the item down.
I will simply say that we had an important discussion in planning and housing, that this is an ongoing item, that we recognize that there are serious questions about how the program has been set up, that this is coming back in April, and there's a few requests. In other words, can we have 311 to be a little more definitive when people are calling about making a concern or a complaint that there is an unregistered short-term rental next door, that there would be a category for that. So just getting to the data, which I know we understand how important data is, and we've had many discussions here tonight about data, that it is critically important. We did discover that there's a system, and we've asked the staff to have a look at that and come back, a system where it is ends up being on the shoulders of city staff to corroborate that the registration numbers for those who are hosting short-term rentals are correct. And we are striving and asking staff to turn that around so that the onus would be on the providers or those who have short-term rentals and the companies that are the hosting the short-term rentals, that they would corroborate that information so that we're using efficiently, we're using our staff efficiently, we're not hiring people to do work that really Airbnb and booking.com should really be doing that work, and that we try to get accurate information. We did find that there are people that will go online on the website at the city, they'll put in a registration number like STR1234 ABCD, and then they get posted with that fake registration number, and then the city, instead of the short-term rental companies saying, oh, well, that's not correct, the city is now having to corroborate that that's not correct. So it's kind of backwards, and we're, I think, going to work very closely with staff. And I'd just like to thank Ms. Addy and Mr. Grant. We had some very good conversations before the meeting, and they've taken it away to bring back what the request that the committee made. And for Mr. Downey, I saw him there for 311. I think we'll get that information back in April so that we're really clear. We've got good data, it's data driven, and that we are turning the corner on the city being responsible for policing everything rather than the company that is hosting everyone, giving the proper information over. So this is just an interim here. There will be a longer report later. And Councillor Wong-Tam has an issue that was very important and extremely timely and time sensitive to bring forward for a council vote. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Wong-Tam, if you want to speak, can you please put your name on the list?
I can, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Councillor Wong-Tam
may I
to
proceed?
speak. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. If I can please ask the clerk to put the motion onto the screen. It's fairly straightforward, Madam Speaker. The province of Ontario is actually putting forward a series of amendments to deal with human trafficking, which is an issue I think that many of us recognize is taking place in short-term rental platforms, including Airbnb. I think that the Ontario government should be commended for their work, because this is actually a very important step that they're taking. The challenge with Bill 251 is that although it seeks to enact and amend and repeal various acts as it relates to different aspects of human trafficking, what it doesn't do is it doesn't look at short-term rentals. So in effect, what they are asking for is to include a new accommodation sector registration for guests, but only for hotels and motels, and not for short-term rentals, which is the fastest growing segment in the accommodation sector in Ontario. And I've been raising the issue since 2016 about human trafficking. I want to thank city staff for all the work that they've done with respect to trying to regulate Airbnb and the short-term rental platforms. But I also know that they can't do this work alone. And of course, it's actually not, when it comes to ending human trafficking and addressing human exploitation and sexual exploitation, it's really not the work of MLS staff. This has to be done in concert with the leadership of Toronto Police Service. And if we are going to collect information of hotel guests, then we're going to need to collect information and do it carefully, but also in a way that respects the privacy of those who are checking into short-term rentals, but ensure that the province fills this loophole, which is a significant loophole, and that's what the motion does. And I just want to recognize the hard work of Carlton Grant and the MLS staff. It's been a very difficult time this past year. COVID-19 has not brought out the best in all of us. And I know that there's been times where just the volume of work and the incredible demands of council and the incredible demands of the workload have made things become even more difficult because of COVID. But I do think that we should still all commend MLS for the work that they've done. And this registration, the regulatory framework that council adopted last year is just getting underway. So everything is brand new, and everything is as we know, we are learning and onboarding. So there's going to be lots of changes and lots of transition, but I have the full confidence of the team. They're going to do everything they can to report back to the committees in timely fashion, so we can continue to help them advance it, but also refine it as we move forward. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So on the motion, all in favor? Carried. Item as amended, all in favor? Carried. NY 22.1, Councillor Robinson, you held the item down, 4050 Yonge Street.
Question for the chief planner.
Okay.
I'll be very brief with this. Is the chief planner there? This was formerly a 9-story application. It's come back as a 21 and 35, like literally egregious, precedent-setting, shocking. Is there a reason why planners did not, and I understand there was a move of thought to do this, but did not send this straight to a refusal?
Through the speaker, the application is at a subway station. It is subject to the MTSA review that's underway. We've taken a really good look at it, and as the report outlines, we have concerns with the overall scale of the project, and we've come to that conclusion and reported it. But I think it was important to take it through as thorough a process as we could, and also have community engagement, which we did do.
Are you aware of the serious environmental concerns around this site with the Don River and very, very concerning area, conservation area and wetlands, etc.?
Again, through the speaker, I think the report outlines the outstanding issues and issues to be resolved on this site. They do include sensitive natural areas that surround the site. And we think the scale does overreach and would lessen the impact on those environmentally sensitive areas. We've also engaged the TRCA in our review of the application.
So your feeling is the scale and scope of this is excessive given the sensitive areas and what was formerly identified as 9 stories in that area?
Yes, through the speaker, generally speaking, you've got 9, maybe 8, 9, 10, up to maybe I think 15 in the area. This proposal includes a 35-story building, so it is quite out of keeping with the overall scale of the area, and the even though it is adjacent to a subway station and the site can take density, the approach that's been taken with the application does overreach, in our opinion.
It's so important to have consistency in our decision making at North York and in North York's Community Council. Is there any work been done on, actually we've been without a director for 14, 15 months. Is there work being done to resolve that?
Through the speaker, we work together as a team in city planning. I think we've worked very closely with the acting directors who have circulated through that job in the North York office, and together with the resources that we apply from urban design, transportation, and our strategic initiatives unit. So it's been very well supported in achieving and providing council with consistent advice through this period of time.
So there's no movement towards putting a director in place in North York?
Through the speaker, that is in our hands in terms of advancing that competition, and it will be advanced in 2021.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Okay, Councillor Robinson to speak.
I just want to highlight this application because it's so egregious, and I think it should have gone straight to refusal. It has such a history. It's been back to the days of Karen Stintz when she was a city councillor, battling this at 9 stories. Now they've just gone completely over the top. And the sensitive lands there are something that a number of residents are very concerned about, the impacts on the Don River. And so I just want to highlight that for council because this is a kind of development that's so unbelievably aggressive and really reflective of what's happening in the Midtown and North Toronto area now. It's very concerning. And I am concerned with TRCA and some of their decisions on these particular issues related to erosion and flooding. So I just wanted to highlight this and say this is an example of what's happening in our areas. There are site and area specific policies around this that sets out a height limit. In this case, it's 163 meters, the height of the ridge. That's what's supposed to be happening. And what is happening is 210 meters above sea level. So, and the other tower, 218 meters above sea level. So this is of grave concern, and we need to keep our eyes on this application and applications like this that are so unbelievably aggressive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, Madam Speaker. This is in my ward. It's in Ward 8. And we've been dealing with this for a number of years. And I just want to make some points clear. First of all, we asked the Toronto Region Conservation Authority to report on whether there was any impact, environmental impact. Unfortunately, the TRCA said the development was okay. They didn't have any problems with it. That's the first hurdle that staff had to overcome. The second problem that occurs with this development is that there are no restrictions in place that disallow this point blank. The protections in place that go back to North York Council are very notional and have no standing. That's the other problem we have. The other thing is that as Greg Lintern said, our police planner, is that these applications now are under the guise of that new provincial policy in proximity to a major transit station, which there is there at the at Wilson, the York Mill Station. So that is why staff has been trying to deal with a very difficult application, and staff obviously has some very strong reservations about it. It is certainly not fitting with what's there in that community, because you've got a gas station on one corner, you have the tail or the end of the Don River, West Don there, and you don't really have any buildings of this height altitude, certainly 35 stories. So there's, you know, and originally the real problem here is that why did the city sell this land to developers in the first place? This was TTC land, very valuable land, that was a major kiss and go station for, it was sold. And I don't know why council allowed this to happen at that time. It really boggles the mind why this valuable piece of property at Yonge and Wilson, near a park, golf course, sensitive Don Valley. So there's a lot of history to this. So I think staff is essentially trying to do the best they can with many decisions that were made outside of what staff can really mitigate. This is the problem. So we can ask staff why they didn't do certain things, but the problem is staff has been trying to find ways of opposing this development. But given the provincial mandate now around major subway stations, it's going to be very difficult. But certainly we're going to continue to oppose this as best we can. And as you know, this is all subject to the Provincial Appeals Tribunal, where this eventually may go. But at least staff has been trying very vigorously to deal with this out of place application, again, that goes back to the sale of this very important city asset that should never been sold.
On the item. On favor? Show of hands, carried. T 23.15, 545 Commissioner Street. Councillor Grimes, you held the item down. Do you have questions? Councillor Grimes? Somebody's making a lot of noise. They have their mic on. It's really bad today, the volume. It's hard for me to hear everything. Is Councillor Grimes here? Is he connected? Okay, well, let's go to the next item then.
Well, if he's not here, why don't we just deal with it, Speaker?
Well, he's here. He just isn't, he's still connected. We'll just give him a few minutes, Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, okay, sure. Maybe you could recirculate my motion for this, so I'm too.
Next item is CC 30.9, Councillor Wong Tam, 2026 Maitland Street. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion that City Solicitor and City Planning prepared. If the clerks can please put this on the screen. It was also advance circulated. It's tied to the staff confidential attachment regarding an OMB LPAT settlement.
Councillor Wong Tam, sorry, do you have questions? Does anybody have any questions for staff on this item? No? Okay.
No, I do not. And
Okay.
just in the interest of time, Madam Speaker, I know it's getting late.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
That's it, Madam Speaker. That concludes my remarks.
Okay. The motion's on the screen, CC 30.9 by Councillor Wong Tam. The amendment on favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Grimes. We're at the item, the one you held down, T 2315.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
have questions for staff, Madam Speaker.
Okay, questions to staff. Okay, is staff here?
Greg, ML was supposed to move back in November 2020.
Oh, hold on.
I think I know the answer, but why has this not happened yet?
Okay, Councillor Grimes, hold on. I want to find out if staff is here first.
Please answer me. Yeah,
Okay, go ahead then. Go ahead. Okay.
Councillor Grimes, through the speaker, the Ready Mix operation filed a site plan in June 2020. We got back to them in August with our comments. They came back to us with their resubmission in in December 2020. So we're here to you today, been through Toronto East York. So it's, that's why it has not, they haven't moved since the time, because they had to get site plan approval and a minor change to the zoning bylaw, and we've been dealing with them since June.
So they've not got site plan approval?
No, that's what this report in front of you is. It's about site plan approval.
So once they got site plan, is there an opportunity to expedite the move?
Yes, through the speaker, we've already talked to the Toronto Building Division. As soon as the site-specific zoning comes into force, they've got one or two small matters to deal with. We can issue the site plan. We've lined up a conditional permit with Toronto Building, so that should go fairly smoothly, probably in around April.
Okay, and that's probably illegal. Everyone's probably seen the death of a cyclist on Royal York Road by one of the cement trucks. The local community's been calling for ML to be shut down until they move. Does the city have the authority to do this? And if not, why not?
Councillor Grimes, it's Pat Matozzo. Through the speaker, I can speak to the lease terms, and the lease terms do allow for extensions because of delays. So there would be, you know, legal and financial implications if we tried to terminate the lease. I'm not sure if legal wants to take the question about terminating their, you know, their business operation.
Yeah, it's probably illegal. Like the community's asking them to be shut down. So has the city got the authority to do that to legal? Perhaps hold my time, Madam Speaker, until we get legal on the line.
Do we have legal?
Yes, my apologies, Madam Speaker. I had some difficulties unmuting. My initial thought is that there would be difficulty doing that. I would have to look at it more closely, though.
Okay. So I guess
I don't believe so.
Back to Greg Linton, you answered the question. You know, what can we do to make sure this, you know, will meet the timelines? Is there anything we can do as a council to make sure they meet this timeline?
Again, through the speaker, we're working very closely with the applicant to make sure that once this bylaw comes into force, we can get their final issues resolved, issue the final site plan, line up a conditional permit, and put them in a position to take action. They're on a month-to-month lease, so they're ready to go once these documents are perfected.
Okay, and Councillor Fletcher moved a bunch of motions at Community Council. Does any of this, like the sidewalk issue, this will not delay the movement in any which way?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, those are my questions, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, Councillor Fletcher moved a bunch of motions at Toronto and East York Community Council because this is now another batching plant on Commissioner. I'd like to know when the landscaping will be finished. You've long known that that's one of the conditions that this plant to move, that there'll be a continuous landscaping along Commissioners for the cement plants. When will that be done? And is somebody here to answer that, or do we have to defer this till next month?
Through the speaker, I consulted with Transportation Services this afternoon about that, just to make sure that we had an answer to your question, Councillor Fletcher. I'm told that that will be undertaken in accordance with the direction in the motion. There's Barbara there. She can respond to it.
To the Speaker, hi, Councillor Fletcher. So the sidewalk is funded and will be installed through ECS contract by June.
It's not the sidewalk, it's the other landscaping features. I think that Creatio is looking after those, Tedco.
Sorry.
PPLC.
So sorry, Councillor Fletcher, it's Pat Matozzo. How are you? Through you, Madam Speaker. I'll circle back with Creatio. There wasn't timing on the motion specific to the landscaping, but I'll take that offline with Creatio, and I'll get back to you on the timing and when the landscaping can be done.
Yeah, I've just moved another motion that they should move when the landscaping's finished, so.
Okay.
The other thing is there's, anyway. Okay. I do have another motion there. Anyway, it'll come up, it'll get moved. Two other ones.
All right. Councillor Grimes to speak.
you, Madam Speaker. So, talking to Mr. Lintern, I'm confident we're on the right track here, but the community has been very, very patient. This has gone through 3 mayors. This batching plan. Mayor Miller dealt with it, Mayor Ford dealt with it, now Mayor Tory's hearing. All mayors have heard loud and clear. To compound the problem, we had a cyclist killed on Royal Road by one of these cement trucks with this ML concrete. One of the hit a cyclist. So the community is at the end of the rope. They want to know when they're moving. I know the delays because of COVID, but they're just at the end of the rope. So I'm hoping there's some light at the end of the tunnel. Hopefully April will be no any more hiccups, and we'll get them moved into the concrete campus down there where they should be. So those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Yes, I'll just advise there is no concrete campus and that this was a move. I think there's been so much rezoning around certain places, rezoning employment lands, that this batching plant is moving where there are other batching plants. But you can see
Councillor
from
Fletcher,
the motions.
Councillor Fletcher, do you have a
Oh,
motion?
yes, I have a lot of motions. Yeah, I have another motion that the clerks have.
Okay,
have
all your motions are not ready, so we'll have to hold the item down.
Okay. Sorry.
Now, if Councillor Fletcher's in the car, I'd be happy to move her motions forward.
If I'm where? I'm right here at my desk with Paul Ainsley's salad.
I think everybody is getting really tired and very silly at this point.
Address things on the side, Paula?
You know, like maybe we should just defer everything to the next meeting because people are just.
Speaker, if you're having a hard time, you have a
Well, I'm not
wonderful
having a
deputy
hard time,
speaker
Councillor
who
Fletcher.
certainly could take the chair for you at any time.
Councillor Fletcher,
That's-
I'm not having a hard time. It's the members of council that are not cooperating and being
Oh,
silly.
we're cooperating. Now
Being
we
silly,
have things
Councillor
here.
Fletcher. Now move your motion.
Speaker, I'm just going to take a point of personal privilege.
Okay, move your
We
motion.
were waiting from, excuse me, I am having a point of personal privilege.
Okay.
My motions were not ready. Now they're ready and I can move them.
Now they're
And
ready.
between that moment and now, people took a little break and you've admonished us again. And I'm going to say, if you are having a hard time in the chair, turn it over to your deputy.
I'm not
Thank
having
you.
a hard
Here's my
time.
motions.
I'm having a hard time with the council. Councillor Fletcher,
Well-
if you can move your motion, I believe that we're ready with your motion if you'd like
There
to
they
move them.
are.
Councillor
They're
Fletcher.
right there. They are now ready. They're right there.
Okay, there you
Speaker.
go. Can you read them?
Do we have to read our whole motions now? When
Not
does that
all of
start?
them, but you need to read your motion to present it. Yeah,
This isn't. I
there you
don't
go.
think
It's
so.
on,
There it is.
it's on the screen.
Right.
You
Like
need
every
to,
other motion on the screen.
we can put the second motion on the screen.
The second motion on the screen.
Yeah, you need to read them, Councillor Fletcher. No.
I don't
Okay.
think anybody's read all their
Okay,
motions
is
today,
there another
Speaker.
motion? Is there, okay, just those two motions. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, go ahead.
Oh, my God. There they are.
Yeah.
This is a long-standing issue in trying to accommodate this plant, moving where there's other plants, but now there are a number of issues that go with having that many in a zone that's set aside for concrete batching so that the rest of all the condos that you're approving everywhere can be built with cement. And there is a tremendous amount of dust. There's a tremendous amount of dirt. There has to be a regimen now for cleaning. There needs to be a good landscaping treatment there so it doesn't just look like a conglomeration of plants. The St. Mary's Cement, when they moved there, has a beautiful treatment that will be continued. Sidewalk, so people can walk to work off the bus. And also moving along to the turning basin, that zone can be a wonderful spot for people at lunch, for hydro, and all the different industries at this end of the Portlands. And in the Portlands plan that we approved today, this zone is still considered to be a heavy industrial zone. It can be a heavy industrial zone, but it can also have a treatment that makes it modern, fresh, it's clean, and there really do have to be some rules about cement trucks. So Councillor Grimes, your community is very upset about cement truck because it killed someone in your ward. Well, now there's a lot of cement trucks here, and now there are going to be more. What's your safety protocol for those? And you've really given me a good idea, because I do have to think about that. And perhaps we really do need to revisit motions that we had in the past, which was to establish side guards on these large trucks, that city fleet and other trucks, and require that. These are big trucks. They, a truck almost, in one of the companies, someone almost ran somebody over in the Leslie Street Spit in the summer. So I agree with Councillor Grimes that we need to be careful, and we need to take steps to ensure that zones are safe when we have this many large trucks moving around. So expect another motion at some point about safety protocols to deal with what Councillor Grimes calls the concrete campus and this end of town. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, there is a question for you by Councillor Grimes, clarification of the motion. Councillor Grimes?
So your intention is to stop the plant from moving into the landscaping in front of the plant's in?
Be there now.
I didn't hear the answer, Madam Speaker.
I'm saying I think it should be there now.
But your intention is to stop the plant from moving
No,
until the bushes are in?
if I wanted to stop the plant, I could have the site plan come back about 20 times.
So the question is, you want the bushes in before the plant moves in? Is that what you're saying?
I would like to have the street properly done before another plant comes, Councillor.
Okay, I hope no one's going to support that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any further speakers on the item? Okay, so we have the motion by Councillor Fletcher.
Madam Speaker, can I speak on this?
I didn't see your name there. Did you want to speak?
You know, I have to, just based on the transaction that just occurred with Councillor Grimes, the questioning.
Councillor Holiday,
you know,
Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you. I will be brief, but I have to raise this to members. I'm familiar with the ML Ready Mix plant, where it is in south of Etobicoke. This is something that's dead in the middle of a neighborhood. It is literally across the street from people's houses. Like, you can reach out and touch it. And it is a long-standing issue. I can back Councillor Grimes on that. I can tell you that when my dad was the MPP of the area, I remember this being an issue. So I understand Councillor Grimes' urgency and the community's urgency about getting this thing moving along. What I've just detected here in some of the motions placed by Councillor Fletcher, and I appreciate that she wants to get this stuff done, but having plantings done in the winter, having sidewalks cast and those sorts of things, if they are conditions upon this plant moving and are obstacles to getting the transaction done, I have to raise this in front of council and say that this is a problem and this is a significant issue for Councillor Grimes' community. They are not one and the same. I invite anybody in the couple of moments that we've got to go onto Google Maps or something else equivalent and go look at the location of where the plant is now and where it's going. And you tell me in your best judgment as to whether or not that's an equal transaction. So I would ask members to be very careful about anything that's buried in here that could delay the movement of the plant from one part of the city to the other. I hope Councillor Fletcher gets what she needs all out of this, but if it is at a cost of holding something up, I have to raise the issue on that.
Just a point of order, Speaker. I'm not intending to hold that up, but I think that it's not bushes, it's also walls, and that could easily be accommodated by the time this plant would move in the mid-spring.
Okay.
So I can withdraw that if we have that understanding that that would happen. But it can't last. I mean, it's been 10 years or more since it's planned to move.
Councillor Fletcher, are you withdrawing? Did you just say you were withdrawing your motion?
Yes, I will take that out because I'm not trying to stop it, but I have been trying to get this site ready for the move for quite a long time, and I'm extremely frustrated by that.
Okay, so permission for Councillor Fletcher to withdraw motion 1B. All in favor? Carried. So we have motion 1A before us by Councillor Fletcher. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Item as amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Our next item is MM 30.16. Councillor Holliday, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
No questions, Speaker.
Okay, can you, does anybody have any questions on this item? Okay, Councillor Holliday to speak. You held the item down.
Thank you, Speaker. I did send a map to clerks. I wondered if somebody could display that for me. So I don't take any warranty on this. It's something I got off the internet. I just wanted to use it to illustrate where the highway is that is the subject of this motion. Unfortunately, the motion didn't contain the graphic, and I think it's just helpful for members of council. I think this was something that was tweeted out or anyways. We have before us another one of those bigger debates. We've had already one today, but this is talking about a highway that runs from the outside of Mississauga at Milton, around the top of the region, and then links up to Highway 400 in the area at the north end of Vaughan. And I think this is a very, very important debate for somebody like a West End councillor. The idea of this highway is to divert freeway traffic outside of the city and link it up to another highway. Much like you see in North American cities, much like you see in European cities where there's a diversion right out of the metropolitan area. There has been a campaign out there to go against this. But I have to make the comment that that is in opposition to the best interests of the community that I represent. So, part of the story that people will say, well, if you build a highway, people are going to use it, you're going to induce demand. The same logic goes for hospitals, right? Why would you build another hospital if somebody's going to go and use it and fill it up? Well, because the pressure is really high on the other hospitals. So you want to create capacity in the system. The same is true here. If you go out to the 401 in the west end of the city, as it approaches the 400 highway interchange, you find it's backed up. I invite any member of council to come on out to the intersection of Martin Grove and Eglinton. That's in my ward, and that's an off-ramp from Highway 400, from Highway 401, where people link to Highway 401, then they go on to 400. They actually come off the highway, take a shortcut, and go back on it in order to save time. And what that creates is congestion on the streets within the community. It creates a parallel spillover effect on parallel routes within the community that I represent and live in. And it creates pressure even on the side streets where there's schools, where there's people walking. And this all has to do with the freeway system and how it works around the city. So, people, again, they jump on this and say, well, we want to create travel demand management. And it's another way of saying we want to make the freeway system less attractive so that you change your habits. You stay home, you do what you got to do. But what we're talking about this is a ring highway around the city that supports goods movement, it supports business, it supports people that are moving through the region going from one place to the other. Yeah, there's a lot of claims out there about this goes through lands and it goes through it goes along the edge here of the green belt. It's a road. It's among many roads that we've got that are contemplated. So taking a stance in opposition to this is not in any way an interest to the people that I represent because of the traffic that it could divert around my community and around the city, frankly, and because of the improvements it can make to people that are conducting business. I get the environmental claims. I get the concerns, but the fact is people need to move around the region. So I don't understand how any politician can say, well, I don't like congestion, and I want to do all I can to fix it and change things around. But yet there's a proposal here to vote against or indicate a non-support of a highway that routes high order traffic around the city and out of the city. So you know, the logic just doesn't square up. I think people are sensitive to this, and I think it's a non-linear impact to the different communities in the city. And I would say anyone in the West End that lives on the stretch between the Highway 400 and the Highway 401 interchange understands the traffic and the pressure that is put on with the people moving on the 401 to go up the 400 and vice versa. And so some sort of a relief mechanisms to make this operate better is in the interests of our community and the interests of our city. And so, yes, you will hear from my colleagues that are coming on the list here. They're going to tell you all kinds of environmental reasons why this is bad. I want to speak to the quality of life of the people that live in this city and the ability to live their daily life and have and just conduct business here. So with that, Speaker, I have to explain why that, you know, there isn't a clear reason that somebody should vote and support this.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to offer an opposing view to what Councillor Holyday provided you. I actually disagree with the premise of why this highway is being proposed. This highway, at least from my perspective, is not so much focused on reducing commute time, but more about getting the development industry even richer than they are today. They put a lot of support into the government that we have at Queen's Park, and I'm not surprised that this is yet one of many, many, many policy decisions that this government is making in their financial interests. And I could cite a long list. But coming down to commute time, there was an expert panel that the Liberal government composed that advised that this would only shave seconds off commute time, not hours, not minutes, seconds. And then it was even disappeared from the government website under the Ford government, that information. What this highway will do, along with making developers rich, is destroy some of the last remaining prime agricultural lands, greenbelt, aquifers, wetlands, green spaces that we have in this region. And that's why neighboring municipalities throughout our greater region have been opposing this, one after another after another. That's why, once again, this government has been forced to capitulate and now say that they're not dedicated to doing it, but they're going to have to start reviewing their initial announcement. What this council will do to support Councillor Layton and Councillor Ainsley's motion is to stand in solidarity with our colleagues, with our neighboring communities, in support of the natural environment, in support of prime agricultural lands, in support of access to local foods, to supporting local farmers, to supporting our water, our air, our natural environment. And yes, some developers aren't going to make as much money. Yes, there will be seconds perhaps not saved in some people's commutes. But what is that price? The price is too costly not to support what's being asked of us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford. Councillor Bradford.
I see people are coming off the list. I was just on here to call the question. We've heard both sides of the argument so that we can, okay. Councillor Perks is really pleading here, so I'll just come off and pass it over to him.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Holyday framed this as the impacts of his community versus the environment, and gave a rationale for how this would create more traffic in his community. And frankly, just about any transportation engineer from the 1950s would have agreed with him. Transportation planners and engineers since about the early 70s, though, would not agree with him. Beginning with Stephen Plowden, who famously became one of the most important transportation thinkers in the United Kingdom and globally, with his 1972 book, Towns Against Traffic, where he posited what is known as the iron law of congestion, which works like this. The more roads you build, the faster people are able to drive, so the further they are willing to move away from where they work, meaning there is more total vehicle use going on. In other words, as you build highways, you induce new traffic and create more congestion, more cut through in Councillor Holliday's ward. You lessen people's quality of life. This, now known as induced travel demand, is the orthodoxy taught to all transportation planners and traffic engineers pretty much since about 1980. So let's not take a 1950s view, let's take a more modern view and support reducing the amount of congestion on city streets and in neighborhoods by opposing highway construction.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza to speak.
Yeah, I think it's important. Why is this here? I think it's important for the City of Toronto to express itself on this issue. This is something that's been at the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority a number of times. I've seen it. I've seen several iterations of it over the years. It's on again, then government reconsiders, it's off again. Then municipalities come on, then they come off. But I think what the issues are here, and you know, aside from the philosophical conversation about where we want people to live and how we want them to live, or the, you know, just, you know, be free and everybody can just drive around where they want and all the rest of it. I think what's really at stake here with this highway is that it cuts a swath through some of the most sensitive lands within the Greater Toronto area. But not only does it itself put those lands, those aquifers, those water sources at risk as a highway, but what this highway would do is put a tremendous amount of pressure in the surrounding lands, surrounding wetlands, and further cause the erosion of one of the principal reasons why the GTA or the Toronto and its surrounding area is one of the fastest growing areas in North America, probably the world, is because we sit on one of the biggest reserves of fresh water on the planet. And if you don't think that this is all interconnected, the environment, global warming, fires in California, droughts in Arizona, unlivable parts of New Mexico and other places, and people looking for other places to settle, well, you're wrong, because it's all interconnected. And what we can't, I don't think, allow to have happen is to put those aquifers at risk or at undue risk unnecessarily by sort of at whim, you know, constructions of projects like these in the name of it's, you know, it's easy, it'll be easier for us to get around. It's just simply, those lands are just simply too important. Those aquifers are simply too important to all of us for us to just, you know, play around with them in this way. And so for that reason, I believe it's important for us to make a very, very strong statement on this as a city council and saying, you know what, we love convenience, we love freedom, we love our cars, we love to be able to get from A to B, you know, zip around real quick, but not at the peril of our, you know, of our water sources and our wetlands. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, Madam Chair, this is something very close to me. I spent a lot of time trying to get the Oak Ridges Marine Protection Act finally signed to protect this area of the province, and coming up with the green belt. We also got the green belt done, over 1 million acres protected. You know, this is the headwaters of all of our rivers. This is the Oak Ridges Moraine. This is the headwaters, the Credit, the Don, the Humber. This is where we get our drinking water from. So if you're going to build this highway, talk about living in the past, you know, you're going to spend $6 billion to save 30 seconds of commute time. What a total boondoggle. $6 billion. Basically, it's putting in the pockets of developers to, in essence, pave that whole area, the green belt and beyond. That's what it's all about. There's going to be such inducement. You know, it's like Viagra for sprawl. That's what this is all about. You know, Mississauga's said they're against it. Brampton's against it. Vaughan's. Is there a municipality that isn't against it? Because they know this is going to be nothing but more sprawl, car dependency, getting rid of our water sources. This is pure insanity. $6 billion for 30 seconds. Give me a break.
On the motion.
Recorded.
Okay, recorded vote. Somebody has their mic on.
Members, just a reminder, if you're voting, please make sure your camera's on so that I can cross-reference the grid with the voting panel. So Councillor Layton, your vote, please. Speaker, the item is adopted 19-1.
Okay. Our next item is MM 30.21. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
I will. I'll just ask, I'll ask the staff how we have a map in Power Street, which is actually in Councillor Cressy's ward, and of a dog off leash. It's called Orphan Green, and it's listed as being in East York. It's kind of like saying that that is in North York or that that's in Etobicoke. So I'm just trying to figure out how those labels get onto city maps and how they're incorrect.
Do we have staff here? What staff are you asking questions to, Councillor Fletcher?
Well, it's a park site and it's the city's website. So whoever you think can best answer that, speaker, is fine.
So it's Sandra Cuff here for Janie Romoff. I'm hoping that we also have Gia Lu, who is our go-to on our maps and our site. So I'm hoping, Gia, are you on so you can respond?
Hi,
Yes,
Anne-Marie.
sure.
Okay.
Oh,
go ahead, Anne-Marie.
Go ahead. I think Gia's got it.
Thanks, Sandra.
So the district label for the park in question, we're just looking into if it's a technical glitch in the back end, but I believe it's a mislabel.
How many more mislabels are there? Because that is not East York. And are you using Google?
We're looking
Are
in.
you using Google to establish boundaries? I believe somebody is at the city using Google.
Well, so within parks, there are operational districts that we use to inform the work that the park staff do. And I believe that there may be a use of parks operation districts. And so we're looking into making sure that it's actually more appropriate information for the public.
I'm asking if your staff use Google to determine where those locations are.
We do not. We actually have a database of all of our parks, their addresses, and the operational districts for parks specifically.
Yes, but somehow that says East York. And it's at King and down by Adelaide and Power Street.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to look into it. And
so did nobody look into that since this has been posted for at least a week? Who's looked into it between this motion getting posted and tonight when I'm asking these questions?
So sorry, I'll just jump in. Councillor, I take your point, and we absolutely have staff that are looking into this, and we've reached out to your office as well for clarity. And we'll ask that if anyone else has recognized any other errors as well, that they be forwarded to our division so we can make the corrections. We're absolutely committed to making sure all of our parks and our amenities are accurately reflected. We appreciate the sensitivity to the residents in the respective areas. So,
are you aware that Google shows this whole area as East York? Are you aware of that?
I cannot say I was aware of that, but we will definitely look into that and make the correction. So now that it's been brought to our attention, absolutely it's a priority for us.
I thought maybe some more work would have been done between the motion turning up and tonight, even though it's the end of the evening and I've waited here for that important motion. So I know that that's my question. I probably would ask the deputy city manager, she's there, because this has happened previously with Doors Open, where the Don Jail was shown on a flyer that was delivered to hundreds of thousands of people, that was in East York. And I'm not expecting you to be able to answer that, Ms. Cuff, but that's also, somebody has to be able to answer how these happens over and over and over again, where there are definite boundaries. But I'm thinking maybe it might be better if we defer this to the next meeting so you can actually find out some of those answers.
Absolutely fair.
Councillor.
Through the speaker, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, are you going to defer? Then is that what your wish is?
Well, Councillor Robinson has a motion there that she's put out.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you because you're not speaking in your mic.
I've asked questions. I haven't spoken yet.
No, I understand, but I'm asking you a question. Did you want to defer this now, or what would you like to do?
Well, I'm going to let Councillor Robinson ask her questions if she has them. Oh, she doesn't have questions.
There is nobody else on the list to ask questions.
I won't defer it, but I'll speak, and Councillor Robinson will speak. And I have another motion there too, please.
Yeah, but Councillor Fletcher to speak.
I have another motion that clerks have prepared, which actually has to do with the report back, which is clear that report directly, all the corrections have been made. So that means all the divisions have to make sure in Toronto, East York, and obviously in North York, that they haven't mislabeled all kinds of city property. I have been concerned about this for a while, but I was most starkly concerned when I was looking up this little dog park that Councillor McConnell put in at the corner of Adelaide and Power and Richmond, that a big sign, it's right on the website, it says East York. It's in the district of Toronto, East York, but I think anybody who, and East York boundaries are north of the Danforth. I don't want to belabor this, and it is late, and I really appreciate the motion that Councillor Robinson is going to make, because Leaside cannot be confused with North York. It's not North York. We have to honor the legacy boundaries of our old cities, and you know that better than anybody, Speaker, having been the mayor of York. You're the only person in the council that's ever been a mayor of a legacy city. And there's still great spirit, there's still organizations, there are still East York Historical Society, East York Foundation, East York Christmas Dinner. It's still going strong in its culture and its spirit. I don't think that they want to take control or responsibility for a dog park in Councillor Cressy's ward. I did mention as well that there was a time, and I did bring this up with Mr. Williams when he was the executive or general manager of ECDEV, when doors open in a broadsheet that went to every house in the city of Toronto, said, come to the Don Jail and go through the doors open, and it listed it as being in East York. I'm saying that Google lists all of these neighborhoods in East York, and where I'm just going to say, Councillor Bradford, the zone you live in is labeled as East York on the Google map. People go look and they see that's East York. I think we've gotten sloppy. I think we're using Google rather than the actual boundaries that exist for our cities. And I want to honor the legacy cities. I think they deserve that. Nobody wanted amalgamation, but we're working together. It's kind of like saying the boundary for Scarborough is somewhere at Main Street. We know that's not the case. It's a Victoria Park. And so I do think that this deserves a little bit of attention before it's out of control, that Google is informed, as Councillor Robinson's motion says, that please correct your geography. People rely on you to be accurate, and it's not accurate, and it's not fair, and it doesn't honor the work that people did for decades and actually century in these cities to build up good things, to have their traditions, to have their culture, to have their community-based operations. And I would just entreat everybody to please check that. If we move the Etobicoke border somehow over to Keele Street, everybody would be screaming. But the fact is that the East York boundary is very distinct, both north of the Danforth all the way into Leaside. And I'd like to respect that community, and I'd like council to stand behind us and respect the borough of East York and its boundaries, and for us to be accurate in all of our geography and get top marks instead of an F. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. If the clerk would just put the motion up on the, it's pretty self-explanatory in that we just want to ensure Leaside's reflected in this discussion, because it's very much part of the legacy of East York. And also the point that it also does report in now to North York Community Council. So anything circling back on this has to go to both Toronto East York Council and North York Community Council. So we just want to make sure those areas are reflected. I did get an email from the East York Foundation last night, concerned that they weren't part and parcel of this motion. So just doing my due diligence here.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we have the, we can put the motions on the screen. First motion is—
I'm going to want recorded votes on these, Speaker. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, motion by Councillor Fletcher, recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Ainsley, can you refresh your browser, please, to see whether you get the vote?
Hi, John. It won't refresh.
Okay. Yep. Could you?
I'll verbally give my vote after you've
Could you state your
closed
vote,
it,
please?
Yes, I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker, the item. I'm sorry. The motion carries unanimously, 20 in favor.
Okay, motion by Councillor Robinson. Councillor Robinson, did you want a recorded vote on yours as well?
No, I do. I want it recorded.
Okay,
Oh.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Bailao, please.
Councillor Cole, the affirmative. I can't, it's not on my screen.
Okay. And Councillor Fillion, would you state your vote as well, please?
Yes, in the affirmative. It's also not on my screen.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, would you state your vote, please? Councillor McKelvey, I'm sorry, we didn't hear you.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. Speaker, motion 2 carries unanimously, 20 in favor.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you very much.
Councillor Robinson's vote didn't register.
Yeah. Councillor Robinson, how do you vote?
Yes, it did not, and my screen was blank, so I would like to vote yes for my motion.
Madam Speaker, yes, I apologize, Councillor Robinson. The vote will be recorded with you in the affirmative. And Speaker Nunziata, how do you vote?
Oh, mine didn't register either? Okay, yes.
Speaker, the motion 2 carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, item as amended. On favor? Carried. Okay, our last item is MM 30.2.
Two, isn't it?
No, I meant 30.22, sorry, 30.22. It's the last item, and Councillor Carroll, you held the item down.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, due to the lateness of the hour, I'm abandoning. I had a strategy to actually add some extra clauses to this so that we could get an update on where we stand. Just to quickly refresh people's memory, the previous government had a very limited coverage plan. They were going to do so by having only standalone stores, but operated by LCBO employees, so a public model. And there would have been 40 stores by now in the city of Toronto. 40. At the end of 2021, we would have doubled them. Councillor Cole was an MPP when they put that in place, and it was based on feedback from municipalities. That was the previous provincial government. The current provincial government went with a totally private model, we now have 112 legal stores in the city of Toronto and 134 licenses recently issued and about to open, I dare say, when our lockdown is over. And here's what's more. Despite all of our requests for restrictions, our requests for a better share of the revenues, etc., what they have learned is that they can only capture the revenue they had originally predicted by opening more stores. And so they have asked the AGCO to increase the pace of approvals to 40 in Ontario per week. A conservative estimate based on just opening stores on the basis of our per capita share of the population would mean 600 stores in Toronto by the end of 2021. Madam Speaker, the revenue isn't coming and the restrictions aren't coming. I welcome any motion. It's a clever approach to say that we should ban them. We should ask for a restriction on having them inside a shopping mall. But based on the current provincial government's response to every other restriction request we've levied, 150 meters from a school certainly isn't working out. That they can't be close to another pot shop is certainly not working out. Madam Speaker, this motion actually doesn't go far enough, and given the lateness of the hour, we can't. But we do have a report that needs to be coming back by the end of this year from MLS, giving us an update on how our restrictions are working. And I think we should all do a scan of our neighborhoods, and any of us, including the mover of this motion, who has a conservative MPP, should be sitting down with that conservative MPP to say that everything municipalities ask for with respect to controlling the proliferation of cannabis shops has not come to fruition, and we're not happy about it, and we're not going to wear it for you come 2022. Those are my comments, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. On the motion?
Madam Speaker, it's the Councillor Cole. I can't get on the portal to speak. I'd like to speak to this motion.
Okay, Councillor Cole.
Yeah, thank you. As Councillor Carroll said, this is something very dear to my heart, this cannabis proliferation. And let me state at the beginning, I've got nothing about legalization of cannabis. I love cannabis. I don't use it. I think it's great to have cannabis legalized in Canada. But you know, I think we missed the boat on this. When this came up to council, I hate to say I told you so. I said, why are we taking this pittance of money from the province? I wonder whether they even gave us that money they promised. It was something like $1 million to police this thing. I don't think we even got the money. And now I even have cannabis store owners. This is the funniest thing of all. They're contacting me saying, Mike, can you do something about all these cannabis stores opening next door to me? I can't make any money. I sort of says, oh, really? So that's very interesting. So I got cannabis, the poor guys are trying to make a living, and yet they're having cannabis stores. And then we're going to have this explosion, as I told you would happen, because people are desperate to make money. And we have zero control. And I keep telling my residents, it's the provincial government who decides where they go, how many they go, and there are no rules, except for a laughable rule about schools. So I told you so when this happened, that we had to look at our authority and our powers of planning. We could have helped this cannabis business by having proper planning. We could have had proper consultation, because most people are not against a cannabis store, but they don't want 20, 30, 40, 50 a month now they're going to come. And they go into areas where people want to have a say, that's all. And they have no say. All they do on the stores, they put up a little 8.5 by 11 sheet on the storefront that nobody can read, and there's nobody out in, that's how they notify people. Nobody gets told that it's going. Then they call my office and say, hey, Mike, look, at the city's allowing all these cannabis stores. I said, it's not the city. It's your provincial government that has total control. We in the city were stupid enough not to basically put in some planning controls, zoning controls